Hey guys, Sean here. Welcome to Formula Sean, and of course to Testing Live 2026. Are we right? Is that the right year? Is that what year it is? It's very early here in the UK, and I'm sure elsewhere in the world too. Hope you're having a good morning or a good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Busy day today, long day. We are here, or I'm here, all day from now until 4 p.m, I believe the session finishes, so 4 p.m-ish. Once I've done a rundown of the final times, and I've got Stuart with me from around 8 o'clock until 12, and then Jonty with me from 12-ish until 4-ish. So a very busy day. I'll do some shout-outs and chats to get your hellos in nice and early. Obviously, not a huge number of people here at the moment. Thank you, Ayinka. Not a huge amount of people at the moment, but I'm not surprised at 6 minutes past 7 on a Wednesday morning, so it is early. I've been up for 2 hours already, so I am well ready to go. I'll go through all the YouTuber spiel and the caveats or housekeeping, whatever you want to call it, in just a moment, but I will just say we have got 3 cars on track: Isack, Hadjar, Kimi, Antonelli and Lando Norris 3 times on the board. A 138.3 for Leclerc, 138.7 for Antonelli, 139.2 for Norris. Is just on a 37.9 as he goes across the line. Not much point reading too much into testing times at this stage, and certainly not in the first 6 minutes of the session, so we'll see how things go as the day unfolds, but there's not much point getting too excited about times for now. Good news, by the way, Multiviewer have added the total number of laps to the coding that we use for the streams. So we have now got the total laps rather than just the amount of time they spent on that tyre. So that lap count, if you can see it on your phone, if not, we'll run through it every hour. That is the total laps completed today for each driver. So that is good stuff. So thank you to Multiviewer for sorting that out this year. That'll be much more handy than the stint length. We can tell you the stint length if you need to know. So yeah, really ready for this. Looking forward to it. Lots to come. Like I say, we'll be bringing you live timing updates on the hour, every hour in full, so times and laps and things like that, and tyres if we get that information. We'll be taking your questions throughout. We've got the wheel of questions as well, which is all set up, ready to go. So 30-odd questions on there. We'll spin it at random times, and whatever it lands on, we will answer. Those are your questions from socials and things like that. So looking forward to that. We'll be talking all about what have I got on my list for today. I've got some TED notebook notes, a funny thing that I want to get into. We've got some stuff on warning lights, fuel, very exciting, I know, and as well the circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia. I'm sure we'll talk about race starts and all of that business as well. So lots to get through. Very much looking forward to it, but there's no rush. We get there when we get there. These are very chill if it's your first day, so watching these, so I wouldn't expect anything too amazing. Just nice and relaxed, spending it as a day together as F1 fans, and of course we're live, assuming people want them, all day tomorrow and Friday as well. So a busy week, lots to talk about. So if we don't get to your question today, don't worry, there's lots of time to get through this. So let's get the usual stuff out of the way as Fernando Alonso comes around to start a lap in what is a concerningly slow Aston Martin. Let's put it that way. We'll talk about it a little bit later. Don't worry about that. They are on my list of teams to talk about today. I think we need a good Aston Martin conversation. But as always, no on-track footage in this stream for obvious copyright reasons. As I keep saying, without trying to sound like an absolute knobhead, I don't think that needs to be explained in 2026, but I'll say it anyway. So no on-track footage. We've got live timing from Multiviewer for F1. Thank you to those guys for providing the timing for this week and last week, of course. We did our shorter streams. Really appreciate that. If you want to download the app, it is free. Link in the description. So you can customize your stream to have as much or as little data as you'd like. The more, the better in testing, for sure. But you do need an F1 TV subscription, but F1 TV access is absolutely fine. Massive shout out to everyone in chat, but also to those of you who have come over from the F1 word. Apparently, more people didn't know that this was happening than I realised. So thank you. We've shot up by nearly 600 subs overnight. So thank you so much for all of you joining. And again, I'm sorry I didn't do that video sooner, but great to have you over here. If you're sat here going, this is exactly the same as the F1 word, it is. It's the F1 word pre-Planet Sport. So it's exactly the same, but we're having more fun over here. So that's absolutely fine. So thank you for all your support. Please do sub, though, if you're new, and drop a like on the stream. The sooner we get to 100, the sooner Sean shuts up about it. So it annoys me as much as it annoys you. I hate doing the whole YouTuber thing, but it's part of the job, I suppose. So please do drop a like and subscribe as well. If you'd like to support the channel, you can do so through Patreon. I'll get used to it. It'll flow off the tongue by the end of the week. Link in the description, or by becoming a channel member, and you can get your name at the end of the video if you support me over there. I will be updating that at least on the first every month, probably a couple of times a month, just to make sure I get everybody in. So you can support the channel there, or short term, you can drop a super chat or buy me a coffee. All the links you need are in the description. And every penny, by the way, I probably should put a goal on screen, shouldn't I? Every penny in these streams that we make is going to go on buying that camera I keep banging on about. So your support on that would be greatly appreciated. But I know that I've got my 40th coming up, so I'm going to, plug people for money. Family, give me money, I want to buy a camera. So it's not that there's anything wrong with this one, but I'd like a nicer one. So yeah, back into the channel one way or another. But anyway, yes. And I am wearing a Ferrari shirt. Let's do some shout outs then. So hey to Snipe Goat, hey to Michael, hey to Tim, to Valentine, Michael again, just letting people know that no copyrighted footage. Hey to Justin, to Jeremy, to Ayinka, to Yori, to Josh Aru, and they did an accent. Now that would have been embarrassing to start the stream, wouldn't it? Hey to Purple, to Stewie as well, to Catson, to Matt, and to P1. I've been watching your test series at 2019, just came in from the F1 word, had no idea what happened. It's all right. It wasn't until last week, mate, that people were going, Sean, nobody knows this is happening. I was like, oh, okay, I better do something about that then. So Matt says, evening, Sean. 6 p.m. here in Australia. Happy to catch a stream at a reasonable time. Love your work. Yeah. Well, that's better. That's better for you, 7 a.m. But I remember I was just going to say, you're in Australia, but Annette, she might pop along later. I remember she'd go to bed and then we'd still be live when she got up over in Australia. So it was a little bit weird, but yeah, these are good fun. I enjoy it. And I agree, Jeremy, multiviewer are definitely the greatest of all time. They're brilliant. Massive lockup for Arvid Lindblad at turn 1 there, by the way. Just caught that out of the corner of my eye. Right front, huge lockup on the run down there. So that's going to be, well, I was going to say might flat spot the tyre, but that is definitely a flat spotted, like a 50 pence piece, as Martin Brunder would say. That was I hope we get a replay of that one. 4 hours for the morning session, by the way, 4 hours for the afternoon. I do not take a lunch break because I'm an idiot. There's no other explanation for it. Well, there is. The explanation is, as I wait for a replay here on the Lindblad incident, the explanation is that by the time I've finished, published the stream as a VOD, put the mid-rolls in, waiting for it to process, it's time to go live again, so there's just no point. So I may as well stay as one big 8-hour stream. There's a sideways moment there, a big back end out on the exit of turn. They renumbered these, did 8 for Lindblad. So let's have a look what he does into turn 1. I'm guessing he's just going to snatch that right front. Yes, he does. A little bit on the left as well. Hefty lockup, flat spotted tyre. Imagine he might go back to the pits. He might try and see how he gets on with it. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on the driver tracker there as well. But a bit of a scruffy start there. Drivers in the cars this morning, by the way. Norris, Antonelli, Hadjar, Leclerc, Albon, Lindblad, Alonso, Ocon, Hulkenberg, Gasly and Perez. Just the one driver in all day, and that is Isack Hadjar. So we will see Piastri, Russell, Hamilton, Sainz, Lawson, Stroll, Bearman, Bortoletto, Colapinto and Bottas this afternoon. Just a heads up, we'll have to play around with the overlay for the afternoon, because once we get 21 drivers on there, the overlay only goes to 20, so we'll need to we will need to adjust it slightly. So we might have to put a clock on screen, so we have to cover up the very top of that tower, but I need to readjust that. But I don't want to make it any smaller. It's already small enough, tricky enough on a mobile. Not today, Snipe. It's Hadjar all day today for Red Bull, and then Max is in, I would assume, all day tomorrow. I didn't check the Red Bull one, weirdly, of all of them, not to check. But yeah, it's Ferrari merch today. The reason for it, and I'm sure we'll get onto it with Stuart later, is that apparently it is the year of the horse this year. So this could be the year. This could finally be Ferrari's year. So it's got to be the red shirt, the Ferrari shirt this morning. Might go Mercedes tomorrow and then McLaren for the final day, or flip them around. I'll have a think. But we're well underway in Bahrain now, and I love this shirt. So I say it's comfortable as well. Hey, Lee. Hope you well, mate. Yeah, nice and early. Let me know where you're watching from, by the way. 36 of you here at the moment. Like I say, not surprised that the numbers are a little bit low this time of the morning, but I really do appreciate anybody who turns up at this time for these absolutely bonkers streams. I sat here about 5 minutes before I went live going, why do I do this every year? And then we hit live and we're away, and I absolutely love it. So, yeah, let me know where you're watching from, what time it is where you are, if it's not in the UK or Europe. I can work Europe out. I can work out New York. East Coast I'm good at as well. So, 5 hours back, I can work that one out. It's the rest of the US I get a bit confused about, to be honest. I think, is LA 8 hours behind or something like that? Something like that. Gasly there with his special rear wing. I don't actually see. I don't know if they're going to let me rewind a live event. They didn't last week. Oh, they have this week. I just want to see if there's any change to that bizarre... No, I say bizarre rear wing. It's a clever rear wing. If you've not seen it, last week we noticed, and well, everybody noticed, we're not blind, are we? But your DRS, your rear wing, usually opens up, whereas the Alpine one drops down, and it's very strange, that top flap seeing that. It looks like it's broken, but it's not. So really intrigued to see what the benefits are of that. I assume just less drag and better straight line speed, but yeah, it's an intriguing and clever little twist, I guess, on the rear wing sagas if you're into your rear wings. But yeah, it does look like it breaks, but that is how it's supposed to be. So quite interesting. I think the Audi rear wing is slightly different as well, isn't it, when it opens up? So we'll see if anybody... I mean, look, if Alpine changed that by mid-season, we know that it didn't work. If everyone starts bringing that type of rear wing, we know it's the way to go. So that's the way to work it out in F1. But Gasly doing a good couple of sectors here, purple and purple. It's not, again, no point getting too excited about the old lap times. I've just noticed they have changed the tyre colours on the overlays, which is interesting. So he's down as a testing tyre, which looks to me like it's a hard tyre. So just to confirm, I have got it on screen if you can see it. The tyres this week, the C1 is white with brackets. The C2 is white without brackets. The C3 is yellow with brackets. The C4 is yellow without brackets. And the C5 is red with brackets. So they are your 5 compounds, all of them in action this week. So let's see where you... Let's just check where you're all watching from. Purple's from Wales. Hey, Purple. Valentine is the Netherlands. Michael's from Alabama. Yinka's in India. Christine is, of course, in Norway. Is it Napier? Joshua, or is it Napier? I always pronounce it wrong. It's not. I get names wrong all the time, but I'm just, yeah. Napier or Napier? I assume Napier because it's only one P, but Lee's in bed. Ekriki's from Italy. Jeremy's from Ottawa in Canada, and P1 is from San Diego in California. I will leave the stream morning when I go to bed if that helps the algorithm. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah. All views are a big help as the channel tries to get off the ground. The first one, I thought it was Josh. I wasn't quite sure. Is it Divian? Diviansh is from India. Catherine is on the way to work in Belfast. Hey, Catherine. Sanisa's from Zimbabwe. MSC Biles. Hey, mates, is from the Netherlands. Hope you're all doing well over there. I think my sister-in-law's in Amsterdam this week. Just as a random aside. Daniel's from Germany. Reedy Breck is on... Oh, Ready Breck. So Reedy Breck? Ready Breck is on the loo, apparently. There you go. You know, we overshare on these streams. We always do, so... It's a bit too much information, but we don't need to know numbers. That's absolutely fine. Just watching Gasly again. Just a reminder, if you're just tuning in, Stuart will be with me for around 8 o'clock. So it's me for the first hour, and then it's they come in and keep me... I was going to say sane, but it's Jonty in the afternoon, so Friday's going to be hilarious. I just know Friday's going to be fun. But Gasly, the only one out on track at the moment. I was watching a replay on the run to turn 1. Yes, they are the C2 tyre then on Gasly with that time. So second hardest. A lot of medium runners actually this morning, which is a C3, of course. So that's interesting. A lot of used tyres as well. Interesting, we've got no new wet or intermediate tyres this week. They've carried over the tyres from last week rather than bringing a whole new set of inters and wets. And for the most part, we're probably not going to see them. Although, was it last year that Ocon went out on the inters because we had a little bit of rain? Or was it the year before? It was in the last couple of years. So it is possible that it rains, but it doesn't look like it at the minute. They're just talking through all the new regulations: overtake mode, boost mode, straight mode, corner mode, whatever mode. They're going through all that. A lot of flavors on the back of the Ferrari. Good to see. Good to see. Like a bit of flavors in testing, don't we? We do. What we got in chat then? I did get everybody earlier when I did some shout outs. It's 8 p.m. in New Zealand, apparently, says Josh. That's not bad, is it? For watching testing streams, 8 p.m. That's quite cool. That's not a bad time at all. let's see how long people last on how long I last on these streams. It could be interesting. Get any questions that you've got or anything you want to say. What do you think about the new regulations? What did you pick out from last week? Are you as nervous about Aston Martin as a lot of people seem to be? Has anyone surprised you? Anything like that, and I'll read them out in this first hour. This can be just us, and it'll be a good bit of fun, just a bit of waffle. Slow Ferrari. Is it stopping, or is he? It's Charles Leclerc is very slow, very, very slow on the run to turn 4, which is hopefully just. This is what we're picking up speed now. This is what we're probably going to see quite a lot in qualifying this season. Is very, very slow. I mean, they've got a regen, obviously. They've got to get the energy together, but they can't burn through too much of it on an out lap because otherwise they're not going to have enough for the flying lap. We're already talking about lifting and coasting on qualifying laps, which, lifting and coasting in races I've got no real issue with as such, but in qualifying, that's a slap in the face, to be honest, because as I said last week, qualifying should be lowest fuel, softest tyres, everything turned up, flat out, non-stop, not messing about with coasting and things like that. So hey Annette, hope you're okay. It's not too bad for you time wise there, is it, at the moment? So where are we? What about getting off for 6:30 in the evening, something like that, 7 p.m? I just want Ferrari to do well for once and not be clowns, says Purple. Well, I think Ferrari can do well and still be clowns. I mean, 2010, they nearly won the title with Fernando Alonso. It was actually a good season, but they bottled it right at the end with some bizarre decisions, didn't they? So they could still get it very wrong. They can still be clowns and be successful. It's the Ferrari way, but that's Charles Leclerc, all his aero, doing its aero. I still haven't got it. I think we'll still call it DRS because it is still a system that reduces drag, which is a drag reduction system. So, yeah. It's the front wing keeps catching me. I don't know how everyone else feels about it. A bit of a twitch there into turn 4 for Leclerc on the C3 tyre, but it's the front wing that and on the exit as well, all over the place. But I don't know what I expected coming into this testing and into this season with the new regs, but I wasn't expecting the front wing flaps to be quite so dramatic or pronounced, I suppose, in the way they just drop. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it would be a bit more subtle or not as noticeable, but it really is quite jarring at the moment. We're used to seeing the rear wing open up, of course, but seeing the front wing do that is still quite odd. It looks like it's going to break, but we'll get used to it. It's the same with all of it. It's all last week we got confused and we're trying to work out what was what, but once we've seen the cars in action, a few races into the season, we'll all get it. It'll all click and we'll all sort of be able to pull it apart and know what's going on. So they still have the max lap time rule in quali, don't they? Says is that the? They've got to do. They've got to be below a certain time on an out lap. But I wonder if that might be increased for this year. I mean, Oscar Piastri. I'll read this to you now. Oscar Piastri said on Ted's notebook last week that for Bahrain, he's not had to change his driving style completely despite the change in regulations, but elements will change from circuit to circuit. So some tracks are going to be easier to harvest out than others, Bahrain being one of the easier ones. Australia might be harder. So it's one of those things where it's probably going to be that, although obviously the delta time changes every track anyway because the lap times are different, it might be that there's more leeway at some tracks than others because regen's going to be harder. I don't know how it's going to work out. I suspect there'll be an element of trial and error. Big lockup for Gasly at turn 1 on his right front, straight on, but okay. But I think there will be an element even with the FIA of trial and error this year of, we need to give more leeway here, a bit less there. And I mean, look, we've got protests, allegedly protests planned over engines. There's question marks over fuel's been homologated. And I'm sure we'll get into this with Stuart in about half an hour, but I think overall, these new regulations after the first week of testing with the question marks over Mercedes power unit, the starting procedure, fuel homologation, what the drivers have said, it's not been the best week of PR for F1's big new era, has it? If we're being honest. I know a lot of people say, oh, it's all, drivers will get over it and we'll all get over it, and we will. We always do. We moan. We don't like change, do we? But it's not been a great week for F1 in terms of PR for their big, shiny new regulations. But I guess such a huge change. Do we allow a little bit of leeway ourselves? A lot going on in these cars now. New active aero, the engines are not completely different. We've not got the MGUH anymore. 50-50 split electrical ICE, new fuels. Do we have to allow a little bit of a leeway? I guess maybe. I'm asking you. You can tell me I'm stupid if you like. I don't mind. I'm not going to be offended if I've been called worse. Annette says it looks cool. It just catches me off, Annette, to be honest. Just really catches me off. Catherine says, how are the points working this year? Is it still the top 10? Yeah, the only thing that changes with 22 cars is that we lose 6 in Q1 and 6 in Q2. And then we're left with a top 10 shootout still. So, no changes to the point system. 25 for the win, down to 1.4. 10th place. No fastest lap point again, of course, this year. So, maybe that'll change. There's been a lot of flirting with changing the point system over the last few years. I think last year they were talking about going back down to 14th place or something, weren't there, with points? So maybe after a couple of years of these regs, they might say, let's push it to 12th place or 11th place or whatever for points. But at the minute, it's just the top 10. We've changed enough. Let's worry about points another day. It's fine. Diver D says, why keep doing news content for F1 Word? Why not take it all to this channel? Because I said it to a few people yesterday. I at least going to try my best to keep it alive for as long as I can. If it doesn't work, then at least I can say I gave it everything. I don't want to just flush 9 years worth of work down the drain or down the toilet, I guess, and leave the channels just rot. I'd rather try, and if it fails, then it will all move over here. But if it succeeds, then great. I've got 2 sources of income. It's not a lot of money, but it's 2 sources of income. So yeah, that's why, really. I want to make sure that I can say I did all I could, so that when the backlash comes, let's leave it there though. Stewie says, none of this will all matter if the season is fantastic. I said this yesterday to my partner, actually. We'll bitch and moan about it, but actually, if the racing's great, who cares? We soon move on. By the time we get to Japan, there'll be something completely different to moan about. So, yellow flags at the end of the pit lane for a practice start for an Audi there, which will be Nico Hulkenberg, I believe, won't it? Yes, it will. So there we go. Hulkenberg doing his... We'll talk about starts a bit later, because it's all a bit, not confusing, but a bit all over the place with that one. So... I like a bit of unpredictability in the reliability. It'd be nice to have a few cars break down. Those F1 engineers have had it too easy for a while, says a Yinka. I said this in my why I'm excited for this season video, didn't I? Back in January on this channel. Unreliability, whilst it doesn't look good for the teams, I get that, and manufacturers. As a fan, it just adds that element of jeopardy. Back in day, rose-tinted spectacles and all that, you may have a driver dominating, but there was always a chance his engine was going to go pop, and that was it. They weren't guaranteed the win. Nowadays, whilst not guaranteed the win, for the most part, you can sort of coast and bring the car home if you got a really comfortable lead. There was never really any major threat of your car blowing up, or your engine, not your car blowing up. That would be a bit dramatic, but your engine blowing up. So I'd like some unreliability, but I don't want to get to the levels where we're losing 10 cars a race. That would be a bit, because then if you lose 10 cars in the first 15 laps of a race, the race is a bit flat. There's less to watch. So, just that element of unreliability adds some unpredictability, and that's, for me, that really adds to the racing. So, and it'd be nice to see some, those races where, Australia last year was a good example, actually. Those races where we do lose a few cars, and it gives others who maybe wouldn't have had an opportunity to score points the chance to score points. So, will you lose the historic videos you made on the F1 Word? Could we crowdfund for a buyback? Says Josh Rue. Somebody suggests that yesterday, can the fans help buy the channel back? I'm never going to tell people what they should or shouldn't do with their money, but it's a lot of money, and there's no way I'd be comfortable asking people for that kind of money. So, it's a lot of money. So I'm not going to say how much because I don't think I'm allowed to actually. But it's not something. It's not £10 here, £10 there in super chats. Whilst massively appreciated, it's going to need a bit more than that. So. Yeah, I was gonna say just after I asked that question, Ekrik, that the watching Hulkenberg start there, I hope that's improved before Australia, because he's still be on the grid at that rate by the time the others come round. That was a slow start, but there's a lot of concern, isn't there, about these starts? So yeah. The racing. Oh, that's is that AC, the racing radiologist? Yeah, it will be one. Yeah, hey mate, hope you well. Having a good one. Ready for testing. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I love testing. It sounds stupid. It is. Look, testing, like practice, is pretty boring. It's not very exciting, but I love seeing the cars on track. I could sit and watch cars circulating all day, and I'm going to, because I'm weird. But yeah, no, I do enjoy testing. I think more for the waffle than anything. But well, the New Zealand dollar is worth sweet FA, so I could only contribute 20 quid, says Josh Giroux. About to go to bed, says, is it Zedro? But just saying hi. Hi, mate. Hope you're well. Having a good one. Have a good sleep. Maybe see you. I'm here till 4 p.m. UK time, so maybe I'll catch you when you get up. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, pop in and say hi later when I'm nodding off. That'd be great. Of course it's zero. Of course it's zero. It's because they get your ats now. It's annoying. Catherine says, is it going to take a pile up at Australia before the start procedure needs to be changed, or the needed changes taken seriously? Although I do feel for Fred Vasseur, who raced it quite a while ago and was ignored. This is the problem. Fred raised it. Ferrari raised it. They were told no changes, so they went off, optimised their start procedures, got it right, and now they want changes, and Ferrari are in their defense. Now I've read more into it. In their defense, and it's easy to say with a Ferrari shirt on, but in their defense, if you've spent the money and the time to refine your starts because you were told to be no rule change or no change to procedure, you're gonna say no, aren't you? Because it's a bit like all this with Mercedes. You can't get change in the power unit regulations or the way that they are measured 3 weeks before or 2 weeks before the start of a season, because Mercedes had the foresight, the ingenuity to work out how to get more power and still be within the regulations when it was measured. It's not their fault nobody else thought of it, and it's not Ferrari's fault that everyone else said, nah, you're exaggerating, or whatever they said in the meeting. It's again, I know it was all for the cameras and all for show, for Drive to Survive, but as Christian Horner said, if you've got a problem with your car, fix your flipping car. That's the way it has to be. But the problem we've got with Australia is if you've got, say, Ferrari, for example, who have no problem with their starts getting off nicely, but then 20 cars don't get away, or even half that, 10 cars don't get away and everyone else does, you're asking for trouble. So I can see it from both sides, but I will defend Ferrari on that. They raised it, were told no changes, and then they made it work. As we see here, we've got Lando Norris talked about Nico Hulkenberg, gave him the thumbs up as he went past. Yeah, the number one still looks weird, not been on Max's car, but that's it. It's on the McLaren. First time they've run the number one since, and I'm going to correct Ted Kravitz here, which I don't dare do very often, but I'm going to. He said in his podcast a couple of weeks ago or last week it was, wasn't it, that it's the first time they've had the number one on the car since 2009. It's not. They had it in 2010, of course, because Jenson Button won the 2009 title, then moved to McLaren. So there you go. Just saying it. Morning, Max, mate. Hope you're well. Hope you had a good sleep. Still 7:30. I don't know why you're here. Go get a coffee. Hey, Sean, it's me, AC here. Do you think the rolling starts will be better to avoid the safety chaos? Thanks for your support, mate, as always. Thank you for your membership for 2 months. I know it's been a lot longer than that, but 2 months on this channel, so thank you very much. I mean, look, the rolling starts is, as Max is, actually the worst case scenario. I mean, I don't like them, but if they're not willing to change the rules for the starts, which maybe they shouldn't, maybe they do need to come with a rolling start solution. But I think the general conversation that we had last week was, or the general consensus we all reached last week, was they need to bring the amount of time it takes to form the grid down, and maybe we need to have a little breather before the lights start to come on as Arvid Lindblad slows on the run to turn 4. Is he stopping? He's looking down at the steering wheel. I'll let you know we might get a red here if he does stop. We will get a red if he stops. It's testing. But he's pulling over. He's not stopping. He's not pulling off to the runoff. So I assume he's doing something in the car. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on this for just a second. He seems to be picking up speed now. So Leclerc was doing that, wasn't he, on the run to turn 4? So there must be something they're doing down there, either testing for the race weekend or something to do with the new systems. But yeah, really slow. Or is that the optimal place to slow down for? I don't know. It's very strange. Ayinkas are still getting used to Lando World Drivers' Champion. Yeah, we said this last week as well. Lando Norris, he's deceptively old. And what I mean by that, it's not that he's in his mid-40s or anything like that, but just I still look at him like he's about 20. But he's not. So it still feels weird that he's a world champion, but I totally get what you mean. So getting used to it's quite weird. But it's strange. I can never picture a driver as a world champion until they've won it, which sounds really stupid, except for in very rare occasions. Max Verstappen, I think we all pretty much knew from day one, if things went the way we expected them to, he would win world championships. That wasn't a surprise. Lewis Hamilton was a bit like that as well. In fact, it was very like that. There's on the current grid, I think George Russell is one of those. I'd be surprised if he never wins a title, but others will disagree. Yeah, I don't know what Lindblad's doing now. I'm trying to work out. I don't know. Weird. He's got going. He's okay. There's no issue there, but he is away. I honestly don't know where everyone focuses on the starting grid only. The same issue would, I presume, only apply to anti-stall and pit stops. Surely another solution will also apply to anti-stall and pit stops. Surely another solution can fix all that. That's a great question, actually, or a great point. Yeah. Because it's the pull away, isn't it? It's not. Yeah, because you're still stationary in the pit lane, aren't you? That's a very good question. That's a good point. We'll think about that. I might have to come back to that when Stuart's here because that's a very good point. There might be something I'm missing there, but yeah, no, that is a. I think the problem with this. I think the thing with the starts is that it is. It's more dangerous at the start, isn't it? Although slow cars in the pit lane or slower cars, it doesn't really help, does it? But I think off the line, when you've got cars trying to get away, 22 on the grid this year, it's the safety of that. I think is why people are so. Focus on that. Thank you to Christine, who's become a supporter on Patreon as well. So that's twice. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Christine. Thank you. Your support is appreciated. I will get on to Thomas about that beer as well at some point. And thank you to Josh Aru as well for becoming a channel member, a supporter. I think I've put it down as. So really appreciate all of your support as always. Yeah, looking forward to sharing this season with you. Hopefully, we're going to have a good one. I think we are going to have a good one. I think we're going to get unpredictability. I think we're going to get the unreliability we talked about. We should get some better racing because cars should be able to follow more easily. So I think we are in for a good season. It just might get a bit confusing and frustrating at times. It certainly will for me because I'm a moron, but that's just me. So, but yeah, I really appreciate your support, everyone. Thank you very much. And ready for another season of chaos. Like I say, very much like the old channel, but in a new place and a bit more fun, actually. We're having a lot of fun over here. Do you think Charles will win a title? Oh, Charles, of course. Sorry, yeah. I've sat here going, I think Russell will be the only one that's surprised. If Charles Leclerc never won a title. If you go back to Charles Leclerc's, I think it was one of the first videos he did on the F1 word, actually, was the Charles Leclerc Future Stars and why he absolutely deserved a grid or earned a right to be on the grid ASAP, and then he got a seat the next season. So if you'd have told me that he wouldn't win a world championship, I'd be very surprised. I think he should, in my head, if that makes sense. He's one of those that I look at and see as a potential future world champion, but he may need to jump ship. In fact, you might even say that. I can't see him in anything other than red, but I just have this feeling Ferrari will not be the place to win his title, says Kite. Yeah, look. I'm with you. Charles Leclerc in anything other than Ferrari red would be weird to me, but then Lewis Hamilton in anything but a shade of silver was always going to be weird to me, and he went to Ferrari, so we'd soon get used to it. But I've not wanted anyone to win a title with Ferrari more since probably Sebastian Vettel, but certainly back to the Schumacher days, it was, yeah. I think this is the year, not the year for him to win the title. I think this is, if Ferrari want to keep Leclerc certainly beyond the end of his contract, or at least maybe even beyond the end of this year, I think they need to deliver a car capable of, if they can deliver a car capable of winning the championship. If Leclerc doesn't win it, then that's on him. But if the team can't provide him that car, or they do, they go all Ferrari about it, the clown show that you've talked about in chat already, if they go all Ferrari about it and throw it away, then he might walk at the end of the year. But I think this is a huge year. It's been billed as a huge year for Ferrari anyway, with the big regulation change. But they need to give Leclerc and Hamilton, of course, the car that's capable of challenging for wins and the title. Otherwise, I can see Charles looking elsewhere. But where does he go? That's the next question. Maybe one of the new teams, if they get a good start to their life in F1. Maybe an Aston Martin. Maybe if Russell moves somewhere, he might end up at Mercedes, or maybe go to Red Bull if Verstappen moves on. There are options for him, but I don't want him to leave Ferrari. I want Leclerc to be the one who goes to Ferrari, spends his career there, apart from his one season at Alpha, of course, and then wins titles. But yeah, I don't know how much of that is because of his talent and how much of that is because I don't want to get into Bianchi chat, but I was a big Bianchi fan. And I think I'd love to see emotional. That's the word I'm looking for. How much of it is genuine, or Leclerc's a world beater, and how much of it is just emotion from me. So I'll admit that. I'm not afraid to admit that. So it just took me ages to explain what I was trying to say. AC says GP2 engine for Alonso again. We'll talk about that later. It's on my list of things because Aston, essentially, I do think Lance Stroll was possibly exaggerating a little bit, but there's not really, as we look at the drone there, quite low down. That's one of those things that probably looks closer than it was. That looked a little bit, yeah. Anyway, I was just going to say, Aston are not denying what Lance Stroll is saying, and that's a concern. And Adrian Newey's had meetings to calm everyone down, and there's talk that it'll be mid-season before they show any kind of pace. So they're expecting to be down the back end of the grid. Again, big year for Aston. If they want to keep Fernando Alonso, then it's got to work. And if they don't keep Fernando Alonso and they want to coax Max Verstappen away from Red Bull for argument's sake, then they need to show that they can deliver. And if they're not doing that by mid-season, then they might be in trouble. Hey, Stuart. Morning, mate. It says that, hi, all. We'll be joining in about 15 minutes. You're on mute at the moment, so you won't hear me anyway. Sean could slag me off and I wouldn't know. Bloody Stuart. Bloody Stuart and his yellow bear logo. Oh. Probably the most awful thing I could probably say about you. There you go. Stewie says that knowing Leclerc's look, as soon as he leaves Ferrari, they'll win the title. Is he the next Alonso on that front? Is he just always going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? Or the right place at the wrong time? Yinka says, what if Leclerc and both leave the team the same year? That'll be the worst. Referring to Stewie there. I think that's what I'm getting at with Ferrari is if they have a crap year, which interestingly that's not expected, but I'll get into last week in a minute. I've got something to say on that. But if they have a terrible year, is Hamilton going to stick around, or are they going to stand by their decision to sign Hamilton if he has another year like last year? And if Ferrari struggle and Leclerc struggles, is he going to stick around? What do Ferrari do? You'd assume one of those seats would go to Bearman if they needed to fill two seats, but what then? They're not. It's always been said in F1 that everyone wants to drive for Ferrari at some point in their career, being that famous red car. But when you watch how they handle things sometimes, would you fancy it? That drone is supposed to be low. That does look low. That's a great shot, though. If we can have a bit more of that in the in races and qualifying and things, that'd be really, really cool. Proof there as well, you can stabilise a drone for live shots. Somebody told me once I was an idiot for even suggesting that. Borderline moronic, I think they said. But there you go. You can stabilise a drone. That was about 6 years ago, and drones have come a long way since then. So that's probably why. But there you go. Piastri's a great shout on that, actually. I've not been drinking. Piastri to Ferrari was rumoured last year, wasn't it? For the future, not anytime soon. But yeah, that's a really fair shout, is Piastri. I think Norris is locked in at McLaren for life if he wants to be. He's their star boy. And I think same with Max Verstappen at Red Bull. He's locked in there as long as he wants to be there. No doubt. So that's interesting. Piastri, you've got me thinking of Piastri now, and stop doing this to me. Piastri and Red would look good, I think. Piastri and Leclerc, no offense to Hamilton. I'm not saying Hamilton's not a good driver or a great driver or a great of all time, whatever. I'm not getting into that conversation. I'm just saying Leclerc and Piastri, if Hamilton was to retire, let's say at the end of the year, that'd be quite a nice lineup for next season for Ferrari, wouldn't it? I'd be quite happy with that. So, yeah, Stroll is less sharp than Alonso, says Biles. I can see a big gap just on driving styles there. Just a tad. But yeah, no, Stroll, I think Yinka says Stroll personally might be 4 seconds behind. I mean, look, I'm not getting into Stroll bashing this early in the season. We'll do it later on in the season. I'm sure there'll be a reason for, tearing him apart. Like driving into the gravel in Brazil for no apparent reason. Maybe what the afternoon off. But Piastri and Bearman would be a good combination, to be fair, AC. I agree. Max wouldn't take any of Ferrari's nonsense, says Stewie. Max at Ferrari could be the most explosive thing we've ever seen in F1. It would be absolute madness. Yeah, he wouldn't be quite as... If John Elkann didn't like Leclerc and Hamilton speaking out last year, Max to Ferrari ain't going to happen. But I never thought Hamilton would go to Ferrari. I didn't think the two fit, and it's only season 2 of the partnership. But I think that was partially proved last year that there is a friction there. But I think that is a 7-time world champion coming from a championship-winning team that have their shit together, basically, and going to what was last year at Ferrari, a bit of a... I can't get over those Elkann comments over the winter. I can't. I just... Bizarre. Hey, Thomas. They choked on you then, mate. That sounded wrong as well. Don't. Good morning, Mr. Shaw. Snowy in England, question mark. It's basically Granny Annie snow and type of snow over here in Norway, Stan. Snowman, sorry. Norway, Stan. I like that, yeah. No snow here. It was snow. My sister lives about 25 miles away. The rest of the family's 30 miles away. It snowed over there, but no snow here. We've had snow once this year, and that was a surprise. Yeah. I feel like I just did an accidental partridge, and I'm kind of a bit like, oh no, what have I done? Thankfully, it's early and there's not a huge number of people in, so that's okay. Might get away with that one. But yeah, no, it's not snowing, unfortunately. I love the snow, but probably a good thing, I guess, because the whole country grinds to a halt when one snowflake falls somewhere. It doesn't even have to fall in. If it doesn't fall at Heathrow, it still absolutely shuts the country down. Airports close and everything because one flake of snow fell on the Isle of Man or whatever, which is different. Let's not get into that. Josh says, hi, Sean. Hi, Josh. A bit off topic, but what do you think of Phillip Island being removed from the MotoGP calendar? I haven't watched MotoGP for years, to be honest, but I do know the name Phillip Island, so I can't give you a absolute definitive answer. But I'm pretty sure somebody in chat will tell me how good or bad that track is. I'm trying to think. It's been a long time. It's been years. I probably haven't watched MotoGP since before I started doing YouTube. Not because I don't enjoy it, but just because F1 takes up all my spare time and work time. So it's difficult to keep up with everything. I don't manage to catch IndyCar or anything at the minute, so it's not on, that's why. But you know what I mean. Jonty might know a bit on that later if he's still around, Josh. He might be able to give you an idea on that one. He's pretty good with the motorsport. That's such a cop-out answer. I'm devastated. Josh. I guess it's a bit like Spa being removed from F1. Oh, if that's the equivalent, then it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace, mate. If you've lost MotoGP Spa, that is a disgrace. It's almost as disgraceful as rotating it with Barcelona. We'll get into that. as Stuart said on Blue Sky, boo, not a good thing. There's my if that's the comparisons, Phillip Island and Spa, that's bad. Why do we have to? I don't understand, and this is something I'll chunter and rant about this all bloody week now. But I don't know what the obsession is with street, other than money. The obsession with street tracks. Why can't we have? A lot of the tracks we get now are the F1 equivalent of football stadiums being a soulless bowl. You know what I mean? And I'm really a bit sick. It's like Bahrain's a really good track. We tend to get some good racing here, but it's predominantly flat. It's in the middle of the desert, and we've got enough of that. And, I'm so glad Portimao's coming back. Some ups and downs, like a roller coaster. The drivers described it as a really good track to watch cars around. But everything's just the new tracks are a bit soulless. And I know some of that comes with them being new, and as they sort of bed into the calendar, we get used to them, and then they get some history, and that changes. But even though we've had there are tracks on the calendar that have been on the calendar for a long time that are still soulless. So, a bit fed up with that obsession with, it's money, isn't it? We know what it is. I'll go through the times in a minute. Before we bring Stuart in, he should be about ready soon. He's just he's got in chat, but I imagine he's getting his pot of tea ready for the day. What have I got today? Orange squash cordial, if you're not in the UK. 1 glass and 1 Ferrari cup. I've got 2 packs of Audi Quavers and a big bag of popcorn, so I am well set for the day. I forgot to buy snacks. They were just pulled out of the cupboard. Some of those are left over from Christmas. So God knows what they stale. That's going to be lovely. At least I'm not on mute. We can stop slagging Stuart off now. He says, you know me so well. There you go. Get his pot of tea ready. So we'll run through the times in that shortly. Probably about 5-2, so 4 minutes time. Circuit of the Americas is a decent newer track. Yeah, I agree. Anthony, it'd be a shame if that went. I know some talk, wasn't there, that might get replaced by something somewhere else. But I'd take COTA twice a year over Miami, and Vegas is all right, but I'd certainly take it over Miami for sure. No worries, Josh. It's all right, mate. I'll answer loads of questions. Get as many in as you want, Josh. I won't be able to get to them all, but we've got 8 hours today. It's 24 hours this week we've got to get through. So 8 today, 8 tomorrow, and 8 Friday. 8 3s to 24. Yeah. Hey, is it CUNY? Says, hi, Sean. Really looking forward to the coming 3 days and your streams. Currently working from home with a broken leg. So love the company. Oh, get well soon. That's. I hope you're okay. Well, you're not okay. You've broken your leg. That was a stupid question, wasn't it? But get well soon, and hopefully we can entertain you for the next 3 days. If you get bored later on and disappear, make sure you're back for Friday afternoon, because that's when. Well, Sean will either be really funny and loopy, or everybody's just going to annoy him. I'm talking about myself in the third person, but there you go. You know what I'm like. Someone will call me a poo head and I'll get really angry, and that'll be that, and then I'll look stupid. But Zach says, we are so back. We are so back. Absolutely. Annette loves COTA, and that is the Aldi, the supermarket chain, not Audi, says the Yiki. Yes, Aldi. I promised I was going to call them Aldi, didn't I? But I know they're not called Aldi; they are Aldi. But if I said Aldi on stream, it would make more sense. But then you think I said Aldi as in old person, because you're awkward. But yeah. Max says that one thing I do always enjoy about testing is the fact that F1 TV and Sky commentators work with each other rather than pretending the others don't exist. Yeah, there is that. And Anthony says the only reason Vegas is okay is because it's so cold and no one builds a car that works there very well, so it's a surprise who is fast. Yeah, and I think the layout was, with it being a street track, I was very sceptical, and the layout looked awful. But I do think the layout actually works quite well for street track racing. I'd absolutely 100% take a proper track, purpose-built. Is purpose-built the right word? That's what I'm trying to think. Like a Spa. I'd rather take a Spa or a Monza or a COTA over another street track. But I still think Vegas was okay for street racing. Valentine says the Sean bullying has started again. It never stops. It never stops, Valentine. You're all awful. Once testing comes around, it feels like the season started, says Annette. Absolutely. And do you know how else I know the season has started and testing started? On whatever channel, the numbers just do that. Everything starts to go up, and I'm like, that's it. We got through another winter. We did it. I'll be back on the fully branded Pepsi before you know it. Yes, Aldi the supermarket. I used to work there. Not actually a bad place to work. They just expect a lot of you, but they actually pay you above minimum wage and pay you quite well as well. So you get lots of benefits. So, it's all bad. Lidl is not better than Aldi. You disgust me, Max. You disgust me. So give an on-topic question. What's the predicted performance deficit for those teams that haven't got homologated fuel yet, says Josh. We're going to talk about fuel a bit later, mate, so I will go through that. But let's very quickly, before we go and Stuart joins us. Heads up, by the way, there might be a little bit of faffing and resizing of windows initially, because even though the 2025 season ended in the first week of December, and it is now heading into the third week of February, I left everything till last minute and didn't have time to call people in for checking things. So I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Charles Leclerc is currently fastest. Not that it matters at this stage, on a 1:33.739, 16 laps so far on the board. Believe that was on the C2 tyre, that one. So no, it isn't. It's... I don't know. I might even try and work tyres out just yet. I'll do that in a bit. Kimi Antonelli, 1:34.4, 11 laps for him so far. And Norris has done 16 laps, 1:34.7. So some good lappage early on here, which is good to see. Isack Hadjar, 1:36.1, 2.4 off the pace. Shouldn't have said that good lappage. He's done 7. Gasly's done 12 laps, 1:36.249, as we watch another Hulkenberg practice start, revving like crazy. So slow away. Is that... In fact, he stopped. Was that from earlier? That must have been from earlier, surely. Or is that the same? He's going again, trying again. Oh, it could get messy, couldn't it? Anyway, Pierre Gasly, 36.2, 12 laps, 14 laps for Fernando Alonso, 1:36.536. Esteban Ocon, 1:37.243, 13 laps for him so far. Arvid Lindblad, 18 laps, 1:37.5. Albon, 1:37.9, 13 laps. And Nico Hulkenberg, 10 laps, 1:39.668. 6 seconds off the fastest time. Tyre-wise, Leclerc, question mark. C3 for Antonelli, 2 for Norris and Hadjar, and then it's the C3 for Gasly, Alonso, Ocon, Lindblad, Albon, Hulkenberg, or, as would have been quicker, everyone else. But there you go. And just a reminder, Norris, Antonelli, Hadjar, Leclerc, Albon, Lindblad, Alonso, Ocon, Hulkenberg, Gasly and Perez, they're all in the car this morning. And then this afternoon, everybody swaps out apart from Isack Hadjar, who's in all day. Max Verstappen in tomorrow. So if you're here for Max Verstappen, he ain't on today, I'm afraid. So 21 drivers we're going to see today. I don't know if we got that last week, but that feels like a long time since we said that. There you go. Couple of points in question. Not really anything to add to what I've just said there. Speed trap data. You all like your speed trap data? I've lost my mouse cursor thing. There we go. Fastest through the speed trap is Esteban Ocon, 323 kilometers an hour. That's followed by 321 for Norris, 319 for Lindblad, and one more who's next in line, 316 for Leclerc. So there you go. There's your speed traps at the moment. In terms of their runs, I mean, Gasly's on a 6-lap run on the mediums. Leclerc 6 laps on his tyres. 3 for Antonelli. 4 for Norris. 3-lap stint for Hadjar on his hard tyres. Yeah, but on track at the moment, Hulkenberg back in the pit lane to do another start, I imagine. Alonso, Ocon, Norris and Lindblad. So a little bit quiet, but still cars out on track. Not seen any coverage so far this year. That Audi doesn't look that bad. Minor McLaren Vodafone vibes, my all-time favourite livery, along with the F2004, says Max. It's the Audi livery Alonso's got. Is that a light flapping from the rear of the car? I think it is. The Audi looks better on track than it did when they released their renders. 100%. 100%. I'm going to get Stuart, but I'm going to wait until dot on 8 o'clock because that's what we agreed. Hey, I'll see. Your time is good. Only has 10 drivers. Sorry if you've said why already. Yeah, it's because they're not in the car this afternoon. So what I'm going to do, I've put a little. I'll show you very quickly. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but I've put a little greyed out driver box there. So when they're not until the afternoon, you'll see them on the timing tower, but they won't actually. They're less visible, so it just causes less confusion. But we will be on 21 once we get there, but it's 10 at the moment. Yes, so that's why I've done that. No big. Is there 11 on track? Have we got 11? No, we've not had Perez yet. So as soon as Perez goes out, I'll drop it. In fact, you know what? No, because Verstappen's top of the list. So I'll wait until Perez goes out and then I'll cut it down to 11. I'm with you now. I totally get you, Josh. I'm just being a little bit thick, which, wouldn't be the first time. Right now, I've got to try and work out. So there we go. So I've got that's right. This is where I have to faff. Stuart can hear me. I've not even got him on the stream yet. He's pulling some good faces. We like a good face pull. I've got so many sources. It takes me ages to find where everybody is on here. So just bear with me a second. I know why. Sorry, I'm being stupid. It's the new special way I have to do things. Morning, Stuart. There he is. We got there in the end.
Hello.
How are you? We're here for testing again. Here we go again.
Hello. You hear me okay? Everything working? We didn't test this at all, as you said.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? That's the.
I can hear you.
There we go.
I can see me on the delayed stream thing, so that's working well. I'm in my little box. Great.
I'll resize it.
We never have to test anything again.
We're just so good at this. It's terrifying how good we are. I'm just going to resize you though because I've got the black bars there. That's my fault for again not. I was just saying that I've only had all winter to prepare all this and left it all until last minute again. So
Yeah. It's fine. It's testing. This is testing for us too.
And I don't think you can see me, but I keep trying to make this work. It worked last week for a day and then it didn't work again.
No. I can see you. I've got the stream up, but it's obviously delayed, so you kind of look like you're being dubbed like an anime.
A bad anime, a very bad anime.
Okay, good news. I want to check something. Good. Normally, when we do these streams, I'm about an hour behind. I'm not an hour behind. About a minute behind in terms of watching the footage. I think I'm only about 15 seconds behind now. Although, as I say this, we're in a replay, so I can't actually tell you what the time says on my tower. But I'd love to know exactly how far behind I am. I'm still watching Lando go round.
I'll wait for the TV thing to come up. By the way, the door's ajar now, so I have to let the dog wander because my other half's at the doctor's this morning. So you'll probably see. I don't know if you've seen Puppy. If you saw him, that's his tail wagging.
Oh, I saw a tail. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't realise it was showing. It's so bad. But yeah, Puppa is here. I've got lots of treats for Puppa. It's all good. So on the TV, I am 2:57:40.
46, 45, 44. So we're pretty close.
About 10 seconds. That's better, isn't it? So we'll have to be a bit quicker, won't we, this time? Usually we get a good minute like, oh, Stuart, watch that spin again for me. We'll have to be quicker now.
I don't have multi-viewer, though. I only have the F1 app. I couldn't get multi-viewer working.
Oh. Have you? There's a special way of doing it. You have to go to the 3 dots at the top of the main screen and click live timing. All
right. Maybe I'll fiddle with that as we chat away.
It should work. Or it's working for me, so that's good. I've got the data, loads of data. We need it for testing, but yeah, it's good that they've sorted the latest out because I know that with things like Now TV, it's what puts me off getting the sort of streaming stuff that Sky do because I don't really want to be a minute behind what's happening, but they seem to be sorting that out, which is good. So that's positive. But yeah, lots to talk. I mean, what a bizarre. How have you found it all so far? There's a lot of negativity coming from drivers. I'm still pessimistic, but feeling better than I did a year ago. But a lot of negativity from drivers, a lot of controversy with engines and fuel homologation and Aston Martin. It's all very new regulations, isn't it?
It is. I feel like there's more negativity right now than I've seen in a long time. Some of it from people in the know. I don't always take negativity from drivers as seriously as I do other people because drivers moan about literally everything and everything's wrong. Nothing's as they like it. The cars are different now. I wish the cars were like when I was driving in 1960, even though I'm only 18 years old. I just want a petrol engine and a car that's 50 grams in weight and no protection and blah, 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 blah. Drivers just complain about everything. Something changes. Now I don't drive how I drove last year. So while their feedback is useful, when they complain about how things have changed and they're driving in a way that they're not used to, I take that with a little bit of a pinch of salt. However, there are some concerns that are definitely valid, and I do think we need to wait for them to play out in race scenarios. But it is clear that we are going to change how we go racing this year, and not only in the style of how they go driving, but in the style of, I think, how a race plays out, how overtakes are going to work, how drivers approach qualifying, how they approach the race, how they approach each lap. Essentially, I think, we're not going to be going flat out in some of the corners we used to be going flat out before if things continue as they are. And we're going to see development over the lifetime of this set of regulations. But I think we're going to see things like acceleration drop off at the end of straights, like drivers not going flat out through medium to fast speed corners because they're going to be harvesting instead. And I'm not entirely convinced overtake mode is going to be as effective as DRS, which may be a blessing to some, and because a lot of people didn't like DRS, they thought it was too artificial. But I think that there's definitely going to be a lot to get a head around. It definitely is going to be more technically complex and slightly more difficult for the average viewer to understand everything that's going on immediately. I think with some good communication and commentary and the pundits and the Ted Kravitzes and stuff, we'll eventually get used to all the terms and how it all plays out during a race. But right now, I think there's a bit of confusion and people are getting a bit overwhelmed. But I think people are also getting a bit overwhelmed because everybody's being a bit alarmist and negative, and this kind of spills out, I think, into people making TikToks or tweets and things who have sort of just heard the negative news and are amplifying it without necessarily having all the details or expertise to kind of interrogate what's going on a little bit more. So I think there's a lot of alarmism going on, but I'm trying to be hesitant in my alarmism because I think we need to see how this is all going to play out over a race weekend.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's again, like you say, drivers, we can't really read too much into it. They do get a bit silly at times, but there are legitimate, when you sort of pick through what they're saying, there are legitimate concerns for me, like Lewis Hamilton said, we're having to lift and coast 600 metres before a corner. That's huge. The fact that there's talk of not having enough power to do a full qualifying lap, so they'll be lifting and coasting and qualifying. I don't like the sound of that, but then, as you say, we get to Australia, maybe that doesn't happen. Maybe that is just the worst case scenario rather than what we're seeing, what we're going to see every weekend. And what's weird this week is that we're not in Bahrain for the start of the season. So all of this that we're seeing now, maybe in Australia or China or whatever, it will be better than what we're seeing now, or it could be worse. And there's so many unknowns. And it's, I agree with you. I think we need to get a few races out of the way. We'll all start to understand the terminology more. We'll all get what overtake mode is and what straight mode and corner mode is and all of that. And then we'll listen to what the drivers say after they've been racing, because there's such a huge difference between, bearing in mind, drivers, from what I understand, don't really like testing. They're gonna be a bit down anyway, aren't they? But I imagine they're quite enjoying it with the new race at the moment. I tell you what we have got. I'm just watching Hadjar now. Very twitchy cars, but isn't that what we want? We want to see these drivers fighting these cars a bit and entertaining us that way. They'll hate it, but it's fun to watch, that's for sure. But no, I think you're right. It's stay calm. We'll learn. We'll adapt. And I said it earlier before you came in that we'll get to Japan and there'll be something else to be angry about, and we'll all have forgotten about all of this.
F1 will never stop innovating ways to get us angry.
It's true.
It is at the forefront of that. Yeah, I agree. I think, yes, lifting and coasting really early is probably not in the spirit of what Formula One is, and I'm not. I'm someone who actually enjoys Formula E. I think it's a really interesting form of racing. It's quite different. It's an energy. There's a lot of strategy around energy conservation and deployment, but I also think that it is fundamentally different in its DNA to what Formula One is, and I don't necessarily think Formula One needs to be moving too far in that direction. I think they are quite different sports. It's kind of in this, because I don't know. I didn't hear Max Verstappen's tone, but he said, if you want to do this kind of racing, go to Formula E. And I don't know if he was saying that in a disparaging way or not, but I think the essence of what he said is true. Like if the Formula One people said there's not enough Formula One, we need to make the races 3 times as long, I think it'd be legitimate to say, if you want endurance racing, go and watch WEC, without it being disparaging to WEC. I think it's just not what Formula One is. Formula One is not meant to go on for 4 or 6 hours. I think the issue we have, I guess we're starting off on a negative note, but that's fine because we've got plenty of good things. I think the issue, true. The issue is not necessarily what the rules are now, or that kind of is the issue we're left with now. But I think the issue is how the seed that led to this, and the seed was Formula One wanted to attract Audi essentially, and manufacturers like that, Audi, Porsche, the likes, who at the time when they were doing this heavy flirting with new engine manufacturers, everything was pivoting really hard to electric, and that in the world the pivot to electric is still quite strong, but it has ebbed back a little bit as people are exploring different kind of things. And I do think road cars, on the whole, are all going to go in that direction, even with sustainable fuels. But in doing that, in making Formula One an exciting opportunity for these manufacturers, it went really hard on, like, okay, we're going to go 50% electric. That's what we're going to do with the cars. This is the road we're moving towards. But we're not really there yet in being able to provide Formula One level performance with 50% electric energy. Not really. So what the situation then becomes is, okay, well, we're energy starved. The cars, if we kept the 2022 aerodynamic regulations, these cars would run out of energy incredibly quickly. They wouldn't make it around an entire lap before having to go down to just a very small combustion engine power. So now we have to introduce active aero. Now we have to flatten the floor again. Now we have to do all these things in order to make it more reasonably feasible that these kind of power units can last an entire lap without embarrassing themselves. And as you can see, even with all these aerodynamic aids, so what I mean by that is, you have to have this straight line mode, so that if these cars had full drag going down the straights and in sort of straight-ish parts of the track, the drag would drain the energy from the battery much more quickly. So that's why we have this straight line mode, and then we're only reserving kind of the downforce mode for the corners. So even with all this now, we're still seeing that energy starvation is still an issue, which they would have known about. I mean, they would have had this in the simulations, the computers. It's quite easy to calculate, really. So now we're having to make all these compromises by, instead of going flat out all the way down a straight, we don't have enough electrical energy for that. Instead of braking late into a corner, we're having to come off the power early and start harvesting. We're having to start harvesting through fast corners. We're having to start harvesting in places where normally you'd want to see the car pushing the limit. So all of these issues we've had, including the start line procedures, which I think is the one thing they definitely need to get on top of before the first race, just comes from the fact that they were trying to flirt with Audi, essentially. And it worked. We'll see whether that was all worth it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get into race starts in a bit, but it's the whole of the two big controversies, if you like, that we've got at the moment, that's the one that needs to be resolved more than the Mercedes thing, for sure, because it's a huge safety issue, isn't it? I said it earlier, if you've got 12 cars get off the line and 12 don't, you've got a recipe for disaster. Although if everyone starts like Hulkenberg has been at the end of the pit lane today, no one's going to be moving very quickly anyway by the time they get to the other cars. But it's certainly something that needs to be looked at, because it's I get what I forgot what it was now. Somebody said in chat that isn't that the same for pit stops as well, but it's more of a safety concern at the start, because if Ferrari have nailed their starts and they've had a bad qualifying, but everyone else gets off the line slowly and they get off the line well, you've got potential for debris flying everywhere into grandstands and into pit lane, and not least what can happen when you've got a stationary car and a not flat out car, of course, at that stage, but still a fast enough car. I mean, it's not the same thing, but look what happened in Bathurst when you've got a car stopped in the middle of the track and something comes around the corner. And not quite the same thing, I know, speed wise, but still, that's the potential that you have there. But it's definitely a safety issue that needs to be resolved. But again, I think no matter how skeptical you are, give it the first. I mean, half a season might be pushing it, but certainly give it the first sort of 5 races, see where we are after that. And if it's all terrible, then we'll still moan. But there are things that need to be tweaked for sure. I am worried about the start thing, but do you see it from Ferrari's side as well? Because Fred Vasseur raised this as a concern last year and was told, no, we're not changing anything. So they've spent the money and the resources to optimize their start procedure, and now they're potentially going to have to be punished because nobody else did. So I see from their side why they would veto that, but you would like to think, I know we're talking about Ferrari, historically they don't tend to think about too much when it comes to veto, but you'd like to think that they would put safety at the forefront rather than, it's a sport, isn't it? It's performance. They want to gain what they can. What I'm saying is see it from sort of their side, but also the safety has to come first in that instance.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, and I still do. I very highly sympathise with Ferrari because they definitely pointed it out to everyone else and were ignored, and then pivoted their development towards making sure. We don't know exactly what they're doing, but hope they eventually get their turbo spooled up quicker and have the engine prepared quicker for a getaway. And other people didn't, and now we're left in a situation where Ferrari might have an advantage in being more quickly prepared for a race start than others. And I do sympathize with that. And I think that's hubris for everyone else. And in a world where it didn't cause this many problems, I would just say, well, screw everyone else. You made bad choices.
Yeah.
Very similar to actually 2009, where Ross Brawn, according to him, when they were kind of working through the 2009 regulation, like I think, or at least having one of the interim meetings in 2008, he said, I think there are some loopholes here that it might be worth closing off, and people ignored him, and then he made the double diffuser, and everyone went, roar! I mean, obviously not just him made the double diffuser, but yeah, clearly people were furious at him finding an area of the car that he could exploit in such a way. And yeah, normally I would say, well done, Ferrari. I mean, Ferrari may well have compromised themselves in other areas in order to get this turbo spooled up quickly. Unfortunately, as you say, there are a couple of things I think are important. One of them is safety off the start lines. You see it more in GP2 these days, but we've seen many a times in Formula One where either someone stalls on the line or gets off the line much more slowly. I think Germany 2000 was when Schumacher got off the line slowly, and Bertie, I think,
it was Bertie,
ran into the back of him and flew into the air. We don't want that kind of thing happening. That's quite dangerous. People coming from behind on the start line are essentially blind to a lot of the cars, and it's only when a car like dives out of the way of a slow moving car that they see it, and they don't have time to react. So that is quite dangerous. I think the second, possibly less pressing, but I think very important issue is you're disadvantaging the people at the back of the grid actually, because you need, I mean, I'm hearing 8 to 15 seconds to fully optimize the start procedure for the car. People on the first row of the grid are probably going to be ready by the time the lights go out, but maybe by the time you get to sort of 4th, 5th, 6th going back row of the grid, cars are getting less and less prepared. So as a competition, as a race, and as something that's just interesting for us to watch, people at the back of the grid aren't going to be able to get a good start, an advantage over the people ahead of them. They're not going to be able to make some positions up into turn one because, their car's not going to be as ready to go. And you're going to actually just see people like spread out immediately off the start line. And I don't think we want that. I don't think you necessarily want people at the front to have this huge advantage over people at the back. I think you do want to have that mad rush to turn one, or you might as well just have a rolling start.
Yeah.
At that point, I think you're ruining the spectacle of a race start. What's the point of having a standing start if not everyone is ready to go? Is my opinion.
I'll come just on the live feed, by the way. I don't know what's happening at Cadillac. Sergio Perez is sort of half out the garage. As an aside, great to see Checo back. But yes. he's sort of half out the garage as if he's pulled forward, and then either something's gone wrong or they weren't ready to go out. He's sort of there with tyre warmers, half in and half out. So again, as an aside, just a big shout out to Cadillac for building an entire bloody team in what feels like such a short space. You think back to Toyota when they entered F1, they took about 32 years of testing and setting their team up, and Cadillac have done it in sort of a year, 18 months. So I know they're a big organisation and they had the Andretti ties, let's say, which would have helped a little bit, but it's still impressive and great to see Checo back. But that 8 to 15 seconds on the turbo, how much of that, because I read that whilst that is a concern, it doesn't necessarily mean they need to sit on the grid for 15 seconds to let it spool. It can be something that's done on the formation lap, or am I thinking of recharge, actually? I'm just trying to, how much of that needs to actually be sat on the grid and how much could be done either before they go around for a formation lap or towards the end of it, because otherwise we're going to have this, because the solution, I don't know what the options are in front of them fully, but I think one of the solutions is that they delay the start light procedure, but then you've got the people at the front of the grid waiting 45 seconds for the last car to form up, then waiting another, let's say, 8 to 15 seconds so everyone can spool up, and then that's cold brakes, cold tyres into turn one, so then you've disadvantaged the front of the grid. There doesn't seem to be, and I don't want to go to rolling starts, but there doesn't seem to be any solution outside of that would be, I hate using the word because life isn't, but fair. It doesn't feel like there's a good solution there, so I can't quite work out, because it feels a bit ridiculous to get everyone forward up on the grid, then have to wait 10 seconds before the lights come on. To me,
no, that's not an amazing solution either. And to just clarify a couple of things as well. And let's start with your first question. I do think they can do some of the work on the formation lap, possibly on that kind of like that very slow period where they're moving their way up through the grid, when they're doing burnouts, when they're kind of revving the car and preparing the tires. I think they can do some work in low revs to get the turbo working. So just to be technically clear, so everyone knows what I mean when I'm saying spooling the turbo up, the way a turbo works is it takes the exhaust gases from the engine, and those gases will spin the turbo up, and the spinningness of the turbo is the energy that can then be put back into the engine as power. But it takes a lot of work to spin the turbo up. It's not sort of like instantly the exhaust gas is going to the turbo and the turbo's like raring to go. You need to kind of work it and work it and work it to get fully sped up so that it can actually feed back that energy into the car. And that and the time it takes for this process to happen is known as turbo lag. So in like especially a lot of early turbo racing cars, you'd put the throttle down, the turbo would be spinning up sort of behind the scenes, and then you get another hit of power as the turbo kicked in, and that sort of difference is the lag. And the unpredictability is actually really annoying for a driver. So in the previous rules era, when we did introduce like the higher level of hybridness, that's why we had the MGU-H, because the MGU-H would be a sort of a store for the kind of exhaust energy that would be ready to just spool the turbo up instantly and just keep it raring to go. So there wasn't really any lag. It was just constantly charged up, feeding the turbo with energy to fill in that little gap. And that was also used in things like the start procedure and stuff like that. We don't have that anymore. They took the MGU-H out because F1 deemed it not road relevant, quite expensive, and again, not attractive to new manufacturers, because a lot of these teams have been making MGU-Hs for 10 years, and they thought, well, Audi are going to be like, well, those guys are 10 years ahead of us in MGU-H development. We don't make MGU-Hs for our road cars. We're going to have to figure out how to make one from scratch, whereas everyone else is miles ahead. So I think those are some of the reasons they got rid of them. I think they might be regretting it now, because it seems an increasingly fundamental part of making these cars work really well, the more you add electric energy. Nonetheless, at the race starts, they're not allowed to use the electric motor until they're up to, I can't remember, a certain speed, 50 kilometers an hour or something. So they can't use the electric power to charge up the turbo either, or to fill in that gap in the race starts, which kind of makes sense because everyone's going to like drain their battery trying to get a good start, and then by the time we get to turn 2, we'll be down to just the combustion engine. So you could see why they've made some of their decisions, but it has left them on the back foot. I don't know what the solution is. I mean, part of the solution to me maybe would be let them use the battery, and then the rest of lap 1 will be weird, maybe, and a little bit slower than other laps. But I mean, I think that could be more fair and interesting than what we've got at the moment. I don't really know what the full solution is.
It's all very messy. But I mean, how much of it is just brand new regulations, everyone getting used to that? Is it all brewing to be a storm in a teak? I don't know. I it's all very confusing to me, and I'm not that technically minded, so that's probably why. But I think you might be right on the MGUH thing, that at this stage at least, maybe they're regretting it. And I know this is obviously with the benefit of hindsight, but maybe the right way around this was to keep the MGUH and go 50-50, and then at the next regulations remove it, so people have got time to refine these things and find a way around it. I don't know, but then it's just going to cost a fortune. I know they're quite heavy as well at the MGUH and expensive, so I don't know.
They could have standardized it.
Yeah,
they could have just provided an MGUH.
Would have been well, yeah, that's true. Leclerc sideways at turn 2 there on the exit at turn 2, but yeah, no, I don't know. It's all very messy at this stage, and I'm going to read some comments in chat because there's a couple in there that I don't want to steal people's points, but Mrs. EZ said the solution is get good and qualify first. There you go. And Carrie says just build a better turbo, innit? Not like they didn't know about where they were going with these regs. Jonty, morning,
change
mate.
Your effing turbo.
Yeah. Morning, Jonty, mate. Says won't be a problem at the Mad Ring, no. With it being 200 metres to turn 1. We'll definitely talk about the Mad Ring in a bit. Catherine said there was a stat on LinkedIn about how many positions were advertised, how many applied, numbers of interviews, and number of positions filled in Cadillac, and it was seriously impressive. I'll come to that in a second, Lee. Wait till they have to start in the rain with these things, says Ekreek. That could be interesting. 2001 Hockenheim for Bertie, by the way, says Professional Morons. We were 1 year out. 1 year out. Disgraceful. And Neelish says, I'm really confused about why they need 573,992,994 seconds to rev for spooling up the turbo. I suspect it's actually so they can recharge the rest of the battery up to 100%. I think Stuart's gone over that quite nicely already. And Lucid Day says, weirdest regulation change ever. I'll wait and see before judgment. Teams are incredibly good at solving issues. That's true. And Lee says, how is the DRS down legal? That's the Alpine one. What happens when the actuator fails? I assume it just snaps in reverse. If the actuator fails, it stays open, doesn't it? Or down. It's, I think, referring to the Alpine rear wing, the one that caught us all off guard a bit last week. So it must be legal because it's on the car. Although I think we've done this every year since we started doing these, but I don't think you have to run a fully legally compliant car in testing. I think you can be cheeky with stuff, but I'm pretty sure at this stage that will be perfectly legal. But it does look broken when that rear wing, when they open their DRS, let's say, it does look like it breaks and it goes the opposite way. But that must be, there must be a benefit there to a reduced drag, and we'll soon find out how effective that is, because if everyone turns up to the 8th race of the season with a DRS that does what Alpine does, then we know they went the right way, and if Alpine changes, we know they got it wrong. But I'm actually quite happy to see a team try something different, actually. So good to see that from Alpine, and intriguing that the regulations allow for what is something so different to what we're used to seeing on what is, I'm still calling it DRS. It is still DRS. Yeah, two left feet just saying Audi have changed the Alpine rear wing as well. Apparently, so keep an eye on that one, Stuart, on the live feed.
Who has?
Audi. apparently. But I think they had quite a funny rear wing anyway.
Audi are going from the middle, aren't they?
Yeah.
Or last week they were going from the pivot point was the middle of the wing rather than the back or the front as the others are doing. Let's keep an eye on those then. Yeah. Watching the Williams now, the DRS looks the rear wing opening, I guess, as we're calling it, whatever, is huge. They've made a huge gap. It almost looks upside down when it flips up.
Is that must be regular? Like how big that gap could be? Is that as regulated as it was in the past, or is there a bit more freedom than there was before?
This is something I need to look up because clearly there is some change in the regulations, because you definitely couldn't flip your wing the way that Alpine and Audi were doing last time. There was like a strict way the pivot and actuator work. So I might have to go delving into the technical regulations to double check that, which I meant to do before I came on here, but I can't remember one thing from 1 minute to the next. So it's amazing I even turned up, to be honest.
You've got the Alpine wing that goes down, the Audi one that does what it's doing, but then I look at all the, let's say, more conventional rear wing openings, but they don't all seem to be the same size. Now, whether that's down to downforce levels and some camera trickery, I don't know, but it just doesn't look quite uniform. When DRS used to open before, everyone's was basically the same, whereas now there definitely looks to be some variation. It could be downforce levels and we're overthinking it, but then that Williams one was very wide, so
McLaren as well, actually, if you look at that.
Yeah.
So the maximum opening of the rear wing compared to DRS days does seem to be bigger.
Okay.
They are seem to be allowing more, which makes sense because we know it's no longer like designing it to be an overtaking aid in terms of the regulations. There, when you're designing an overtaking aid, they want to give you just a little bit of an advantage, and they sort of maybe calculated how much an advantage they think it will give. Now they're like, we want you to be as drag free as possible. So it would make sense they design it so that if you can get it so there's essentially no rear wing at all, fine. But I'm gonna plow through the regulations to see if I can see anything. As you know, they're written very dryly.
Lucid Day says apparently the Alpine design gives more stability on closing into braking, but slightly more drag when open. So there's a trade-off there, isn't there? That's what we've got. And you're right, it's not an overtaking aid anymore. Everyone gets this active aero on straight mode, which I did have a look at the track maps. They haven't done Australia yet, but for Bahrain, we've got what we'd call the normal 3 DRS zones. So down the start, finish straight, between turns 3 and 4, and between turns 10 and 11. But then we've got this one between turns 13 and 14, which suggests to me, as the puppy gets upset for no reason, which suggests to me that pretty much every straight of a decent length is going to be straight mode.
Yes.
Because there's some shorter straights around it. So between 7 and 8 is straight, and 8 and 9 is, but there's no straight mode there. So I'm guessing just anything that's a longish straight. So I'm just thinking Australia. Certainly the start-finish straight will be. The run to turn 3, you would assume, will be. Would they do it where the other 2 DRS zones went last year?
You've got to assume if it's safe enough for DRS, then it'd be safe enough for this. They want to put it as maximally as possible.
Yeah.
And also don't forget, they're not going to restrict it anymore. So with the DRS zone, for example, in Bahrain, if you look down the main straight, there would be a DRS start point, which would be kind of calculated from what they think is a reasonable amount of time for you to have DRS to give you just enough advantage to be able to attempt an overtake. Now it doesn't matter. So as soon as you can get your car straight, that's where they're going to put the overtake mode activation line. And I think you can see on the track map that's on your stream, the kind of the green line on the main straight is sort of beginning straight after the last corner, isn't it? Rather than halfway down the straight. So it's going to be like any straight section of track, all of the straight section of track. And DRS wasn't on the back straight leading into the final 2 corners before, was it?
No.
Because it wasn't a proper braking zone. But now we're going to have that, which begs the question, will they dare put it before 130R?
or through 130R. That could be a laugh.
Because they definitely didn't have it. They didn't have it down the back straight at Suzuka before, because obviously that's not a braking zone anymore. So they have to rely on the driver to turn it off manually, or if they have some kind of automatic system that will switch it off early. I think you'd need to, if you were going to put it down the back straight at Suzuka, I think you definitely need to turn it off early so you could be doubly sure that it's off before you turn in. I think, because there's no runoff area there really to speak of.
And you don't brake, do you, at all? So,
no.
Or, well, maybe there'll be some lifting in these cars this year initially, but as they refine these regulations, they're probably not. But yeah, no, it's. I mean, treat us how it's all going to work. I mean, we've got 2 dots on the track map, which are the overtake modes. One's a detection and one's an activation. But as I understand it, you'd be detected on lap 5, let's say, but you couldn't then use that power until lap 6. So it's not a case of detection, then immediately you're into overtake mode. You've got to do a lap to recharge that extra 0.5 megajoules and then activate the following lap, I think.
That is how I understand it.
Yeah.
That was something that seemed a little bit vague to me, but yes, I think you need to have that lap to charge and then the next lap is to deploy. Yes.
Which is a nice idea, but if you're within a second at the detection point, and then you come around to the activation and the car ahead is suddenly 3 seconds ahead of you, that sort of is no longer overtaking mode, and it's or overtake mode, it's can I catch him mode, which is probably less catchy, I imagine. But yeah, it's a little bit, it's not, it's on the F1 website it's described as the DRS replacement, but I think that's a really terrible description because it isn't a DRS replacement at all. It's completely different, and even the rules around how you use it are completely different. You detect and then you have to wait a lap. So I get what they're trying to get at, but it's completely different.
I mean, it's clear they've had some struggle in naming things in a way that's sort of clear and not confusing, and that's not necessarily their fault because we're moving to a different style of how these cars work, but some of the things are similar in that straight line mode is functionally similar to DRS, except it's 2 wings, except it's not competitively similar to DRS, because DRS was a thing that we used in certain areas within certain conditions to allow you to kind of attempt an overtake and compete with the car in front and stuff, which is not the function of the adjustable wings anymore. The adjustable wings are just there to go into a kind of low drag mode for other reasons and can be used at any time in certain zones. So it's got DRS-y elements. So part of me thinks maybe they should have just continued to call it DRS or advanced DRS or something like that, because people understand that functionally, and then spend more time just communicating that it's now changed how it uses. Because I think after a few races, you get used to it. You'd be like, okay, DRS is now this. DRS is now used in a different way, but we understand that DRS is drag reduction. That's a thing that's easy to understand. And then you just talk about overtake mode in a different way rather than referring it to as the new DRS, which is how Crofty has been talking about it as well. It's the new DRS. when it's not. I think overtake mode is further from DRS than straight line mode is. It's not within certain zones. It has a kind of longer kind of build-up period. As you say, you've got the charging period and then you've got the deployment period, and it doesn't work instantly. It's just functionally so different that I think it's more confusing to try and think of it in that way.
Yeah, no, I agree. And when it comes to all these modes, we're talking a lot about them now, but actually straight mode and boost mode, when we're watching races, eventually we're not really going to notice it, are we? It's just the wings are just going to be active on the straight modes, and that'll just happen for everybody. And boost mode, unless we get some sort of TV graphic, we're not going to know they're using it. So really, it's just the overtaking mode or the overtake mode that we're going to pay much attention to. But great question, by the way, from Lawrence in chat says, do they still get to use the overtake mode the next lap, even if they've already made the overtake? I would assume, a bit like when you get the second bite of DRS, I assume you would still get to use that, and you wouldn't then lose that charge if you make the pass. So it's almost like a secondary boost, isn't it? But only used at specific times rather than the DRS replacement. What's Crofty called? New DRS. Which it's not though, Crofty, is it, mate?
Crofty, I spent the time before I joined the stream listening to the broadcast, which I haven't had much of a chance to do yet. And Crofty is already very confused about a lot of things, even though we've had a significant portion of these cars being electric so far. He still doesn't seem to know the difference between power and energy, which kind of is reasonable for the layperson. But I think when you're commentating on a hybrid Formula One sport, you should know that by now.
Yeah.
I think, to be fair to Crofty, he like us is trying to find ways to communicate what is happening to people, no matter what they're understanding, and that's a good thing to do. But he was trying to kind of explain overtake mode, I think, in terms of how many slices of toast you could make.
What?
And breaking Anthony Davis's mind. He was like, okay, how many toasters is 8.5 megajoules? So how many slices of toast could we make? And Anthony Davison was like, but yeah, it was like, it got very confusing, and I don't think it was helpful to anyone. But again, they're also testing. We're testing the commentary as well. By the time we get to Australia, they'll be
terrible.
They'll be fully ready to go with all their commentary systems.
Well, that's funny enough. I think that's one of the reasons why. In fact, you may have said it in chat, actually, Stuart, last week. That's one of the reasons why we didn't get the broadcast last week, isn't it? Is because they were testing out new TV systems and all sorts. So I think we are going to get some new graphics for next season, or this season, which is very exciting. We do love a new graphic. But I can't get my head around the toaster. I guess try to explain how much that works out as for. But why do we care? It's such a random thing to compare it to. How about light bulbs or something,
Yeah, he tried kettles as well.
Oh,
but
God.
Again, he was getting confused between watts and joules. But Jack can explain. Joules is an amount of energy. It's like how big your battery storage is, how much energy you've got to deploy. Watts is how quickly you're rinsing through them. So the electric energy of these cars is 350 kilowatts. And hang on, I've got my little stat here because I wrote it down when I was making my notes.
I love a stat.
So a standard lap, battery, you can harvest 8.5 megajoules of energy. That's how much you can put into the battery. And at full beans, you can go at 350 kilowatts of power. That's how fast you go through the battery. Do you know how quickly 350 kilowatts gets to 8.5 megajoules?
2.4 seconds.
If it's using... no, it's longer than that. But well, it's 24 seconds.
Okay. Oh, sort of right then. Just remove the point.
Yeah.
Basically right.
Yeah, 24 seconds. Not a huge amount of time, but obviously they're not going to be using all that energy the entire lap. And I think that goes some way to explaining some of the energy deficit we're at the moment.
I'm just trying to get my head around this. I get what that's someone says in this chat. He loves trivia. Vanguard says he loves trivia. There's a million kettles in those F1 cars, for example, is what we're going to hear probably. So he does love a stat on his trivia, doesn't he? Does Crofty? So that's probably why he's trying to do it. So he's got to be honest though, if we could get to Bahrain and not mention how many palm trees there are and camels, that would be something. So I'd rather he was comparing F1's toasters. But that's the way he is. Sorry by the way if I keep getting distracted. I've got a very whiny puppy here. My other half has gone to the doctors, so I've got oh God, you've all abandoned me. As I said last week, if you've got a busy lifestyle, don't get a cockapoo, otherwise they're the best thing in the world. But they are damn needy, aren't you? Yeah, I'm talking about you. Also, I'm not talking to. I'm talking to the dog, by the way. Anyway. Here's a question. Last time we had 22 drivers on the grid. Who were the 6 drivers eliminated? Said Stewie. In quali.
So when are we? Is it 2016?
Was this? I'm determined not to get on Wikipedia in the first 2 hours. That's where we spend most of our life on these streams.
I feel it must have been 2016 because it would have been when that was the year Haas joined, and I think that was the last year of Manor. Did Manor go all the way to the end of the season? I can't remember now. I think they did.
I think there was concern they wouldn't, wasn't there? I remember a lot of concern about them not making the final few races. And Bernie being a dick as usual.
Of course. I mean, I know we haven't answered the trivia question yet, but I know we've criticized a little bit at how tough it is. They've made it for a new team to join. Like, there's this huge deposit they have to pay. They seem to be, we saw Andretti get rejected, despite seemingly being very qualified, and they've sort of joined forces with Cadillac to kind of make this happen. But in making it very hard to come into F1, we don't have this embarrassing situation where you end up with a bunch of people who are very unprepared to be a Formula One team, especially as it's much more difficult than it was even when in 2010 when all those new teams joined. And I'm glad we don't have that, because that is a little bit embarrassing. So I feel, and as you say, Cadillac have joined. We're all very impressed. They might end up being the slowest car all year, but they're here, they're prepared. They don't seem miles off the pace. And that's impressive to see. And I think that's what we want to see if someone joins F1. We want to see them ready to go.
I've relented. I'm on Wikipedia.
Go on.
It was 20. So the last time we had 22 cars on the grid was the 2016 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And we lost as a bottom six, Marcus Ericsson last for Sauber. Remember Sauber? Oh, it's been years. Toro Rosso. Carlos Sainz for Toro Rosso when they had a proper name. Esteban Ocon for Manor, when he was there, of course, debuted in Belgium that year, I think, didn't he? Felipe Nasr, remember him, at Sauber. Kevin Magnussen at Renault, and the criminally underrated Daniel Kvyat at Toro Rosso were the six we lost. Pascal Wehrlein just scraping through in the other Manor. Jolyon Palmer in the Renault not far up the road. Oh, some blast from the past there, but yeah. They were the last six we lost when we had 22. So I think going into Australia, we're expecting, with respect to them and the effort they've put in, to lose the Cadillacs in Q1. We'll talk about this in the next hour, I think, but we're also expected to lose the two Aston Martins as well. You'd be surprised if we don't lose an Audi. But losing six cars will take some getting used to, because that feels like a good chunk of the grid. But of course, it isn't. It's the same chunk that it would have been last year, just we've got an extra two cars, so it just feels like a lot, doesn't it, to lose?
It does. And now that it's an even number, you can actually lose three entire teams in Q1. So depending on how spread out the pecking order is, you could end up losing the same three teams every time for or a huge amount of times. And I think we're expecting the Cadillacs and not necessarily the Alpines as much this year. Like, people, they seem a bit more buoyant, and people are talking them up a little bit. But I think everyone's talking up everyone right now. They're all trying to distract from any possibility that they might have some performance and just pointing you at someone else. But I think Aston Martin, you might disagree with me, so far are the only team I think that people seem disappointed in and seem to be in a really bad place. Everyone, I know we think Cadillac is the slowest, but Cadillac have a reason to be the slowest because they've just turned up. But I think everyone else seems in a reasonable position. And not only that, I don't think, as we have had with some other testings, there's no one who's like standing out as like the really obvious front running candidate, partly because everyone's trying to distract from each other. I think people all have their own strengths. Ferrari seem to have really good race pace. Red Bull seem to have some really good sort of energy management and deployment, and handled in a kind of very tricky way that only Verstappen can like truly handle, I think, once again, in terms of some of the downshifting they're having to do. But they seem to have built a gearbox for that, which helps with the harvesting. Like, everyone has sort of got a little bit of something. McLaren seem to have some hidden pace. Mercedes clearly have a very strong engine. Alpine have got themselves together a little bit. There's a lot, I think I think we're going to go into Australia less certain about everyone's order than we have been for a while.
Well, I think you're right on Aston Martin. I think that's the one team that everyone is really not just disappointed with, but concerned about. Seems to be a lot of worry about how badly wrong this could be. But I also think that broadcasters, maybe some creators as well, maybe you throw us in there, have to be taking a bit of responsibility there, because a lot of people have been hyping up the fact Adrian Newey is there as Nico Hulkenberg with Crofty there. Oh, it's nearly crashed. Nico Hulkenberg off in the gravel at turn, in the tiny strip of gravel at turn 4. You're already 10 seconds behind. There you go. So big moment there in that Audi that looks better on track than it did in the renders, but still not great. Anyway, so I think that, it was hyped up with Adrian Newey going there that they were going to be the team to beat, and he's going to work his magic, and so maybe there's some responsibility there from that being hyped up quite as much as it was, especially when you think that Adrian Newey, and we are going to get to this properly in the next hour, but after doing the run through at 9, but I think, especially when you think Adrian Newey isn't just a designer anymore, he's also team principal and shareholder. So it's not the same as when he was just working on designing a car. He's got other things to do as well, and not the same team around him he's worked with before. But what I find really fascinating about last week is what I was going to get into, is that everyone was talking after Barcelona about Mercedes being the top team to beat, unstoppable, dominant 2014 style. Then we got, and everyone was about good, reliable Red Bull. Then we got to Bahrain, and it was all about how great Red Bull look, and then how Mercedes were like nowhere near where we thought they were going to be. And then we got to the final day, and Leclerc set the fastest time, and everyone went, "Oh, Ferrari, the team to beat." And you're like, "Is this our first year testing? What are we doing? Why are we worrying about this?" It's like, why? Just because someone's gone fastest, are we talking about them being the favourite? So I think there's, I don't know about sandbagging, but there's definitely, every team seems to want to lower their expectations, or the expectations of them. But I think Mercedes, McLaren, Alpine, Williams in particular have is this the right phrase, a vested interest in people thinking that they're not as quick as they actually are. They want to keep that as quiet as possible till Australia, because then there's less time for people to make changes to rules and protest. So I think you've got to remember that there's a lot of teams don't want you to think they're as quick as they are anyway in testing, but I think Mercedes have an even bigger reason to keep that one quiet. So I think we're going to come out of this. We're not going to know the pecking order until probably qualifying in Australia, and then, as I say, every year, because the opening few races are all so different at such different tracks, we're probably not going to have a definitive order until we get to a more conventional, historic racetrack, I suppose, is what I'm going to say. So I don't want to say the phrase Barcelona, but until we get to about there, we're not. Maybe Bahrain could be the first one that we look at as a definitive pecking order, given all the testing laps that we get there these days. But I think there's going to be a lot of, Mercedes might be the ones to beat in Australia, but then Red Bull might be the ones in China, and then it might be Ferrari in Japan. And I'll be quite frank about it, I'm perfectly happy if that changes every weekend. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, it was quite interesting, kind of the stark difference in how everyone viewed the performance of these cars when we moved from Barcelona to Bahrain. But as you say, they're very different tracks, and this is February, and Barcelona is cold at the moment. Like, it's, we're moving from cold Europe to the Middle East, where it's like much more reasonable temperatures all year round. So it does amplify differences. But I do think there's going to be some significant differences between these tracks, especially because these cars behave so much differently in how they're approaching the corners and how much energy they can use in the straights, and like where they're having to save energy. And I think there'll be different strategies and different ways of driving these different tracks. We're going to have to relearn how these cars are best adapted to these new tracks. So I agree. I think we're going to go through that normal period of the first third of the season, when we go around the world going to different tracks. Some of them will be like high speed tracks, some of them will be like more fiddly tracks, and we're gonna, and there'll be different maybe temperatures and things going on, and we'll learn a little bit more about how they're approaching different types of tracks and which cars are more suited to others, because I think everybody's come up with a different way of harvesting, a different way of making these aerodynamics work. And I did spot that the Audi does seem to have a rear wing that's much more like the Alpine, while you were talking as well. Yeah, and we're definitely in this big learning period now where we're very unsure where everyone is. I think in terms of obfuscating any advantages you might have, I think obviously Mercedes are more inclined to do that than anyone else because there's this ongoing drama about them innovating ways around the compression ratio rules in the cylinders of making it's so in terms of either the cylinders changing shape while heated up and in use, not at ambient temperature, which is when they're measured, to allow them a little bit of a higher compression ratio for a little bit more power. Obviously, there's that ongoing row going on with seems every engine manufacturer that isn't Mercedes aligned on what's the diplomatic way they use. Requesting clarity from the FIA, not necessarily protesting, but can we just clarify what the rules are here? Is this allowed? Can we, I want to, which I guess is fair enough. I think everyone wants to make sure they understand everything because I think it seems increasingly unlikely there's not going to be a rules change before Australia. But I think if everyone gets annoyed, there might be a rules change for next year in the same way that DAS annoyed everyone. And I think the FIA made the rule for a reason, and they maybe didn't write it in a way that that closed all the loopholes off. But I think it's way too late to close that off now. An engine is not an easy fix. Like if they made a front wing that was a crazy shape that got around some loopholes, that is a kind of thing that you can just redesign, print out a new one. On your Canon printer and bolted on the car for the next race or whatever. But an engine is incredibly complicated and it's going to be much harder, we think, for them to get around. I heard some rumors that what they were doing wasn't as complicated as people thought, and it might be easier to change, but I guess we'll see what that results in. But I think it's a bit too late to be getting on that. I think Mercedes in this case have been clever, they've innovated, they've read the rules thoroughly, and they found a way if what they're doing is true. I mean, part of me thinks it would be extremely funny if they haven't done anything and they've secretly spread a rumor they're doing things in order to distract everyone and direct their energies into like protesting something they don't even have. I think that'd be very funny.
And they've actually got a quadruple diffuser.
Yes, don't look under the car.
I was just going to say before I run through the times, I mean, on the Mercedes thing we talked about last week, I think I agree. The DAS situation is a good comparison. I think probably the best case for Audi, Honda, Ferrari and co is probably that it's legal for this year, but illegal for next year. And that gives Mercedes a year to sort that out. And I think that's probably where we're going to end up, if anything at all. But I was just going to say, I've just seen the most redundant graphic I think I've ever seen in my life on TV, and not quite. I was saying last week that I hate how cluttered the screen gets sometimes. I think some information is really great to have, particularly the timing tower, but I think we get too much nonsense at the bottom of the screen sometimes. And I guess it works for customer teams, but it just said Charles Leclerc, Scuderia Ferrari, power unit, Ferrari. Well, duh. I mean, come on. That said, Alpine, which is a Renault thing, are Mercedes, so I suppose maybe there is a reason for it. It works for Williams. Like, they're just doing that. Alex Albon, Williams, power unit, Mercedes. But it just seemed really stupid for Ferrari, but then I'm being a bit facetious. I just think some of the like battle forecasts, if it'll say sort of such and such is half a second a lap quicker, and they're 1.5 seconds behind. I don't need a graphic that says they'll be in striking distance in 2 or 3 laps. I can work that out. It's pretty basic. But yeah, I think the more info we can squeeze on the timing tower and less of the lower thirds, let's say, that they throw on there, I'd be much happy with. But I appreciate him also sounding a bit like Keith Collentine from Race Fans, because I know he's got quite he gets a bit frustrated with the with all the clutter on screen.
He is a bit old school. I think some of them are interesting. I think some of them are silly, but I do think part of the problem is that they tend to be sponsored now by their sort of data partners. So I think they have to put some things up. Again, I know you don't watch Formula E, but at the moment Formula E have a equivalent of the AWS like stats thing, which is Google Gemini, and it spouts either, like you say, stuff that's incredibly obvious, or sometimes nonsense. A thing will come at the bottom of the screen and says, Google Gemini predicts that blah 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 will be moving through the field with the energy he's got left, and he doesn't have energy left. It's just saying random things, much like a lot of AI, I guess. So Google Gemini behaving as expected.
AWS tyre wear predictions. Max Verstappen's left front is bright red at 90%. It's going to explode. Runs him for another 20 laps.
Yeah,
that was great. I'm going to run through the time, Stuart. I am going to take a drink, so I'm going to be really, really awful now. And I'm going to slot an ad in so people don't miss anything, because I refuse to let them do them manually. So if you've got premium, you'll still hear us. So you get to hear me having my drink.
Okay.
If not, this is all
I've just seen Linux in the chat saying before the regulation said 18.1 compression ratio, and now it says 16:1 compression ratio at room temperature. That's on the FIA, and that's absolutely true. They did add the wording into the regulations that it will be measured at room temperature. That's like a big, like they drawn a big door, say walk through here. This is the loophole. We're giving you an out.
Like, I will do the times in a second, but like when you go on holiday at an airport and you've got like an all expenses paid thing, and then there's a man or a woman stood somewhere with like a big sign saying over here for this type of holiday, and you're just like, oh, that's basically what the FIA do with their loopholes. This way, people. Yeah. Follow me. Anyway, I'll run through the times, Stuart, so I'll be as quick as I can with this. It shouldn't take long because the times are testing times, so who cares? But Charles Leclerc is the fastest on a 1:33.739. We've got just under 2 hours to go in the morning session. Lando Norris is second on a 1:34.052. Charles Leclerc 28 laps, Lando Norris 26 laps. Kimi Antonelli, he is I'll cover you up, Stuart, it's all right. To see you eating there. 1:34.158 for Kimi Antonelli, 28 laps for him. Alex Albon in fourth place, 1:35.690. 26 laps for him overall so far. So Pierre Gasly in fifth place, 1:35.898, 25 laps in total, 13 laps for Isack Hadjar. He spent quite a bit of time sat in the pit lane so far, actually. I saw them put a new or a front wing on a while ago, so where they're testing some wings out there. 13 laps, like I say, 1:36.188. Esteban Ocon, 1:36.418, 37 laps so far. I'll tweet the timing tower in a second as well, by the way. Fernando Alonso, 1:36.536, 28 laps so far. Nico Hülkenberg also done 28 laps in his Audi on a 1:36.741, and Arvid Lindblad a 1:36.769, 35 laps so far for him. Sergio Perez has done 2 reconnaissance laps, let's call them reconnaissance laps, but he has not actually put a time on the board. His middle sector is all we've got is a 47.133. In terms of tyres, Leclerc and Norris is unknown apparently on the timing tower, but it's the C3 for Antonelli, nothing on the Albon one either. C3 for Gasly, C2 for Hadjar, C3 for Ocon, C3 for Alonso, C2 for Hülkenberg, and C3 for Lindblad. I haven't quite worked out what they're doing with the tyres on multi-view. I assume the T was the C2, but then it's not saying that on the TV, so I don't know what's going on there. Before I bring Stuart back in, I will do all my usual YouTuber spiel. Please do drop a like on the stream. That would be massively appreciated, and subscribe if you're new. Lots to come this season, and indeed this week. Live all day today, tomorrow and Friday. And if you only want to join for one session, make sure it's Friday afternoon, because that could be absolutely crazy. And then of course next week, not sure what's happening next week. It's my partner's birthday, so might just be the one video over here on the I was going to say the F1 word, it's not, is it? Formula Sean towards the end of the week, maybe near a Saturday, but of course then it's the preview on the F1 word for the Australian Grand Prix. We'll be live for qualifying as well, and for the race reaction, or I'll be live for qualifying, and then the race reaction in Australia as well, which is an early morning start, which could be interesting. I could be quite delirious by that point, but sorry, I popped the be right back over your face, Stuart, while you're eating, because I realised that was a bit probably quite uncomfortable with 100 people watching you eat your breakfast. So I'll try remember to do that so people can breathe in between. But I was just going to say, what have you picked out from the morning session so far? I was going through the times there, and again, Haas with Esteban Ocon, 37 laps. They've spent so far this winter just very quietly going about their business, not a lot of noise, very organised, lots of laps, reliable. I'm not going to read too much into times, but they look like they've got some pace. I spent a lot of time last year where Alpine may have been dark horses this year. Haas might well be. the early dark horses for this season. They seem in a really good place. I'm fully aware. I'll look at the TV in a minute and Ocon will be breaking down, but that's they're looking good.
They really are. And I think at this stage of the season, I guess, as with all testing, excuse me, God, dying. Inhaled my cereal too quickly. 1 second. Okay. At this stage of the regulations, if I die on chat, that's how you're going to get the numbers. No, at this stage of the regulations, you just need to get the laps in, and you need to learn as much as you can about the car, because the foundation you build now is going to allow you to develop quicker over this year, over next year, as long as you learn as much as possible over like essentially 9 days of testing. That's a huge amount of mileage you can potentially put in. And they look solid, and if you're solid and your car's not breaking down and you're not having a load of issues, that's when you can start building, developing, working on setup strategies, ways to improve the car. So in terms of a dark horse, I'm not, I don't think we're going to be seeing race wins from them at the beginning of the season. But we could see them regularly in the points, regularly in Q3, maybe. Pace is it's very unclear where the pace is for any of these cars, really. Like even Aston Martin, they could have something up their sleeve and they're playing things very close to their chest. You just don't know what teams are doing right now. We've known them to pull some shady stuff in hiding what they're doing. But yeah, I think you're right. And Haas are continuing this sort of trait they have now of just being scrappy, getting their heads down, being consistent. I think they become much more consistent over the last couple of seasons than they had been before, where they would sort of like have little peaks, trail off towards the end of the season, or have some strengths where they're not being able to manage the tires. I think now we've got Komatsu in charge. They just feel like more like a scrappy kind of Garagista team that are delivering above the size that they are. And that's good to see. That's the kind of thing we want to see in F1. And I know we've got quite a lot of manufacturers or works teams in Formula One now. But it is nice that you get teams that can punch you the way Williams have been, actually. Like last season, Williams had very much fulfilled that role. I'd love to see Haas starting to punch a bit heavier. They're in their 11th season now, so it'd be nice to just sort of see them up there a bit more. I don't know what how high they can get in over the next few years, but it'd be nice to see something from them.
Liam Lawson playing what I assume is American football, but I'm going to call it rugby, in the paddock there for some reason. Watching that, we just saw Gasly come through turn 11 with a little twitch, and that's what I was saying earlier about these cars just look like they're a proper handful, which is we want to see these drivers working, so that's great to see. But yeah, no, I think Haas have done a great job. And Purple Zebra said, and you've touched on it there, Haas to do so much better since getting rid of a team principal who mostly seems to care about being on Drive to Survive. That's from Purple Zebra. Hey, Purple Zebra, by the way. But yeah, that's Komatsu's come in and has really not changed the ethic of the team as such, but he's definitely more interested in making the car go fast rather than fuck door smash or whatever it was. So, and I think that's really helped them out, and I think Gene Haas seems to have a lot of faith in him, and rightly so. And I don't feel like, I said this to Jonty last week, so often, and we've talked about it so much, as a sort of a team that we don't really get excited about, or dare we say even have much interest in. They're sort of just there because they have this habit of writing off entire years just for new rule sets, whereas last year they were still developing last year's car in Kota. So they feel a bit more like you say, a bit more like a Garagista team, a bit more like a serious team now than perhaps they would have done a while ago. I don't know, maybe being a bit, I don't know, but I don't know how much of it is there's now a second American team. So now they have a rival and they need to just maybe push it a little bit more. I don't know how much of that is that. Probably none at all. But it is interesting that Cadillac come in, and then last year they were developing their car for much of the season, and they've built what looks like a decent car this year. I'm probably reading too much into that, but it's just something worth bearing in mind. But I'm looking forward to seeing what Haas can do this year. But I think, did you want to talk about Aston Martin now, Stuart? Get some more. We've just done some, 5 minutes of brief positivity there. We may as well jump straight back into negativity. But Alonso says that realistically, this was in the TED Notebook day 3 last week, says that realistically it will be the second half of the season when we see what the Aston can really do. Expected they might be behind Audi and ahead of Cadillac. That's speculation from Ted, and that builds on what Lance Stroll said about being 4 to 4.5 seconds off the pace. There are apparently some low-hanging fruit, some easy gains they can make to claw some of that time back, but they're not expecting anything until mid-season. So I don't really know what to make of it because, again, as we said earlier, a lot of hype around the Adrian Newey arrival. You made the point on one of these streams last year, Stuart, and I think you made it on Blue Sky yesterday about Newey, which is completely reasonable. And it's a very good point. But are you surprised by how... I don't know how badly wrong it's gone, because it could be the car's very good. They just need to unlock it, and it's going to take a while. But how pessimistic they are. Because this doesn't feel like your normal testing, oh, we're a bit off the pace. This feels like, crap, we've messed this up. And again, it might be a bit of an exaggeration, but they're certainly not threatening the top of the timesheets in testing for what it's worth, compared to what a lot of people were talking about last year. If you recall, Newey signed and everyone was like, oh, they could be the team to beat next year, and they look like they're going to be second slowest.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery, isn't it? And I will reiterate my point on Newey. I don't think he is the be-all, end-all everything, but I do think, by which I mean, he's a very good designer and a very experienced and accomplished designer, but he is just one guy, and he did arrive very late. But I think he is very good at building a team around him and nurturing and directing talent. Like I'm not surprised Red Bull continues to thrive now that he's gone. It wasn't like he was the everything. That there's a very accomplished group of engineers there that were probably attracted by him being there, and thrived with and underneath him. And I'm assuming he's going to do the same at Aston Martin, build people up. Aston Martin are doing a lot of work. Aston Martin are funny, really, because they seem to have been born from Lawrence Stroll wanting to make sure his son has a seat in Formula One, and essentially buying an entire team and then buying an entire car company and kind of joining the two together. But to be fair to him, he's building this massive factory and new HQ for them. He's buying top talent. The team is clearly a serious operation, whether or not it's serious because Lawrence Stroll has ambitions to be a winning team, or whether he's thinking in business mode, like, we need to make this a serious team so I can sell it for even more billions than I bought it for. Whatever. It doesn't matter. They're clearly investing in this team, including Newey. I think expecting Newey to come in, especially as late as he did, and deliver some kind of magic fairy dust that produced the winning car straight away, maybe a bit ambitious. It could have happened. Like, he is clever and he does have some good ideas. I think I'm all over the place with my thoughts here. I think the consensus has been among designers that Adrian Newey these days is not necessarily involved in the nitty-gritty design of the car. Adrian Newey comes up with big ideas. Like, he has a very holistic view of like how the regulations work, how to make a car that works from tip to tail. Like, there's sort of philosophy behind the car, and then we'll direct designers and engineers to kind of build something around that. Like, he's got some really good ideas and direction. So it's going to take a while for that to flow through, and he's very aggressive in his designs. Like, he'll make things that, like, the ceiling of what this car can do would be very, very high, but the window in which you can get it to do that is very narrow, whether that be it's very hard to control, so you need someone like Verstappen who can handle this kind of beast that's uncontrollable as hell to actually extract that maximum performance from, or whether it's very hard to set up or very hard to combine with, whatever you've got, the power unit, the suspension, like everything is just very hard to. We know it's not his first time having, tricky cars. The Red Bull in its later years, just gone, was very tricky. The McLaren, a couple of times, he built cars that were probably way too ambitious, including the MP4 18, I think, which never actually saw the track. It was McLaren spent an entire season using an upgrade version of the previous year's car because the car Adrian designed never actually was race functional. So I agree. I think we're likely to see the fruit of him in this team as the seasons go on, and probably later in this season. But I think from all of the teams, we're going to see a change in how they perform in the second half of this season. I think they're going to learn a lot from the first half, and I think we're going to see developments coming through down the rest of the season that reflect what we've learned, because we also need to learn how everyone's going to go racing.
Yeah.
As well. And if everybody's moving into a different form of energy management or whatever than we expected, then cars are going to sort of change around and how they exploit that. So yeah, I think it's not surprising that the Aston Martin isn't incredible out of the gate. I think it's a bit surprising that it's sort of having the troubles that it seems to be having, I think, is my thought.
I mean, on that note, Cadenza says Aston has an issue, stopped on track for a while. They've just said that in the main broadcast, so things aren't running. We didn't quite catch that there. I will say I've got Stuart in my ear and not the TV, because I thought for the sake of conversation it was better to hear Stuart than Crofty. Otherwise we'd be doing sign language at each other. So and I don't know sign language, so that would have been a disaster. But yeah, so I can't actually hear the main broadcast. I don't know if I'm missing whatever's going on there, but I'm trying to keep an eye on it while we're conversing. But obviously it's testing, so we'll bring you the big moments as they happen. But yeah, no, I think all that's very fair on Newey. And I mean, this development war this year, if we're going to call it that, is going to be huge, and that's where someone like Newey could really make the difference. So hearing Alonso say mid-season or sort of second half of the season, that makes sense to me. Upgrade the car a lot, lots of development, Newey doing his thing, mid-season, things improve. So I think that's fair. And I do agree. I mean, we all talk about Newey as the Messiah from time to time, but he is just one man. He's
just a naughty boy.
Yeah, he's no spring chicken. And also, I don't know how much of the roles he's got at Aston Martin now do affect that. Like I say, he's team principal this year, of course, not just chief designer or whatever. So how involved can he be? It's going to be really interesting to watch how that works and see how Aston develops. So I agree with you. Not surprising they're not top, but surprising they are where they are. We're just watching a replay of the McLaren rear wing. The onboard there was really good, actually, to show you just how big that gap is in the rear wing now. So then we're going to see the Alpine one as well, which sort of always goes down in stages. We noticed this last week. It's quite slow in how it goes down and comes back up. So there we go. Yeah, so it's an interesting concept. Wobbles a lot still, does the Alpine rear wing, but I think that's what it's always done. But yeah.
You see what I mean about the McLaren rear wing being so wide that
Yeah.
it seems like it's upside down. Like
Yeah.
it's almost going to be... I'm sure it's going to a neutral position, but like to the naked eye, it looks almost like it's going to be generating lift at that height.
It's yeah, there's definitely, you can see, can't you, clearly, compared to last year's DRS as well, just how much bigger that gap is. So we'll see what happens with Aston. Back to the point I was making. But I was watching rear wings and I was like, oh, a rear wing. But back Aston, we'll see where they're at. I'm not convinced that we get to Australia and they're 4.5 seconds off the pace. But I don't know. I mean, having said that, what do we think the gap? This is an impossible question. I'm sorry to everybody for asking it, but what are we expecting the gap to be? I'm assuming we're not expecting the field to be within a second in qualifying like it was last year towards the end and throughout much of last season. I'm expecting, are we looking at 2.5, 3 seconds, somewhere around there, with it being a new rule set? Or I'm just really intrigued about what the field spread will be. Are we going to have a couple of teams cut adrift at the back, or is it going to be closer than previous rule sets? Do you know what I mean? It's really, I think because it is such a big change in the regulations, it's it's the second time in 5 years that we've had the biggest change in regulations in F1 history. I don't know how much of that is genuinely true and how much of that is most inverted loops on any roller coaster in Europe kind of talk. But it's an inverted loop. Is that a thing? I suppose it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? Corkscrews would have made more sense, or something like that. I don't know. But while we're on roller coasters, anyway. So I'm intrigued as to how this field's going to spread over the course of this season. Are we going to get a block at the front, a block in the midfield, block at the back? Are we going to get one team at the front? Are we going to get a couple cut adrift? Is it going to be close in the midfield? I can't read it, and I think that's why I'm so. Whilst I have my concerns about the new regs, I'm more excited for what's going to happen when we get to Australia and working out where everyone is, what the field spread is like, how that development progresses over the season. Are we going to have a case of Mercedes, the team to beat in Australia, but they're third fastest by the end of the season? It's just going to be such a great year for the stories on and off track, I think. I just hope the racing lives up to that. But to the original question, how big a gap are you expecting between, say, first and last in qualifying early in the season? Ish.
That is a tricky question. I do believe we're going to be noticeably much more spread out than we have been the last couple of seasons. I think the lovely thing about the last few seasons in Formula One, and I know we were talking about this like last year, maybe the year before, in that we were sort of lamenting that everything seemed to be going in a nice direction, and then we were suddenly changing everything. But the field was very, very close. Like, we had some people who are doing worse off. Alpine had a bad season last year, but Alpine weren't miles off the pace. They weren't sort of Williams 2019 or whatever kind of situation. Everyone was reasonably close. Everyone could have ambitions of points on a regular basis. Most teams were getting through to Q2, sometimes Q1 on a regular basis. Like, there were a lot of things that weren't off limits to a lot of teams. Teams could dream big, and I think now we're going to be a bit more spread out. But to your point, I do think we're going to see some changes from track to track, because I think the dominating factor of these new regulations is going to be, I think, partly around the power units, like how they respond to sort of deployment on long straights and recharging and that kind of thing, but also the aerodynamics, how they facilitate that. So if we go to a place with really long straights and maybe a few less braking zones and things like that, we're going to see differences between sort of a tight, twisty Monaco or a kind of Hungary situation where, Hungary doesn't have a lot of strong braking zones. It's a lot of medium speed corner to medium speed corner into medium speed corner, and the way the cars manage their energy is going to be a lot different. So I think we're going to see spread, and that's going to close up over the next year or so. I'm not entirely sure how big we're talking, though. I mean, right now we're spread by 3 seconds, which is tighter than they were at the end of day 3 last week. I think 3 seconds might be a reasonable thing to expect in like Q1, perhaps. But we'll see. I'll be nicely surprised if we're tighter than that. We're sort of more 1.5 seconds. I think if we get to 1.5 seconds, I will be delighted. But I don't think we'll be there yet. What is interesting though is we don't seem to be massively separated by engine manufacturer, because as we were talking about earlier, there are different people who seem to have different ideas about who's on top. Like Ferrari seem to be strong in some people's minds. Mercedes seem to be strong in people's minds. Red Bull with their new works engine seem to be strong. If it was clearly Mercedes with an engine power unit advantage, then we'd have a lot more of the Mercedes powered teams kind of, Mercedes and McLaren, for example, would be the clear favorites, but that's not the way it's working out. We're sort of seeing it spread out, which is good. Like, we were a bit worried that Mercedes would pick up the ball and run with it, and that doesn't seem to be the case so far.
Yeah, and sort of to your earlier point about it changing track to track, it's not just necessarily how the cars work with the energy, it's also how well the drivers can adapt to those systems as well. So there's a lot going on in that cockpit. There always has, has been for many years now, but that's going to be really interesting track to track. But if we're within 1.5 seconds in Australia, if we were there, imagine where we're going to be in 5 years' time when they change the regulations again. It's going to be even closer, isn't it? It's going to be absolute madness. So, I'm very much. I think 2.5 to 3 seconds seems reasonable. less is better, obviously, but that gap is going to come down. Don't forget, last year, end of that regulation cycle, consistently we were seeing the field separated by even 9/10 of a second sometimes, and half a tenth was the difference between getting knocked out in Q1 and then being in the top 10 in that session. So it was so tight in that midfield. So I'm fully expecting to see that come down quite a bit, but 2.5 to 3 seconds, probably about right. But we've got so much going on that you're right. Race to race is going to be so different, so different. And tracks, like I said earlier, the first 3 tracks of the season are completely different to each other. So we're not even going to have a read after all that, really, of what the pecking. I mean, Red Raven said, then after Australia, we're all going to tell each other how Australia is not a representative track and the cycle starts anew. That's what we'll be doing probably for much of this season, but certainly the first 3 races. So I'm really intrigued by this year, and I am excited for all my pessimism, but I'm a grumpy old man, so I'm going to be pessimistic from time to time. But I'm ready for it. Hey to King Gannon, by the way, thank you so much, mate, for becoming a member of the channel from the F1 word, hovering over here, or wandering over here. Says Sean, I'm here. Chamber, you as well. Glad to see you, sexy gents. Thanks. Love from the Lone Star State as always. Thank you very much, mate. I hope you're doing well, and it's good to see you over here. And again, big shout out to everybody who came over yesterday. I put a video out on the F1 word yesterday, Stuart, explaining what's happened, because I realised people didn't really know what had happened. So I thought I'll do a little explainer. 600 people immediately jumped over here and subscribed. I'm not going to tell you what's happening to the F1 word subscriber numbers. It's probably best we don't look at that. But a lot of people are coming over here, so that's a big help. So thank you very much, everyone, for your support and welcome. And if it feels like the F1 word of old, it's because it is, really. I mean, I'm even red again, you know. There you go. We won't know until Barcelona, ... says Purple Zebra. All this has happened before, and all this will happen again. It's true. Like 21 and 25 were the best season in recent memory, and regs changing 22 and 26, says Cadenza. That's what they do. That's what they do. I'd love F1 to just come up with a set of regulations and then say, right, these are the regs now for the next 10 years. They're never going to, because of this whole road relevance thing they're obsessed with and have been for decades. But, you know, a good rule set that will last a decade, that the field just keeps converging and we get seasons like last season for 5 years rather than 2 or 1. You know, I just think that's what I'd like to see. But I know that I used the term last week. I said they want to twerk for manufacturers was the phrase I used. So I'm going to go with it again. And you know, the minute Porsche, for example, or Porsche turn around and go, oh, we might quite like F1, but only if they have magic beans in the engine. Suddenly we're going to get a whole new engine formula just to accommodate that, which sort of annoys me in a way. I understand it from their point of view, but when Audi, for example, a bit like BMW, have got what they want from the sport, they'll disappear. They won't stick around. Ferrari will still be here. Mercedes will still be here. It's likely that some sort of Red Bull powertrains will still be here. Whereas then your new manufacturers come in and then bog off after a few years because they've had enough. And I don't know why we bother. Why F1 has to suck up to them to get them to join. I just feel like the sport's big enough to be able to say, these are the regulations. Would you like to join our sport? And if they say no, no problem. But that's not how marketing, PR, brand, whatever you want to call it, works, is it? We do want the manufacturers, but I don't think it needs to be necessarily that everything has to be built around encouraging them in, if that makes sense, Stuart.
Oh, I totally agree. I was actually thinking about this quite recently, because I was thinking about how many works teams we've got. I mean, it's a good thing we've got a nice spread of engine manufacturers and people are interested. I think that's great. I definitely want to make sure we continue to have, you know, whether they're works backed or not, essentially private teams that are in it for the racing, because you're not going to see, or I'd be very surprised if someone like a McLaren or Williams bogged off to do something else. So like, we've got all we need from this sport. We're now going to make money and whatever.
Took you long enough.
Yeah. But, in the way that I think there's a misplaced optimism, as you say, I think, in these sort of what would you call them, like engine manufacturer teams, like Audi having a works team, having their own team. I think that is a more fragile situation than making sure Williams are stable or Sauber are stable or whoever, like McLaren, for example. Like, you just make sure, because those are the teams that are here for the racing. Ferrari as well are here for the racing. I know they have a car team, but a road car
program
manufacturing part of them, but that that feels kind of secondary to their motorsport activities. And if you gear everything towards getting people like your BMWs and your Hondas and everybody to have an actual team of their own, you are in a much more fragile position, because this is just a small part of their business. And if they decided this is too expensive and we need to focus on our road cars, as happened in 2008, 2009, they could all just leave. And then you have to scrabble around to try and fill those spots. Either you need to sell the team to someone who's willing to run it, or you lose them. And you have to hope you attract new people in. So I think getting people who are in there who are ready to, making sure you've got enough people who are actual like race teams, proper race teams, who are financially backed in a way that's about the race team and not about it being a kind of an arm of their like more global operations or something else, I think is important. I think you, and I don't think we're at risk of that, because I actually think things like the cost cap and the financial regulations that came in a few years ago have helped a long way in keeping us stable. Like, we haven't heard about Williams being on the precipice of doom for a while, because they're not having to spend $500 million a year to stay competitive anymore, which they never did. But that seems like that used to be the kind of spending you need to spend to kind of keep up with people like Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes. And now I think we're in a much more secure place for all people to run a race team. It's my long-winded answer.
That's all right. So I've got a bit of a half giggle on here, because Red Raven says, if Audi doesn't want to go racing anymore, we'll probably just end up with the inevitable Peter Sauber back for round 3. And I just got in my head out of nowhere. You know the gif where Mo throws Barney out of Mo's tavern and then he appears behind him? That's the Sauber team to Peter Sauber. Peter Sauber is Mo in that situation. Throws Sauber at the door. Done. Appears behind. Yeah, that's all I'm seeing in my head now for some reason. Sorry. Poor Peter. Please, no, I don't want it back, for God's sake. Because he was quite reluctant taking it back, wasn't he, when BMW left? But I think he didn't want his pride and joy to fall by the wayside. But that's poor Peter Sauber, bless him. He wants to retire. Leave him alone. I will say the Audi livery, still awful in my opinion, or badly done, badly executed. Probably good idea, bad execution. But I do love how different that looks to pretty much everything else on the grid. I like that they've gone aggressive with the side pods, the inlets, the way the side pods sort of go around, sort of follow the flow of the car. The front, the nose looks different. They've gone the same way with Alpine on the rear wing, but just the whole car overall, it just looks almost aggressive, and I like that. I'm really pleased to see that, and that's one of the things I will give Adrian Newey. I mean, the gossip in the paddock is that the feeling is he's gone too aggressive, which is causing problems with the Honda power unit, but I love to see that, because I always worry we're going to end up, I think I said this last week, always worry that we're going to end up with a grid of 22 cars, 10 teams, 22 cars that all look the same if you painted them white or something. I like that Audi have gone aggressive. Even if it fails miserably, I'm pleased to see them try something. So I'll give them that, but please, guys, just have another think about the delivery. You know, there's still time before Australia. Just fade it. I don't mind if you just fade to the red and the black at the back. Just a bit of a gradient, just something that isn't just a straight, like a bit like can you remember? In fact, I think we had this conversation last year about the Sauber livery, how it just cut off at the back. And then over the season, they sort of faded it, didn't they? They did improve it, but it looked awful. I know liveries don't matter, Stuart. I know they don't, but that's what we see, isn't it? So I do like the Cadillac livery. That continues to grow on me, by the way, as an aside.
Same, actually. When I first saw the Cadillac livery, I was a little bit like, like in the pictures. I was like, oh, okay. It's sort of like grey, silver. But having actually seen it kind of in sunlight, on camera, kind of from all angles, it's really nice. It's kind of, it's classy and interesting and stands out. There's quite a lot of white on the grid now, which I kind of is fine, because white's a nice sporty colour, but I think they've done a really nice job with it, in a way that BAR did not, in terms of having a nice asymmetrical style. It's cool. It's cool, and it has that kind of classy Cadillac feel. I think I was disappointed at first because I think I was expecting or hoping, from my position of ignorance, because I don't really follow the other sports that they're in, that they might go for something like with that aggressive yellow fade they have in IMSA, and I was like, I was also thinking like yellow was an open slot on the color spectrum that no one's going for right now, so that would be cool. That would be really visible, but it's really nice. I'll be interested to see how hard it's going to be on an angle like this when you're looking straight down the straight when you've got cars coming towards you. Can you tell the Cadillac from the Haas, from the Mercedes, from the Racing Bull? And so, like, I think it might kind of merge together a little bit, but that's the hardest angle a car's ever going to be at in terms of identifiability.
Particularly Mercedes, Audi, and Cadillac, I think, as a three.
Yeah.
And but then the Cadillac sort of merges into the Haas, doesn't it? And then that merges into the Racing Bulls. So the good thing about the Racing Bulls is got the yellow nose. So that's one thing we could.
That's true.
We could use. Useful. So, but yeah, no, that's quite a very good point. I just want to say, hey to Popeye, says just caught up on the F1 word changes. Happy to follow you here. Class F1 content with less groin pulling than most others. Groin pulling. I don't do enough exercise for that. I think I get what you're getting at.
like less like Top Gear. Oh, power.
As opposed to Michael Jackson. Hee hee. I just imagining Aldas out there going hee hee in all his videos. Now that's it. I assume that's what you're getting at. Let's read some comments in chat. Actually, I've been neglecting your chat. Sorry, we've been having such a good waffle. That's why you're here. I may have to disappear in a few minutes just to take the dog out for a wee. I'm not taking him for a walk. I won't be like an hour or anything like that. Just to let him out the back door into the garden because he's getting a bit whiny. But I think it's more. No, he's definitely staring at me. Anyway, he just wants to play. My totally uneducated guest talking about the gap in the field says Mads is 2.5 seconds. Thomas going 1.5 seconds. I'd love that. I think we said that we really love to see that one. No time for Perez yet. He's just doing a lot of reconnaissance laps. Actually, 4, but he's just gone back out on track. He looks like he's doing a time now, but he has been he's been in the garage a lot. I might go and have a look on socials in a minute and see if there's anything. The Cadillac aren't. Teams aren't very open, are they, about why they're in the garage all morning? It usually takes a Ted Kravitz to go and punch somebody to find out. That's an exaggeration, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on what's going on. But they're only 4 laps, and they're all reconnaissance laps. This is his first flying lap, so we'll see what he does here. But they've had a lot of teething issues, Cadillac. We talked about this last week as well. A lot of stoppages causing red flags, but they seem to be quite quick stoppages. They're sort of pulling over, then the car gets back to the garage. Half an hour later, they're back out on track. So it's not disastrous. It's not like they're blowing up, but they seem to have teething issues. But I'd be surprised if they didn't. They're going to have all sorts of things like that. So we've talked about the Barcelona. We're going to talk about Barcelona a bit later anyway, because I'm livid. Sean, how are you feeling about the Ferrari this year? Actually, King Gallen, concerningly optimistic, which means I'm just setting myself up for more misery and devastation come the end of the year when they're dreadful and, putting wet tyres on the car for a dry race. Clowns. I love them. I love them to bits, but my God. Michael says the mini-map isn't good. 4 red cars, 4 grey cars. They need to sort that out. Yes, the shade of red, at the minute at least, for the Audi and Ferrari are exactly the same, but that might... obviously, it's not a multi-view problem. They take it from the FOM stuff, but FOM needs to change that, really. But I suppose the option is, with Audi, you can either go red, like Ferrari, or you have another grey. So I suppose they're trying to balance that out. And I mean, I'm quite surprised actually that the Racing Bulls isn't just white, honestly, because that is pretty much what the livery is. Can that be testing running out of fuel? Says Thomas, the short stops. Maybe. I don't know. I honestly, Cadillac haven't been very open, but I'm not really surprised that they're not being open either. So thank you to Cadenza. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Appreciate that. You'll get I will update, Nate. If I don't get to them this week on the stream, your names will be at the end of videos and streams from next week. I'll try and remember to do it at the end of each day, but by the time I get to there, that's 8 hours of streaming. I'm probably dead at that point anyway, so I'll forget. But I do appreciate it. I won't forget you, I promise. And King Gannon says, hopefully this year is better. Yeah, this is Ferrari's year. An evergreen statement that never comes true. Neely says, having so many white cars is funny because it's considered unpainted in many other categories, but it's a direct result of the 55% rule. That's definitely made a difference this year. And Stewie says, yeah, Caddy is the one that looks like it's got half a front wing. It does. You say that. I hope you get a long shot. It does look like, from a distance, their front wing is half broken, but when everyone hits straight mode and their front wings go down, they all look broken anyway. To me, we got a Mercedes. That's Antonelli locking up at turn 1. But yeah, it's taking some getting used to watching those flaps on the front wing.
I think Antonelli just went straight on at turn 1, but he's fine.
He did. He had his hazards on, so he's all right.
Yes, it's so funny.
I don't know if you caught that last week, Stuart, but I was listening to Ted, because he knows it all. And he was explaining the new warning light flashing for the rear. We have new warning lights for the rear.
Is that what the purple is?
No, I don't know what that is. He didn't mention purple. He just said there are 3 states of flashing.
Okay.
Or at least that's what the police told me. One time, if it flashes once, the rear lights, then the power of the MG UK is reduced from the maximum permitted. If it flashes twice, the MG UK isn't putting any electrical energy into the engine from the battery. And if it flashes multiple times very quickly, then the MG UK is in recharge, but the engine is in full load. So the car might be slow, but the engine will be revving. So,
I'm sorry, and you're driving behind a car at full pace, and you're meant to be counting the lights
whilst trying to adjust all the knobs on the steering wheel.
Why not just make it colours? I thought we go, okay, it's 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's in a state of, I didn't remember what you said. Unbelievable. What are we doing?
How many times was it flashing? I don't know, because by the third one I was in the back of it. Multiple fast flashes, so 1, 2, 3, and keep doing that. MG UK is in recharge, but the engine is in full load, so the car might be slow, but the engine will be revving.
Just do colours.
You might,
Why make it complicated?
Those like tickers you can get. You see them at the butchers sometimes
like
back in the day. Yeah. You can have that like, I'm a bit slow because my engine's not working properly or something like that. I don't know why it needed the accent. It just did. But yeah, no, it seems a bit mad. Then you've got the hazard lights, which look ridiculous, but to be fair, it's a good idea, particularly in like low visibility. I think that's really smart, because if a car's facing the wrong way and there's low visibility and something's coming up the hill, so I'm thinking Eau Rouge Radion, when Norris had his big crash there a few years ago, Vettel stopped, didn't he, to check he was okay. If that visibility was even lower, having those orange flashing lights would at least warn, although over a blind crest it might be too late even at that point, mightn't it? But you'd just hope that engineers, or you'd hope engineers would be quicker at letting people know somebody's crashed. But I suppose if you're right behind that car, it's too late anyway, isn't it? So I don't know. I think the whole lights flashing thing, they've got enough going on their steering wheels. They're all frustrated and confused about what they're supposed to be doing. And I think Lewis Hamilton said that, he's struggling to understand it, so he can't understand how fans are going to understand it. And having to then count the flashes on the rear of a car, whilst you're trying to work out what mode you're supposed to be in this week, is going to be... It's going to be funny. But funny until somebody gets it wrong and goes into the back of somebody else, and then it'll be a bigger issue. But yeah, I don't know. I'm with you. You can flashes once red, MG UK is reduced. Flashes once purple, MG UK isn't putting electric into the engine for the battery. Flashes yellow once, MG UK is in recharge. I think that just makes sense. Maybe they'll do that, but I don't know.
Well, the whole point of having the flashing lights, which we've had like a simple flashing light at the rear for a while now, since we got these hybrid engines to let you know when it's recharging, just as a quick, the car might be slower. The whole point is it's safety, right? So you don't just run straight into the back of a car. You kind of expect maybe a change in pace. And with safety, you want something that's just very quick. You can quickly register that as the driver behind. Like, I understand what's happening with the car in front, and having to do some it's like if instead of having different flags at the martial wave, they'd have different patterns the way they wave. So if I'm waving my flag like this, then there's a danger ahead. But if I'm waving my flag like this, then it might be a slippery surface. And so no, make it quick and simple. Colours.
If I'm doing the Macarena with a yellow flag,
yeah.
It means I'm drunk. Aren't they using blue lights for something? Question mark. Is that the rain? Says Neelish. And Red Raven says, don't mock it too hard. A bunch of engineers got paid too much money for this. That's true. I'm trying to think. I haven't seen the blue one. I thought, was the blue one for rookies?
I thought that was the green one.
Oh, my God. See, even the colours are wrong.
But so the reason I said pink was that I've seen a lot of shots where the rear light looks pink to me. Not during this stream, not during this test, but I've seen footage of the other tests, and sometimes it looks pink, and I was wondering if that is a different thing. Although I'm noticing the McLaren rear light is within a day glow orange patch of the car, which makes the light harder to see. So work to do on the rear light, in my opinion.
I think, as this is Ted explaining it, I was like, I'm saving that for Stuart because that'll make him laugh. How stupid it all seems. Apparently Audi, according to Nilesh, stalled on pit lane practice starts twice in the first hour of today. We saw Nico Hulkenberg got away with one of them, but was very slow. I hope that was a teething issue rather than what we can expect in Australia. It is Australia first, isn't it? Yeah, I have to keep correcting myself because I'm used to going from Bahrain to Bahrain, which I suppose we've done technically because we've had 2 tests. I hope, as much as I love the testing streams and enjoyed last week as well, I hope we're not going to get 2 or 3 tests next year. Just from a selfish content creator's point of view, because as I messaged you yesterday, Stuart, what are we calling this stream? Is it day 4 or is it test 2 day 1? Is it day 7 or whatever it will be now? I got very confused, so I just went with day 1, test 2, final test. Made sense to me. So, but I think this is just for this year, isn't it, with it being the new regs? But then if they do force Mercedes to make changes next year, do they get extra testing next year as well? Oh,
I doubt it. Actually think, it was good they gave them extra testing to be sure, because it's such a change in regulations. But it turned out I don't think we needed this much testing.
No.
The reliability has been pretty solid. We had some issues in Barcelona, and obviously a couple of teams are a bit late to that. But I think we could have got away with 1 Barcelona, 1 Bahrain, now that we've seen how reliable these cars are, in my opinion. I'm sure the teams would say different. I'm sure the teams would say, give us a 3rd test in Bahrain. But I think after last week, I think we're pretty solid, and we're probably ready to go, to be honest.
Well, bearing in mind that Barcelona was supposed to be a closed test, the teams raced by breakdowns, and Mercedes did like 1 million laps, and Red Bull were hugely reliable as well. So that was the whole point of Barcelona, was to iron these things out, but everyone was fine, which I found quite odd. So I agree with you. We could have done Barcelona and then Bahrain, as Charles Leclerc gets out of his Ferrari, and is that the engine cover coming off the car? Good to see the shark fin back as well, by the way. Maybe controversial take. I did like the shark fin. Less pronounced than it used to be.
I like the shark fin. Yeah, maybe not as massive as it was in 2010 or whatever it was, when it basically was an entire billboard on the side of the car, but a nice sharp pronounced fin at the back is good. And I think I've heard a lot of people say it, and I agree with them. Just mandate that you stick the number on that.
Yeah.
Stick the number on the side. That it just makes so much sense. I don't understand why people aren't doing it. Well, I do know, because they're putting a sponsor on it, but still.
Leclerc was getting in the car. Sorry, Leclerc's getting in the car, not out the car.
You're watching it in reverse again.
I shouldn't have rewound it. What was I going to say there? On numbers, I don't know what Red Bull are doing. Because we know Max Verstappen is number 3, and we know that Isack Hadjar is number 6, but the design choice they've made on their numbers is really bizarre, like 8-bit for some reason.
Yes,
Red Bull. It's just very strange, and I don't know why. Because I thought the numbers were supposed to be, this was one of Bernie's things, wasn't it? That they were supposed to be clearly visible from grandstands and things like that because of the halo, was the concern there. Not Bernie. It would have been. Was it Liberty at that point? Or was it Halo in before Liberty came in?
Halo was in. It was
2017, wasn't
it
it?
was sort of
No,
the
18.
same-ish time. 2018 is when the Halo came in, and Liberty, I think, bought it then, but they were like light touch at that point while they were working everything out.
Because we had the big logo launch on the podium at Abu Dhabi, didn't we?
Yeah.
And everyone went, "Oh, that's disgusting," because F1 fans are, famously great with change. And it was like, "Oh, it's terrible." And now I look at this logo and I'm like, I do miss how clever the old logo was, but this one definitely feels more fitting for the time. It definitely feels more modern. But I don't know if that's because the old logo isn't around anymore that I feel like that. I don't know, but I just wish it didn't look quite so ESPN. But I think it was designed by the same guy that made the ESPN logo, wasn't it? So
He has one great idea. Yeah, I mean, it grew. I've learned over the years to just give it a little bit of time whenever anything changes and just kind of like feel it out. Like do you remember when they launched the F1 theme, the Brian, the one we're using now, the Brian Tyler, and they put out a video. This is the F1 theme. And I listened to it and I was like, I mean, I guess feels a bit meh. But like as soon as they started using it in the race opening intros and stuff, and like as part of the broadcast, I think yes, I'm ready. I'm pumped for F1. This is a great theme. I love it. So sometimes you just have to give things a little bit of time. And as we've been talking about with these regulations, sometimes you just have to like wait it out. You may be thinking, how did we ever live without charging a battery? How did we get through the 80s without hybrid engines? It feels so outdated.
So I had a sorry, I had a moment where I realised I was getting older. I was talking to my niece last time I saw her. She's 12, by the way, which is a disgrace. And she was talking about a mobile phone. She's got a mobile phone, and she just went, how did you used to keep in touch in the olden days? The olden days, my head went, fuck you. But I was like, well, but then I had that moment. You see it on Facebook and Twitter or whatever all the time, and it's like, oh, well, we knew what time to get home when the street lights came on. It's like, oh God, I'm sending to my dad. I used to be able to go to cinema with £1 and still have enough money for chips on the way home. It'll be that kind of story soon. But I just, it's. Yeah, you think just because you said how do we ever go about cope without recharging a battery and stuff like that, it's like, well, yeah. And it reminded me that my niece makes me feel old every time I see her, but also making comments like that doesn't help. The olden days. I mean, that's harsh, isn't it?
Unfortunately, we have moved into an era where we definitely grew up in a significantly different time. As is like, to segue into an F1 context, you were saying a little bit earlier, and there is a balance, but you were saying sometimes there's just too much stuff on the screen, there's just too many graphics, there's too much silly information.
Radio 1's just noise.
But of course, when we started watching F1, you had that kind of like 6 drivers a time at the bottom of the screen, and that would come up like every 5 minutes, and that was basically it. You'd have like not a lot else telling you what was going on, and you just relied on commentary as you watched it in a 240p resolution or whatever the hell it was.
I could annoy you straight away and take you back to the days of the graphics when we had the timing tower and everything, but it was for the old aspect ratio but on widescreen, so it's kind of like in the middle of the screen, and all of this was spare. That was mad.
So we are a bit spoiled now, and sometimes a bit over spoiled, but still.
I think with more, see, the thing is, I moan about the on-screen graphics, but it's more about the clutter than the info, because I do have multi-view open to watch races as well. So I like the info. I just think if we could get more on the timing tower rather than quite so many pop-ups. But stupid pop-ups, like I say, Charles Leclerc, Scuderia Ferrari, power unit, Ferrari. Well, yeah, why do we need that? I get it for customer teams, but I suppose you do it for customers, you have to do it for everybody, don't you? But battle forecasts and tyre wear guesses, and one of the things I do like about more modern day F1 randomly is that when they're in the pits now, you don't just see the pit stop time, you also see the full loss in the pit lane, which gives you a good idea as to how much time they're losing. So I quite like that, because back in the day it was just their stationary time, wasn't it, if you were lucky. Big double lockup for Lando Norris coming into the pit lane there. He'd already been off at turn 10. I don't commentate every time somebody runs off at turn 10 because everybody runs off at turn 10. It's just such a tricky corner, and I love it. I'll say see you later, Zach. Zach's going to bed now, so have a good one, Zach. See you in a few hours. It's always I said earlier, it's quite funny to me that people on the other side of the world go to bed and then come back and we're still live. It's like they've had a whole sleep and we're still going. Always a laugh. This should be called Test Tickle, says Moray. It feels a bit inappropriate, especially with the groin grabbing we were talking about earlier. Let's avoid that one. RC says, I had a Nokia brick phone when I was in primary school, then BlackBerry, then iPhones. My first phone I got when I was 15, and it was one of the Motorola's that was like a brick. Like not the big ones from the 80s, but the ones that are a bit smaller. They were called like the Florida or so, I don't know what they were called. And that could text and call, and that was it. So yeah, it's
what a time to be alive.
Yeah. 10 years ago, a kid I was babysitting asked me after I told him what a Lampatry was. Didn't you have friends online? Lampatry.
I think LAN party is what.
Oh, LAN party. Oh, I'm with. Yeah, that makes more sense of what I was trying to say. I thought I don't know what one of those is, but yeah, no. Yeah. Well, how did you used to talk to people? We used to go out and play. Get off your phone. I did tell it to my dad. I did. I was like, if you spent less time on your phone and your tablet and more time going out with your friends, bless her, she lives in the middle of nowhere with her mum and a little brother who's a legend. Anyway, enough about my family. How's yours, Stuart?
Oh, you know.
Keep carrying on. Where are we at? So I'll do the times again in a minute. Well, in 5 minutes. I'll try to do it on the hour every hour and try to remember to. And we might spin the wheel in the next hour as well. Get our first random question. I didn't put a jingle on. I did want to see if I could get away with using Michael McIntyre's The Wheel theme, but I suspect that's possibly copyrighted, and it'd be a bit hypocritical for me to use that and not show you footage complaining about copyright. So Callum says, talk about the olden days. My nan used to record all of the race on VHS tapes when my granddad worked offshore so he could binge watch them when he got home. See, that makes sense. I used to record them on VHS, try to guess when the adverts were coming so I could pause so I didn't film the adverts, but Murray Walker was dreadful at that, and so was James Allen. And then I would label them all properly, Spain 2001 or whatever, and they'd all go in a box, and I'd never watch them again. But I had them, and that was the point. Because back then we didn't get catch up online, did you? It was just, I'll film this, or I'll record, not film it, that's a bit much. I'll record this on my VHS. See, I used to do that all the time, but not for a good reason, like because your granddad was offshore so we could watch them when he got home, but just because I had them then. I used to like going back and watching, bless him, Mika Hakkinen breaking down the last lap of the Spanish Grand Prix in 2001, just for Murray Walker getting clearly biased towards Michael Schumacher and overexcited.
Clearly biased towards Michael Schumacher and overexcited. You wouldn't know about that.
How dare you? I don't know about the overexcited part. Giddy and nervous all the time. It's all about who's paying. Engine manufacturers want their name on the screen with every team they supply. AWS wants their stupid meaningless predictions on the screen. Says Cadenza. That's what you were getting at, wasn't it, Stuart? That sponsors pay so much now. They want their names on the screen. They want ways to do it. So you get your power by AWS. I just hope we don't get to the point where it's too Americanized in that everything's sponsored.
Yeah.
We're now going to go
overtake mode.
Yeah, we're now going to go to Gatorade replay and stuff like that or whatever. Or I don't know. It's okay as it is. I think we get enough sponsors on the cars. We still get our breaks during most sessions on Sky, even though you pay a fortune for the coverage. But anyway, and I think that's enough. We don't need every aspect of F1 to be sponsored by something. But I think we're going to go that way because in F2 last year, was it F2 or F3? They have the Aramco pole position, they call it now, rather than just pole position. And I think F2 and F3, things like that, are tested to see how tolerant people will be with it. And I didn't see enough people kicking off, so I won't be surprised if this year, whoever goes fastest in Australia, it's the Aramco pole position rather than just pole position, which would be a shame.
It's kind of soft sponsored, isn't it? Pole position, because you get the Pirelli tyre, don't you? So it feels like a Pirelli pole position, which is definitely more digestible. Like, it's more tolerable because Pirelli is such an intrinsic part of the sport, then sure. But we got DHL fastest lap or fastest pit stop, and I don't know if they're fastest lap as well, but stuff like that. So I think it's inevitable. Formula E have Julius Baer pole position. It's the brand partnerships as well that get me, I think, are very, very funny, because you've got these Doritos flavors. Doritos are the official snack of F1. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean?
You can only eat Doritos when you're watching F1.
It's like madness. And my favorite part is when you have a brand partnership and they have to like write some marketing spiel about why we've partnered with Doritos. I mean, I'm making this up. I don't know what they said, but it would be something like, just like F1, Doritos are at the cutting edge of flavor technology. They never stop pushing the boundaries, and that's why we partnered with them. And it's like, no, you partnered with them because they gave you some money. And they came up with whatever, it's like shiny sriracha or something, which were quite tasty, by the way. I did try them. Just say you took the money. We know.
It's such a funny conversation because, again, I'm going to do the ties in a second, I promise. But I am.
Oh yeah, testing.
Testing's happening. It's my favourite brand partnership at the minute, and I'm so sorry to any Carlos Sainz fans, to Carlos Sainz himself, and to any Spanish people out there. But that Duracell advert, somebody busted the money. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What? That was a Spanish accent I attempted there. I apologise if it sounded slightly Australian or whatever, but it
was like he was in the room with us.
The best, we said it last week, the Duracell battery on the airbox of the Williams is brilliant marketing. The advert is dreadful. So, Williams, stop boosting the bunny. Which also, without, sinking this stream too low, also sounds like they're anyway. I'm gonna mute you for a second, Stuart, and I'll put your B right back up in case you want to eat some more of your breakfast, and then I'm gonna run through the times, and then I'll be back with you in a moment.
All right, I might take a pit stop. Sounds
good. Well, I'm gonna run through the times in just a sec, so hang on a second, let me just get that sorted. I've got to get my screen back up because I've lost it. Timing tower, where are you? There we go. So we are into the final hour of the opening session, the morning session of day one in Bahrain. Of course, the afternoon session, 4 hours there. Still to come. We're live all the way through until 4 p.m. Currently, Charles Leclerc is fastest on a 1:33.739. I'll go through tyres in a moment if we can get some reliable info. He's done 48 laps so far, so productive morning. Not the most productive, but we'll see as we go down here who's been the most productive. Looks like we can see already, but there we go. Lando Norris 1:34, flat really 0.52. 49 laps for him. Kimi Antonelli's done 53 laps so far this morning, 1:34.158 and a 1:35.690 for Alex Albon, 41 laps for him. Pierre Gasly's done 41 laps as well, 1:35.898. In fifth place there. Sixth place for Isack Hadjar, 1:36.188. 13 laps for him. It's 50 laps for Esteban Ocon, a 1:36.418 in seventh place. Again, Haas just quietly going about their business and doing a great job as well by the look of it. Fernando Alonso, 1:36.536, 28 laps for him. 40 laps for Nico Hülkenberg, 1:36.741. Biggest drama for him today was a couple of stalls at the end of the pit lane when trying to get off the line, if you like. So let's hope that's sorted out for them. 1:36.769 for Arvid Lindblad, currently tops the lappage. 57 laps for him. And Sergio Perez, despite a sort of slow start, up to 17 laps now, 1:40.892. Tyre-wise, the timing tower on TV isn't showing, which is where I was getting the information from before. So I'll try and work it out. But I believe it's probably best to wait for the time it's got. But I think, Gasly, for example, now is on the C3. I still can't work out what the T is. That is usually testing tyre, so I don't know what that is. So once it comes back on screen, I'll run through the tyres for you then. But I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to go saying someone did something they didn't. So please do drop a like on the stream. Really appreciate the support as always. That helps the algorithm. It also stops me asking because I know it annoys people when I'm asking for people to drop likes, but it's part of the game, I'm afraid. So please do drop a like. That would be massively appreciated. And subscribe if you're new. Again, welcome to everyone who has joined in the last 24 hours. It's been less than 24 hours. It's been quite a big jump in subscribers. So thank you to everybody for joining us over here. Subscriptions greatly appreciated. You can also support the stream via a super chat or by buying me a coffee. Links in the description. Every penny's going back into, I think, buying a new camera is the plan for that one. So anything helps towards that. So thank you very much in advance. But no worries, if not, we will come to you and chat for your questions and your comments. And you can support the stream, support the channel, over on Patreon, and indeed channel memberships if you want to. But no pressure as always. It's just is a great help. So yes, as soon as the tyres come back up, I will let you know what is going on. Because it's disappeared again, so I assume they're having problems. But in fact, it's just come back. No, it hasn't. Stuart, you're back. On the multi-viewer thing, it says T for testing tyre. I didn't see anything from Pirelli. I don't know if you've seen anything. Apparently, the timing app has died again for some people. But do you have Pirelli taken a testing tyre as well as the normal 5? Because I know that the C1, the C3, and the C5 all have brackets, but all the other ones don't have brackets. They're just like the Pirelli's yellow, the Pirelli's white, for example. But I don't know if there's another tyre that we've not known about, because I can't understand why Leclerc's down as testing tyre and Norris is down as hard tyre, when I'm pretty sure Norris was running on no markings, which you would assume was the C2. So I'm a little bit confused by... I know multi-view's not... I know the F1 app, and that's where multi-viewer pulls its data from, isn't always great for tyres during testing, but I'm a little bit confused by that.
I haven't heard that, to be honest. And I was wondering what the what that was meaning. I was just attempting to look it up, but actually nothing's coming up immediately. So yeah, I don't know what tyre that is. And that would be a weird thing to do at this test, because as far as I know, Pirelli are not experimenting yet with dry compound tyres.
They've got tyre test planned for Bahrain after this test, including a wet weather test.
Yeah, that's the weird
thing. Which is interesting. I think to do with the fact that I think they want to really test them here because it is quite a demanding track, isn't it, for tyres? So they want to test things here, but that's gonna middle of the desert. That's going to take a lot of water to wet that track for testing.
Bahrain say they're up for it, but I don't know how when they don't have any built-in systems to do that, like Paul Ricard or whatever.
No.
But good luck, because you need to have it consistent. You can't just have wet patches. If you're going to do tyre testing, it needs to be like a consistent level of wetness around the whole track, essentially, so they can just keep running and running. So I don't know what their plan is. I also don't... In a country that has to be very careful and particular about how it uses water, I'm wondering how well that would go down.
Yes. That could be interesting.
Question mark.
I was just going to say that I think the entire timeout's gone down because the multi-viewer's not working. Can I leave you a chat to answer some questions for a second, Stuart? Because I need to take this little monster out for a wee. Yes.
Go on then. Hit me, chat, with your questions.
There we go, mate. I will. I'm back with you as quickly as I can. He won't be long.
I'm going to move my window across my screen, so when I'm looking at chat, it looks like I'm looking at chat on the screen rather than looking away from chat. How do you keep a track wet? I'm curious. Well, at Paul Ricard, they just have sprinklers everywhere, like built into the ground, and they just turn them on. As far as I'm aware, I could just be making that up. I could just be completely making that up now I'm thinking about it. But yeah, they just wet the track consistently. But Bahrain, I wonder if they'd run those water tank trucks around the track intermittently to just keep the track wet and just spray the track down. F1 audio commentary is broken. Double commentary then. Interesting. I'm getting all the commentary from I'm getting the commentary from the Sky stream, which is just the F1 stream. I'm also getting multi-viewer, I think. No, it has broken. Okay, fine. It has the timing. The track map has stopped, so clearly the timing stops as well. Why not Formula biofuel with V12s? I don't think we need V12s. I don't think we need V10s either. I have become a little bit softer as time has gone on not necessarily going more and more electric as time goes on, because I just don't think F1 itself is as important an entity to be electric compared to like electrifying entire road networks and things like that. I do understand it's important for some manufacturers to move away from combustion engines, but I am softening to the idea that with the right infrastructure to make sure whatever you're using to fuel combustion engines is as clean and sustainable as possible, I think it's able to keep combustion engines going a little bit longer in things like motorsport, which are kind of a tiny fraction of the problems with combustion fuel and keeping things green and sustainable and stuff. I don't know, but I don't think we need big V10s, big V12s. I think that's incredibly irrelevant to combustion engines anyway, and won't make a big difference. I think you can make very powerful, very efficient V8s, V6s even. I don't think you need to go that monstrous with them. Water the grass, water the track.
I am back.
Oh, good. I was just looking at comments. I'm moving my thing back over here now.
Took a couple of minutes longer because my partner left the bedroom door open and the dog has got into the socks and they are everywhere.
Oh no.
So yeah, just clean those up.
That's a problem for future Sean.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was a problem for present Sean, was it?
Well, I just threw them back in the drawer, but I'm pretty sure I'll get back in again. He's very good like that. So dogs don't wash their hands. Disgusting. Anyway, I suppose they don't touch anything, do they? Did we get to the bottom of any tyre stuff? I don't know. I don't know if you've got any good questions. Generally,
no.
Pretty good
Started talking about V12s for some reason.
Yes. So is the timing working? Ocon's still teleporting everywhere. I'm assuming not.
My track map is just frozen. Ocon is. Oh no, Ocon did just teleport, and now he's back in the pits or something. I don't know where anyone is.
I'll keep an eye on time, see if anything changes. The laps seem to be updating, I think, but the track map isn't working. I don't know what's happening. So
the sector times aren't. So
no,
maybe it'll all catch up at some point. I guess we just have to keep an eye on the timing tower on the actual screen if that's working. Yeah. But if it's connected to the same stuff, then who knows?
Yeah, all I could do there to everybody watching is apologise for the fact that the timing isn't working, but there's absolutely nothing I can do about that. Unfortunately, that's not a multi-view problem, is it? Because they pull it from FOM, don't they? So, or I assume that's how it works. So, the time is correct. So it is the clock is still counting down. So that's something. But yeah, lap times definitely not updated. So it'll come back, I'm sure. I think we could do then while the that's down. I could pop the wheel on screen in the little box and we could spin the wheel for a question. Oh, very exciting.
I've not seen this wheel. You only sort of teased it when you were on stream I was in the chat last week. So
it's a bit small on screen, but I didn't want to put it over the timing tower, so that I didn't want to do it on a whole screen. So we'll give the wheel a spin. Thank you for all your questions, by the way, over the last few weeks. So we're going to spin the wheel. It's totally random. Looks like it's going to be... It's Fanta Boy 15 over on Blue Sky, who says favourite livery that isn't red, white, black, or blue.
Okay,
that's a pretty tricky question, but that's the wheel. There we go. I will remove that question in a second and go back to driver tracker. But just a heads up, the driver tracker isn't working anyway at the moment, so you're not missing anything. So, thank you to Fanta Boy for that one. I guess the Jordan livery was always quite nice, wasn't it?
Oh, we're talking about ever. Oh, okay, great.
Ever, then Jordan.
I was like, Aston Martin, I guess. Which Jordan are we going for?
I like the 98 Jordan. Was a very nice livery, but then that kind of evolved into the 99 one, which was I think the 1999 Jordan is one of my favourite looking cars of all time. Livery and design combined.
When did they go from Bitten and Hisses to Buzzing Hornets? They were Buzzing Hornets in 99, weren't they?
They were Buzzing Hornets in 98 as well.
Okay, good. That was my favourite of their Benson and the Hedges cover-ups.
Then they went, Bitten Hisses was, I think, 2000. But didn't they, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, you might remember, didn't they eventually do Bitten Heroes as well? I
don't remember that one.
Thing.
I remember Beyond Edge.
I remember a shark.
Yes.
A shark on the nose. But I feel like they went Bitten Heroes. I don't know if that was in reference to the fact that they'd had that great couple of years, 98, 99, and then fell away. I don't know, but that's probably one of my favourites of all time. But I mean, I feel like every livery has some aspects of red, white, or blue. I'm just trying to think on the grid at the moment. I mean, the Alpine's very pink, but it is a big chunk of blue as well, so we can't really say that one. That's a great shout from Red Raven, the 2020 Racing Point. That proper nice, bright, not the pale pink, the bright pink was a nice looking car.
I really, really liked the Jaguar livery. That was smart and racy and used the green well, especially I think from 2003 onwards. I mean, they weren't around that long when they made the big cat take up the entire kind of engine cover. I think that was a really nice livery, and I did kind of miss it when it went, but obviously we got Red Bull out of them and they provided a lot of fun in ways that Jaguar did not.
Yeah, they we saw one at Autosport last year, didn't we? In the flesh, one of the Jaguars.
Oh yes, you're right.
And it looks even better in the flesh because you can really see the detail in the livery. So, yeah, it's a very nice one. It's just a shame the car never really. But that was a strange one because that was a manufacturer taking over an independent team and it didn't go well. Because Stuart were always, 97, 98, 99, always sort of punched above their weight, didn't they? Barrichello second in Monaco in 97 and Johnny Herbert's win, other podiums as well. 99 in particular was a very good year for them, but then Jaguar came in and it sort of all fell apart from there, which...
Got a bit... And then they sold to an independent in Red Bull and now they're back with that same team again.
Yeah.
Having left it a strop for 20 years.
I will just say as well, just to anybody who's wondering about the timing, I've just been to the official F1 website. The live timing there also isn't working. So it is definitely an FOM issue. So again, apologies, but there's not a lot. We'll try and keep you updated, but I think really we'll only let you know if somebody does something impressive, like, when Charles Leclerc goes out in a bit and does a 1:15.4 and everybody writes the season off immediately. But yeah.
Leclerc did set a time quite early on that was within a tenth of the best time last week, which remains the best time on the timing board at the moment. And then kind of just hasn't done anything better since. But it is interesting that we kind of immediately got within the best times that we saw last week.
Yeah.
We haven't said so far today, which I believe we are required to say 100 times per testing stream. Don't know their fuel levels. This is a representative.
Yeah.
We got blah, blah, blah. As I'm watching the Racing Bull and its incredibly chunky airbox.
It's a table. When this car's retired, I'm going to keep it out on eBay for those parts because that would make a very nice table. Mm-hmm. Definitely.
It looks a lot nicer than the Alpine from a couple of years ago that also had a big fat engine cover. It's sort of it looks kind of more racier. It looks kind of like a muscle car, doesn't it? The top of that Racing Bull.
A little bit, yeah. Just I was going to say as well, if you noticed on the Audi that it's quite bulky around the engine. So you know how the halo comes round and then it sort of the car tends to follow that. It's quite bulky round the back there. And I wonder if that's compromises, I'm pretty sure that's compromise they will have had to make because it's a new power unit, which is, without sort of pretending I know more than Adrian Newey, because I absolutely do not, but I wonder if that's a compromise Newey perhaps should have made with Honda, like he did when Honda first switched to Red Bull. Newey was more accommodating to what they needed. I wonder if he needed to be more like that with the Aston Martin, just accept that maybe it is going to have to be a bit bulkier at the back if there is an issue with the Honda power unit. This is all assuming that Honda have got the problems that people are saying they've got. I wonder if that's a compromise that should have been made, because the only reason, in fact, we'll look at the Audi now, that's the only reason I could think that it's quite so bulky back there, is that they might tighten it up as the season goes on and next year and whatnot. But just compared to that Racing Bulls, for example, it looks a bit chunky.
It's got the big shoulders running down the back of the car, hasn't it? And every engine is going to have different packaging and things. I think that, it is actually quite interesting that the packaging of all the cars is quite different from, I guess, the side pod air intake back to sort of the diffuser. Like a lot of them, like some of them are much tighter and taper in that Coke bottle shape, and some of them like drop down from the top of the side pods down to the rear, and some of them have the tucked under shoulders like the Aston Martin and the McLaren. Like there's a lot of difference in the packaging of essentially where the engines and the radiators begin, right back to sort of the diffuser and the exhaust, as they've got different approaches. The Alpine actually is also the Alpine is probably about as chunky as the Audi. It's just a bit rounder rather than sort of squared off with the shoulders that the Audi has. So I think a lot of people are having different approaches because it's not just the engine you're sticking in there. It's cooling. It's where you're sticking bits of the power unit. It's where how you're exhausting the car to the rear. And some of it's just going to be aerodynamic bodywork over the top of the car, feeding towards the rear wing and the diffuser and stuff. So there's a lot of compromises going on between different requirements, I guess. But I'm glad we're once again seeing a lot of different philosophies in the same way that we saw in 2022 when the last set of new regs came in. Remember all the way back in 2022? And we got a lot of weird things. We got the zero pods. We got Ferrari with their weird scooped out side pods. We got Red Bull throwing on several different packages to confuse us. Yeah, it's fun to see. And again, I think we're all just going to converge towards similar ideas as every year goes on. But so it's nice to have this period of time when everybody's doing weird different things that they've learned from their own research.
Yeah, that's true. There tends to be a way around the regulations that works. You know, if you get one dominant team, suddenly everyone's got a similar nose, a similar front wing, a similar pack. I mean, not quite as similar maybe as the pink Mercedes. Going back again. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's true. It's very true. Things will converge in lots of ways, won't it? I think it's fair to say the driver tracker is trying. It keeps trying to do something. People keep teleporting all over the place and sort of stuttering forward in whatever, I don't know, 8-bit style almost. It's not great, but it'll come back. I think most people are in the pits anyway at the moment. Well, I say most people. I think Antonelli and Lindblad are on track, aren't they? Possibly as we go back to Liam Lawson playing more American football for. I say they stood on the balcony for. I don't know why. I guess is looking at Liam Lawson more interesting than watching cars on track?
Sometimes it is.
Depends how you feel. But he is up there. He's yeah. Well, I've got a couple of things. I want to go through some notes I made actually, just on. I touched on these earlier from Ted's notebook on day 3. Said about Piastri, said he hasn't had to change his driving style completely in Bahrain, but elements will change from circuit to circuit. Some tracks are going to be easier to harvest on than others. We've talked about that. Russell, get your pinches of salt ready. Said performance where they had hoped, wasn't where they'd hoped in test 1. Impressed by Ferrari, but everyone has more to come. More concerning thing for, quote, everyone is Red Bull's performance of the job they've done on the engine side. Russell then said that Mercedes weren't sandbagging in test 1. All completely 100% true and legit. Fred Vasseur confirmed updates for Bahrain Test 2 and for Melbourne, and expects that to carry on like that for the whole season. Also, as covered last week, Ferrari said they won't protest the Mercedes engine. They want, here it is, Stuart, they want clarity either way, was the general gist of what they're looking for. Andrea Stella said he thinks McLaren could be the 3rd or 4th fastest team. Again, pinch of salt again. It's in the best interest of Mercedes power teams, like I said, to be a little bit quiet on it. We've talked about the warning lights. We've talked about Alonso. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to lean on you quite a bit for this one, Stuart, but there's a lot of talk about, particularly in the Italian press, that quite a few teams, Mercedes, haven't got their fuel homologated for this season yet, and that was from Motorsport Italy. And Auto Race Italy says that actually the only suppliers to have homologated their 2026 fuels are Shell, so that's Ferrari, Haas, Cadillac, and BP, which is Audi. So concerns about whatever Red Bull are using. I always forget it's a Mobile 1, but it's not called that, is it? It's something else. And Mercedes apparently haven't got their fuel homologated, so they might need to use some sort of temporary fuel for Melbourne, which I assume would just be a less optimized version of whatever they're supposed to run, because you can't run last year's fuel. that's illegal, isn't it?
Yes, especially if it's not in the sustainable specification that this year's is, which I'm assuming it was not. It's very weird how late we are on doing that, and it was, I think, and I don't know if this lateness in developing the fuel was why they were allowing them to use, I don't know, non-2026 spec fuel in these tests. Like, it always seemed bizarre to me that was a thing they were allowed to do, because if you're testing these cars for the season ahead and you're testing these engines, surely you want to be testing how the fuel works as well. And surely you design these engines with that fuel in mind, right? Mercedes would have been working with Petronas with their fuel when making the engine, right? So it all seems a little bit bizarre. I'm curious how that's going to play out, and hopefully it won't have a big effect on all these teams. And we can all just go racing and not. There are certain things I just cannot be asked to get into the weeds about. I'm not saying I'm not enjoying this discussion, but like, as the season goes on, there are just some things I'm like, I don't want this to be a thing. Like, I don't want to be talking about fuel homologation and temporary fuels for like the first third of the season or what. Like, I don't think it'll be that long. But I just want everyone to have the right fuels and go racing. There are other things that are like better to get into, if you know what I mean. So I just don't want this to be a thing. I'm going to kind of wish it away, I think.
No, I totally get it. And I do agree. I was just trying to work out what the temporary fuel could be, because like I say, it can't be last year's fuel unless the FIA gives special dispensation. So is it just going to be whatever the sustainable fuel is supposed to be, but just a version of it that's not as well optimized, or not as well, or not as up to scratch as it should be, I guess, is keep it really simple. Because I can't think of how else it would work. Or is this going to be another thing that's just going to be a storm in a teacup and we get to Australia and everything's fine? But I was concerned because and we talked about this in messages, didn't we? I was concerned anyway, because in Barcelona they brought in quite a late ruling that teams could run last year's fuel if they wanted to, and I thought, well, that's weird, because we couldn't work out, could we, why you would want to do that? Because you're running your new engine, you'd want your new fuel, and you'd want to make sure that everything was working properly. So I was trying to work out why. So that concerned me. So now I'm trying to work out what this fuel would be if they can't use the fuel that's supposed to be in these engines, and how much of a detriment that's going to be. There's not a lot of information out there on it, which suggests to me that this is rumour. I mean, I don't find Motorsport Italy all that reliable, but as somebody said in chat, Auto Racer are pretty good in Italy for Ferrari stuff. So, but I'm not really sure where this goes. But I thought it was definitely worth mentioning it, even if neither of us could really be bothered with it.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not dismissing the conversation at all. I just mean I don't want it to be an ongoing thing, because it's like, it's going to be annoying. Motorsport.com are reporting the same thing. I was just having a little read, and I'm trying to pass this paragraph that's so if the final blend is not approved in time for the Australian Grand Prix, Mercedes, McLaren, Williams and Alpine may be forced to use a provisional fuel. If, for example, certification for a specific component is missing, the regulations allow racing with a blend that does not contain that substance and is composed exclusively of previously approved elements. But it's impossible to know today what Petronas' strategy might be if approval from certifying bodies does not arrive in time. So it sounds like, I know I sped very quickly, which maybe makes it harder to harder to understand. God. It sounds like this provisional fuel might be allowing Petronas to use something closer to last year, but then surely that's when other teams go, well, hang on a minute. We've all got our fuels ready, so I don't know what the solution is to that, unfortunately.
Maybe they just run the 50% electric.
just the ERS for the what is it, 24 seconds?
That's it. Well, Ferrari, Haas, Cadillac, that's 6 cars. Audi, that's 8. So that's that's something, I guess. But yeah, no, it's whoa, the aero rakes on that McLaren. Sorry, that's a Kubica style driven through a fence. That is, if you remember that from the Williams many years ago. That's
okay. Sorry, I thought you were referring to his rally crash. I thought that's dark.
No.
It's like, wow, okay.
Not driving through that far. I've just realised that does sound bad if you don't. Yeah, if you didn't see that stream. Yeah, not quite that far. No. I'm not that dark. My God.
I was like, John. My God. Okay, you're referring to aero rakes.
Cancelled. Quickly, thank you. Let's move on. Thank you to Letox, by the way, for becoming a supporter on Buy Me a Coffee. I will say, buy me a coffee, by the way. As Jonty pointed out last week, don't take 30% of your money. So appreciate anything over there. It says post-race waffle is back. Yes. Plan is for race reactions this year. I know Stuart can do some, but not all. I know Jonty's up for some, but can't do all. I know Will has said he's up for some, and I'm pretty sure I can go and collar an Aldas or something like that as well, as and when. So I would actually quite like to get back to this channel not get back to, I suppose, the F1 word style over here, where it's a bit more community driven than just corporate bullshit. Let's put it there. Why not? Isn't it saying all parts of you have to be approved? If they don't get one approved, they can't use it, but it would be the new fuel, but not as good as they would want, said Hugh Core. Isn't it saying all parts of fuel have to be approved? If they don't get one approved, they can't use it, but would be the new fuel, but not as good as they want. Yeah, so like not an optimized version of it is kind of yeah, I think that's what you're getting at there. I do apologize. Yeah, just it's not that it's not, like Stuart says, we're not interested in conversation. It's just we're going to have enough going on this year without having to try and track who's got what fuel in. But there'll be I'm sure there's a way around it. But if they're like you say, Stuart, if they're allowed to use last year's fuel, Ferrari are going to go, well, ours isn't homologated now. We'd like to use last year's fuel as well. And do you feel, sort of on topic, do you feel that maybe they've tried to do too much all at once this year a little bit? Do you think maybe this could have been something that was sort of 33% comes in this regulation cycle, then the next regulation cycle they do a bit more, and then the next regulation, so because it just feels like we've got everything all at once. You've got the DRS replacement, you've got the active aero, you've got the 50-50, you've got sustainable fuels, and it feels like a lot, and the MGUH has got it. It just feels like a lot to have done all at once, for which is why it's not running smoothly, is I guess the point. But
I think the sustainable fuels you probably could have tapered in. Maybe even if it was next season, and be like, this season we're doing the major regulation changes, but next season you have to have sustainable fuels. I don't know how feasible that is, because you're designing the engines around, or at least somewhat around, the fuels. There's a relationship there. A lot of it you kind of have to do at once, because as I sort of spoke about at the beginning of this stream, the only reason the active aero exists is to facilitate the 50-50 hybrid power unit. And so if you're going to bring in the 50-50 hybrid power unit, you have to have the active aero. If you've not bringing in the 50-50 hybrid power unit, there's no real reason to have the active aero, although you could bring it in a little bit earlier just for them to get used to that, and then up the electrical energy. But that kind of thing is like an entire package. That's the reason it's a really big change, is because it's all in service of this hybrid power unit. That's the reason we're having to make so many compromises, and why it's like, quotes, the biggest rules change in the history of F1 and anything
since
ever.
2022.
Yeah. They are also trying to do a number of other things at once, which I think is a noble cause. They made the cars a bit smaller. They're trying to make the cars a bit lighter. They've made the tires narrower, which, I mean, it was absolutely insane that they made the cars as wide as they did in 2017. I think they had this kind of wild idea that cars need to look aggressive and cool and be wide and dumb, but of course that just made the cars harder to race against each other. So I think everything is coming from a good place, and some of it is just fundamentally tied together. So they're going to have to bite the bullet and do a load of things at once. We did have a lot of lead up time. It's not like this was all sprung on them last year. So it's surprising we're this late on fuel, and maybe they should have just mandated you got to have your fuel homologated by December last year or whatever. So we make sure everybody's ready to go. Maybe that should have been the cut-off date. So we're not running around in February counting out the clock. But I think so. Mercedes and Red Bull are the ones with the sort of issues with the fuel, with their fuel partners, I guess. Mercedes have this problem where potentially their engine could be protested for what it's doing with compression ratios. But F1 cannot afford to have that many cars have a question mark over them in Australia.
No.
They can't all be disqualified. They can't all not be allowed to race. They can't all have like an asterisk next to them in the results until it's all cleared up months later. They need to figure out a way to let them all go racing. It's just unfeasible for them to all be illegal.
Especially when you consider that by the letter of the law, they're not breaking any rules. You'd be disqualifying somebody for doing nothing wrong by the regulations, unless that regulation changes, which it doesn't sound like it's going to before Australia. As I said last week, we keep calling it a loophole, but actually what Mercedes have done is follow the regulations. So it's not actually a loophole, but loophole is the easiest way to describe it, isn't it? Rather than going into the ins and outs of it. But I don't know. It's not going to change for Australia. I'm certain of that, because you can't. But you're right. You couldn't, in theory, go into Australia with 8 cars. Potentially they're not allowed to race or at risk of disqualification, because then, all right, fine, other teams will benefit from that if they did get disqualified. But then why are we watching a race if there are 8 cars that have got the asterisk next to their name? There's no... I mean, look,
plus 4 more if you count if Red Bull don't get their effects on, don't get their fuel sorted as well. Like, it'd be madness and embarrassing for F1 as well. We got these shiny new rules. Oh dear, no one managed to. Half the field can't do it.
Yeah, we need to clear this up as well, because Kay Wallace has said rules are rules, and now you two and many like you state rules do not apply. You're right. The rules are the rules. The rules state that the engine runs at a 1:16 compression ratio, and that will be measured for the regulations when the car is stationary in cool conditions. So what happens out on track? You can make the argument that running at a 1:18 is... You could argue it's illegal, but by the letter of the law, it's not illegal. So you're right. Rules are rules, and Mercedes have followed those rules. It's not their fault, and this, by the way, Kay Wallace, this is an evergreen statement for any team. It's not their fault the FIA are, excuse the language, shit at writing rules. It's not their fault that the FIA, as you said earlier, Stuart, sort of said, here is the rules, you must run at 1:18, and then suddenly changed to 1:16 and then left the door open as well. That's on the FIA. So you're right, the rules are the rules, and we're not saying that we want teams breaking the rules. What we're saying is what Mercedes have done by the letter of the law is not illegal. The only way that changes is if the FIA can either pass a rule that allows them to measure, or some kind of device that allows them to measure them reliably when they're hot and out on track, or tell teams you can't run at 1:18. But then the problem is, if you can't measure that they're not running at 1:18, how do you know they're not running at 1:18? So if that makes any sense at all, it's the car is legal, and we've used this example as well. The rear wings, when you watch rear wings out on track, they flex so much. McLaren got so much stick for this last year in particular. That wing's flexing too much, blah blah blah. But and it does when you watch them sometimes on that McLaren, and Red Bull used to do it as well. A lot of teams do it. It looks illegal, but when it's measured, when it's put through its stress tests, it passes them, which makes it legal. So that's the closest comparison I can come up with. So it's not that we're saying, and I will defend us on this, we're not saying that we want people cheating. We're saying that by the letter of the law, Mercedes have done nothing wrong. Could you argue, and I hate this phrase, but I'm going to use it because it'll crop up, I'm sure, Stuart, in commentary. Could you argue it's against the spirit of the regulations? is there a spirit of the regulations, and do you hate that phrase as much as I do? Because surely the rules are what are written in front of you.
I don't hate the phrase "the spirit of the regulations," but I sometimes disagree with how it's applied, because I think the spirit of the regulations is a real thing. Because the way the regulations are written is they start with a spirit. They start with an idea, like, what is it we want to control? What is it we want these cars to do? What are the limits of the design? We want these cars to operate under certain conditions. That's sort of the spirit. And I think the spirit, I mean, you'd have to look into the hearts and souls of the people that wrote them, but I believe the spirit of the regulations for the engines might be, we want you to run at no greater than 16:1 compression in the cylinders, full stop. That might be the spirit.
Yeah.
In practical terms, for 99% of the technical regulations, you can only define them by how you measure them, for the most, right? So going to wing deflection, for a great majority of the time, FIA would measure wing deflection using stress tests. So the rules would be wings can only flex so much, and this will be tested by putting a certain weight at a certain point on the wing. And that allows teams to develop their wings, stress test them themselves to make sure by using the same tests, which sometimes the FIA will sometimes provide them with tools that are equivalent to what they will test them, in scrutineering, to like make sure they're designing things that will meet the tests. And FIA have changed what some of the tests are, and there'll be like technical directives that come out, which are binding bits of regulations, but they're just like little one pages that aren't in the actual technical regulation docs. But so they started measuring wing deflection by putting those little dot stickers on them in certain places and having cameras pointed at them at the rear wing and actually being able to measure the deflection. And in some cases they're using that to regulate how wings deflect, and that changes a little bit about how teams will go about designing their wings, maybe because maybe they'll pass the stress test but they won't pass the camera test or whatever. So when the FIA say we're going to measure the compression ratio at ambient temperature, not at the temperatures that you run the engine, then that's what teams are going to design to and what they should design to. And if the written rule of the regulations does not meet the spirit of the regulations, that is a fault of the people who wrote the rules. And I think FIA needs to be practical in how it amends the rules if they've seen... I mean, that's what a loophole is, right? A loophole is essentially where the written rules don't align with the spirit of the rules. Like something is... There is a gap that has allowed you to go against what the intention of the rules are, but that the intention of the rules doesn't mean anything when it comes to building a legal car. That the intention of the rules is at the behest of the people who write the rules. That's up to them to make sure that the spirit and the writing is as close as possible. So that is a long-winded way of basically saying what you said. In fact, it's the measuring that matters, and they have to be very, very clear about how they're going to measure how well you comply. And you can't just suddenly pull the rug out from under them at the last minute, especially if it's a massive effort to change that.
Two huge bits of news for you. Firstly, timing's back. Yay!
Hooray!
Secondly, the FIA have said in their race control, this is a test message from race control.
Wow.
Excite. I think this is a very good point, but I don't think, with respect to big Edmund Roman, I don't think it's worth going over again, because effectively we're going to say the same thing, which is, long story short, the test is in cold conditions, for example, static conditions. That's when the car has to meet the legal limit. Says, and what about the part where it says that every car should be legal at every point of the weekend? It's a good point. It's a fair point, but again, unless they can find a way to measure it out on track, it's not irrelevant, but it's sort of pointless having that argument until they can, because as Stuart said, and as I said before, in very simple terms, the rules are defined by when it can be measured, if that makes sense. So it is, you run it at 118 on track, could be against the spirit of the regulations. Maybe you could argue, as Edmund said there, that it's outside of the regulations and not legal. as it should be all weekend. But because it's measured once it's in cold static conditions, it only matters what that finding says. Does that make sense? I know I'm trying to repeat what I said, but in a shorter, easier way, rather than, because I feel like it's going to crop up a lot over the next 3 days. So when it's measured is the only thing that matters to the FIA to satisfy the regulations. There we go. Is it, because apparently they're saying it's quite complex to measure out. How likely is it that we might get a technical directive at some point in the season, like with, I think also Edmund made the point about Ferrari running a second flow meter in a season. I don't know, was that the year they got punished but not punished, but then suddenly had a really crap engine? 19 to 20,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, 19 to 20. Yeah, it was during 19, wasn't it, and went into 20.
Is it like we're getting a technical directive that says we've now developed this sensor or device that can measure your compression ratio accurately out on track? We're going to implement that from the Belgian Grand Prix or the Dutch Grand Prix? Or do you think it is far more likely that this is going to be this was an oversight, we've messed up, we get it, we'll close that for next year and we'll get something sorted for the new season 2027?
It's I mean, possibly, but I will come back to the practicality of how big a change is this going to be. How much time do these manufacturers realistically need to change it? Because the bottom line is, if you implement something now, or if you implement something, at the end of one race that needs to be complied with by the next race, there is a chance it's too complicated, and then suddenly you've got 8 cars that can't go on the grid. And that's not what they want.
No.
So I think maybe there's a chance that they issue a technical directive nowish, or before the season starts, that says by, I don't know, halfway through the season, pick a race, whatever, that's when you need to have your engine up to code, because that's when we're going to start changing the measurements. I think it's more, if they don't do it for like next season, I think it's more likely they're going to do it with a decent amount of time for them to actually implement.
Yeah.
And don't forget, of course, they're only allowed a certain amount of engines to be used, and they've already probably built the ones for Australia. Not particularly sustainable for them to just chuck out a bunch of their engines.
And it's the cost cap as well.
And I do understand a lot of people being like, it's the rules, it's the rules, it's the rules. And if they do that, there is going to be this shadow overhead from some people who just will refuse to see anything other than Mercedes are cheating. And any points and victory they have is going to be tainted by this. It's going to hang over them. I think that's the dark position we end up sort of being in as well. But again, I do think it's going to come down to practicalities about how easy this is to fix, if they really, really want them to fix it.
Yeah, I think, first of all, Fanta Boys put it in really simple terms. I think it said it's a bit like innocent until proven guilty. The FIA have to assume all cars are legal until they can measure something that is legal, and the Mercedes engine is legal every time they measure it. That's kind of quite a nice sentence there in there. And Neelish says there's no engine development allowed during the season, as far as I know. It's locked by Melbourne. It is, but also that's a mechanism that's quite easily unlocked if the FIA and the teams want to do that. So they say no development now, but it may well be that they say, right, we need to sort this because it's causing too many problems. We're going to unlock engine development for the rest of this year, but it locks again next year. They could do that, but then you've got the cost cap as well, because the power unit cost cap is a big thing as well, isn't it? So it's not just about, it's not just the teams that have the cost cap, the manufacturers do as well. So it's a real balancing act, and I think that's why it's going to be really difficult for the FIA to do anything. But just to clarify to the couple of people that have said that they don't agree, and that's fine, that's why we do this. We're looking at it a very black and white way. This is what the rules say. It passes it when it's measured. That's all that matters. But as Stuart said, we completely understand why there are people out there that are pretty, frankly, pissed about it all and feel like it is cheating. We're not saying it is. We're not saying it isn't, really. We're just, the rules state this is how we will measure your compression ratio. And as long as you're within that at that point, then your car is legal. I don't imagine anyone would want to run a 1-20, but they could if they wanted to. But as long as it was 160 when it was measured is the only term I could think of. So what Fanta Boy said, I think that's a really nice way just to keep it very simple. I saw Jonty say actually about when asked about the rules, maybe all happening at once, he said it feels mostly like no one has talked to each other. Aero, sustainable fuels, PU changes, all working to a brief but never communicating. It does feel a bit like that at times when you're listening to this all like, you need fuel by Melbourne? What? It's like, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Did we not tell you? Sorry, that was on my. It's got on my junk folder. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, it does all seem a little bit ridiculous that the pinnacle of motorsport, and we're still faffing around. Don't forget, we're practicing. It's practice 1 in Australia is 2 weeks on Friday, and we still have the question marks over compression ratio, over fuel homologation, and over starts to sort. And there is one F1 FIA commission meeting before then. That's a long day for somebody.
I want to put a more positive or spin or reframing of what you just said. Maybe we also need to remember F1 is the pinnacle of motorsport, and they're pushing the boundaries and stuff like that. So I wouldn't expect them to have everything sorted until very close to the deadlines, because they're going to keep pushing, and they're going to try and keep developing as long as possible. We're not expecting them to get sit on their hands for the last couple of months before Australia. So while some of it does seem like a bit chaotic and ramshackle, I think that's what happens when you're just pushing the boundaries as far as you can possibly get away with. So we can sort of look at it that way. But I did, in just having this little discussion, yellow flag on track.
I was just looking at that, yeah.
Might be just testing some things. There's only 9 minutes left. That's when they start throwing all things at the systems. I sort of think, if I take further what we were talking about how impractical it is to ask Mercedes or whoever, if they had a dodgy engine, to fix it quickly. Taking that line of thought a little bit further, it kind of emphasizes how easily maybe any engine manufacturers, especially someone like Mercedes, who do supply a lot of teams, can hold the FIA to ransom. What happens if Mercedes develop a properly illegal engine? Not just a loophole, but they've done something and it's totally against the rules. And Mercedes just say, well, that's the engine we got. So if you ban us, that's 4 teams off the grid. What are you going to do about it? There is a little bit of, we're sort of relying on everyone to play ball, aren't we? Because what happens if they don't?
We do have a red flag, by the way, but it's no need for alarm. They are just testing systems. Yellow flag, virtual safety car, red flag, and then it'll go green, and they'll go do some practice starts where they'll get stuck on the line for an hour because they can't get away. Yeah, I don't really have a lot to add on it, to be honest. It is messy, but can you remember a time when F1 wasn't at least a little bit messy at times? So yeah, I hopefully we get some answers soon. Again, I don't think we're going to get any major change to the engine regulations before Australia. 2 weeks to build a new engine is just impossible, isn't it? It's just not, make the change they need to. It's just so unlikely to happen. Maybe we'll get something, which I think, as you've said earlier in the stream, Stuart, is a more pressing issue, really, is the concerns over the starts from a safety point of view. Maybe we'll see something change there in the way that, not necessarily mechanically on the cars, but more from a system, like a race start procedure rule or change or something like that. Again, 2 weeks is not a lot of time to change these things. So something like that is possible, and who knows with homologated fuels. We'll find out in Australia, I suppose, but I don't know. It's kind of difficult as well. We keep touching on this. It's kind of difficult to know what's genuinely a concern and what is just posturing or politics sometimes. So yeah, we are. I mean, the red flag is still out, but the track's gone green, and that must be a TV graphic mistake because the cars are going out on track. You don't go out on track on a red flag, do you? So even in testing,
There's a green light on the pit lane. There's a red flag on the timing tower, and there's a man waving a yellow flag
now
next to the pit exit.
So I've got a red flag at the end of the pit lane, a green light, the red board was flashing, and the gantry still flashing orange, which tends to mean red flag, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's confusing. And the guy pulled his red flag in just as the timing lost its red flag. So interesting. I wonder if everyone's getting mixed instructions here, because the flags are supposed to be the fundamental thing you obey, right? If you see a red flag, no matter what anything else is telling you, it's a red flag.
We're getting a rolling start apparently, which is almost actually as exciting as the test message we got. Maybe that, do you know, maybe I would hate this for the first race of the season, but maybe that is the solution we end up with in Australia if they can't sort these concerns ever starts out. But I'm not sure what the voting is on that. So for the Mercedes engine, they need, is it five manufacturers? 4 of the 5 engine manufacturers to vote in favour of a change. But what would it be for changing start? Would that be the supermajority they talk about? Or would that be... Because Ferrari, you would assume, would vote against it. Because they've optimised their start procedures, others haven't. Assuming they do stand by that.
You'd assume, wouldn't you? I don't actually know what all the voting rules are.
It's got more confusing.
And I wonder if Ferrari
years.
would get their customer teams on board, because it doesn't sound like their customer teams have necessarily optimized it in the way that Ferrari have, and they definitely don't have control over their customer teams as strongly as they did back in the Sauber days a decade or so ago. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, rolling start then.
We had 3 wide at one point nearly, and then the yellow flag came out. I know they're just testing systems. It does look silly, but it has a purpose. Testing isn't just for the teams and cars, is it? It's for everything, which is why, again, we didn't get any broadcast or not much broadcast footage last week because they were testing TV stuff. So as the Cadillac passes a Mercedes and a McLaren, how many times will we not be saying that this season? Sorry, Checo, mate. It's going to be I'll tell you what, it's going to be back to us being Checo apologists again, isn't it? Everything he does.
I mean, last year was a bit humbling, wasn't it? We spent all of 2024 saying this man has got to go, and then it became, well, I mean, we had an idea that, you know, Max Verstappen was one of the only ones who could handle that car well, but it became, as they started cycling through drivers, it was like, oh, okay, Checo actually was doing a decent job. But I do think Red Bull's hands were tied a little bit, and it's good to see him and Bottas back to full force. I think it'll be interesting for them, and there's very little expectation to that car, so they can get their heads down and focus on developing it, just like when Haas came in.
I think that's a really fascinating teammate battle as well, isn't it? You've got with absolute respect to both of them, the former number 2s, who both, you know, Bottas was up against Hamilton, Perez up against Verstappen in a team together. It's going to be really interesting to watch that fight this season. Very much looking forward to that one. But I will say on Perez, I don't think we were as not desperate or as keen or as whatever to see him go as a lot of people were. I think we were still quite balanced in that we could see that it wasn't working and he probably did have to go, but we did make the argument a lot about, but you have to remember who's in that other car and who it's geared towards. I know a lot of people really enjoyed the whole, he's got to be sacked. I mean, look, last year was a mess for Red Bull. They sacked Perez or let him go, brought in Lawson, sacked him after 2 races, brought in Tsunoda, who was arguably no better. When it would have just been so much more sense if you were going to make the change, just put Tsunoda in from the start. Would have just made so much more sense. And we're getting a standing start. Are we going to get these hazard lights flashing on every start? Because that's going to make it fun.
I think it'll look cool. Actually, I quite like it. I can't remember from watching it at the end of last week's test sessions. I can't remember if the lights go off just before they start, when they get into their proper start procedure. But should we see if they actually get off the line properly? There's one of them.
That Mercedes was a little bit slow, but also spinning its wheels. Lando's still sat there. Earth calling Lando.
Yeah,
Earth calling Lando.
Lots of wheel spin. for Antonelli. When you're ready, Lando.
Lando Norris, come in.
I know Lando. You're like 8 seconds ahead of me, so I'm like, I know I've still got so much longer to wait.
And he's away. There we go. That was a long. I don't know what he's messing about with the cockpit, but yeah, that took a while there for Lando to get going. So there we go. Yeah, I mean, all cars through the pit lane is the next message from race control. But yeah, I mean, there's not much point getting into the Perez Red Bull stuff. It's about, he can look forward now, but I defended him hard, but I wish I defended him harder. But that's with the benefit of seeing every single driver last season struggling in that car. Except for Max Verstappen, even Verstappen struggled at times, didn't he, with that car, particularly early in the season.
Yeah.
And quite how. I know we didn't do any race reactions last year, did we? So it's last season, so we never had this conversation. But quite how Max Verstappen got to within 2 points of the Drivers' Championship last year. I was going to say I don't know, but actually McLaren also did everything they could to try and throw it away, didn't they? So that did help a little bit. They were leaving the door wide open, but that second half of season from Max just, for me, underlined how good he is. And I think he described it as his best season in F1 in the end, despite winning 4 world championships.
I mean, he really, really had to work for it. And it spoke to something we've said about Max Verstappen quite a lot, which is he will maximize his results. It's very rare you walk away from a race and think, Max left something on the table there, or occasionally he'll do something silly, like I think Barcelona, where he got the red mist and drove into Russell and then gave himself a penalty because of it. Okay, but he didn't leave pace on the table. That was just a silly emotional thing. And even in the start, I don't know how long it lasted, but let's say the first third of last season, when Max Verstappen was very much, we're not going to win this title. I think that's not a question for us. He was still, he won a couple of races in the first third. He was still on the podium regularly. He was still pushing. He was still getting every single point he could possibly get. And in the end, that paid off because you just don't know what's going to happen later in the season. And he drove as if every point mattered, and every point did matter in the end. And I think you're going to need drivers in your car. I think this also is going to be a season where you're going to need to drive the beginning of the season as if every point matters, even if your car's not doing well, even if you're struggling and haven't got on top of these things, because we're going to see a lot of development. And I think we could see switch around in the balance of power as the season progresses. And if you didn't put the work in early in the season and you suddenly become a title contender, like as time goes on, I think you'll be regretting that you didn't make the most of every single point you could get early in the season.
Yeah, no, I agree, because that's. I know that you could argue Spain, but I often think back last season to Max Verstappen in Australia and how close he was to the win there. Just that would have been enough to take the title. So I think you're right. In this new era and these big changes, every point's going to matter at the start of the season. But we'll come back to that in a moment. I'm just going to run through the times again, Stuart, because that is the end of the morning session, and then we'll do a big lunchtime Q&A before you disappear and you regenerate into Jonty.
That's right.
So I'll pop your Be Right Back screen up and back in a moment with you, Stuart. So that's it then for the morning session. If you are disappearing, enjoy your lunch. But we're going to do Q&A for an hour, then we'll be carrying on with the afternoon session. But Charles Leclerc, fastest this morning, 1:33.739, 70 laps. He will be replaced by Lewis Hamilton this afternoon. Lando Norris, 54 laps for him, 1:34.052. He's been replaced by Piastri. Kimi Antonelli is going to be replaced by Russell, 1:34.158 for him, 69 laps. Nice. Alex Albon, 55 laps for him in fourth place, 1:35.6. He's being replaced by, who's his teammate? Carlos Sainz. Pierre Gasly, 1:35.898, 61 laps for him. Franco Colapinto is in the car this afternoon. Isack Hadjar, he's in all day, so no Max Verstappen today. 1:36.188 for Hadjar, 13 laps in total, which we need to hop on a social media, check that in a bit and see what reason has been given for that. Again, I've not got the commentary on in my ear, so I don't know if there's a reason there. 65 laps for Esteban Ocon again. Haas quietly going about it, 1:36.418. We've got Bearman in the car this afternoon. Alonso will be replaced by Lance Stroll, 1:36.536. 28 laps for him. Nico Hülkenberg, 49 laps, 1:36.741. He's been replaced by Bortoletto. Arvid Lindblad has got Lawson taking his seat. I wonder if he'll go play some American football, 1:36.765. 169, 75 laps, and 24 laps for Sergio Perez, 138.191. Valtteri Bottas will take his place. Once the timing is all caught up and everything seems to be working properly, I'll go through tyres. If you are disappearing for your lunch, we'll see you in about an hour. We're going to do some Q&A. Please do drop a like, though, and subscribe if you are new. Lots to come this season and indeed this week. And don't forget you can support the channel through Patreon, membership, and, of course, Super Chats as well will be greatly appreciated. So start getting your questions in chat, and then we can start, well, answering them would be the obvious end to that sentence. I'm back, Stuart. There you go. I've got you back on screen, and they can hear you again now. Yes, I just thought we'd do Q&A for an hour. I don't think we've neglected chat, but I think sometimes, and it's the same whenever we do these testing streams, you get on a topic and then that's it for an hour, and it's you sometimes like, oh yeah, chat, hi. We love you all, really. It's CPB says, by the way, did anyone else cringe with that Snaps Gen Z bollocks on that podcast with DC, Will Bucks, and Naomi Schiff? Is that the new global podcast that they're doing? I didn't. And yeah, there are a couple of reasons in that comment alone, name-wise, why I wouldn't like to tune into that. But I'm sure it's lovely if you want to watch that one. Morris say, what was the most unfair driver sacking / replacement? So without ignoring hindsight and in the moment, Daniel Kvyat. Looking at it now, it was absolutely the right thing to do because Max Verstappen, generational talent. But Kvyat being dropped by Toro Rosso at all seemed a bit short-sighted, because I think and I will say this, and I don't know how popular this opinion will be, I do feel the same about Jaime Alguersuari, maybe to a lesser extent. I think Kvyat was a much better and quicker driver than people remember. People always talk about, the crashes, the torpedo in China and things like that, or the crashes in Russia, Sochi. But Kvyat was a very good driver. I'm not going to pretend he was, generational, but I really liked him, rated him quite highly, and I feel like he was more a victim of Helmut Marko's classic, you've had enough time now, mate, time to move on, let's get somebody else in, rather than anything he necessarily did wrong. I don't think his last season with Toro Rosso was great, by the way, just to be clear, but I do think he got a bit unfairly treated. But that's the nature of the sport, that's the nature of Red Bull, and it's one of the reasons why I think that Arvid Lindblad might be okay this year in the end, because he hasn't got Helmut Marko breathing down his neck. He might be given the time he knows. The time he needs rather than knows. But have you got a driver sacking that comes to mind, Stuart, that makes you go, that's a bit unfair? Golf ball's got a good one.
Oh, really?
Damon Hill, world champion, then be dumped down to arrows.
Oh, yeah. Williams used to be so weird. Williams used to be really weird. He, because he had this kind of sort of prideful totalitarian thing that kind of Enzo Ferrari also had. I think your Kvyat point's very wise as well. My problem with questions like this of like, in the whole history of you watching F1, what is your thing? I then immediately forget everything I've ever remembered about Formula One. It's like when someone says, tell me a joke, and it's like you've never heard a joke in your life. But the Damon Hill one is a very, very good answer. That was a weird shocker. I wish he'd won that race in Hungary the next year, just to kind of rub it in.
I think
so close.
Yeah, Hill's a good one. I like the Kvyat one. Great driver swap. And it's nothing against Eddie Irvine. I think Ferrari picking up Rubens Barrichello when they did was actually quite an inspired call. On the other side, I think bringing him in for 2000 was a really great shout.
Yeah.
Thomas says Michael for Kimi. Michael Schumacher's exit from F1 in 2006. Still, I still don't know if anyone has got this 100% confirmed, but it still feels very much like jumped before he was pushed. I think they wanted to move on into a new era. They wanted Kimi Räikkönen. And I don't think Kimi was a bad replacement for Michael Schumacher, given that, all right, because again, McLaren wanted to try and crap the bed. He won the title the next year. So, I mean, it's hard to say that Kimi Räikkönen was an unfair replacement for Schumacher because he did win the title the next year. But I do feel like Michael was forced out. And I think even if that's not proven to be true, I think there could be an element of that. And that does get sort of backed up by the fact he was so desperate to come back. When Massa had his accident, Michael Schumacher was the one who was going to take his place for a while, but apparently like his neck wasn't up to strength or something like that. There were some interesting reasons to why he didn't in the end, and then he came back with Mercedes, and I feel like he wasn't ready to go. That's why it always feels like he was sort of, if not jumped before pushed, at least encouraged to maybe call it a day. Because there hadn't been a lot of, and I'm bearing in mind again, like Stuart said, we're going back a long way, and memory can be a weird thing, but I don't remember 2006 until around Monza there'd been much talk of Schumacher retiring, and then all of a sudden there's this press conference and he makes the announcement and you think, okay. I was devastated, obviously. And do you know, it's funny, I didn't think after Schumacher retired I'd ever watch F1 again. I mean, how did that go?
Can't get rid of you.
But yeah, no, I mean, I'm going to see what chat say on these. I mean, Bottas for Russell says CPB. Moray says maybe Barrichello for Massa on that end.
Well, you kind of taking on Senna is always going to be a good idea. God, what?
Massa's an interesting one. Massa nearly won the title in 2008, didn't he? But sorry, Stuart, just chat can correct me. Didn't Massa get a season at Sauber, then get dropped for a year, and then come back? Weren't they a little bit unimpressed by him with his driving style? Let's say
he was a bit bargy, crashy, manic in I think 2001, and then he came back in 2003. I think similar to Alonso, who came in 2001 and then had a year out, but he didn't have a year out because he was a menace. He had a year out just because Renault didn't have a place to put him yet. And that worked out fine for him. Alonso's been in and out of the sport quite a lot.
Not so much for Jenson Button, mind.
No, Jenson, people kind of forget, like, Jenson Button had like almost a decade of just bizarre contract-based calamities. He sort of was Williams, and he was dropped by Williams, and he went to Benetton, and then he sort of went to BAR, and then Williams was like, no, we want you back, and he got into a fight, and then he seemed to manage to get into another fight between Williams and BAR the next year. It was very confusing. Like, he seemed quite smooth sailing from the kind of Brawn McLaren era, but before then he seemed to be in a tug of war and dropped and picked up and fought over, and yeah, for quite a long time. Strange guy.
It's quite a very bizarre career, and like when he came into F1, there was quite a bit of, I would say, hype around him. Not like we get nowadays with young drivers, but a lot of people, you know, he was very highly rated. And it's given, and with all due respect to him, because he is a world champion, of course, but given how long it took him to get that first win and that first title, or that only title, it's amazing how much teams fought over him, which I don't mean to be disrespectful. I just mean it in a sense that it maybe goes to show that it's a results-based business, but there's more to a driver than just their results. What I'm saying is, behind the scenes, he must have been so good to work with, and they must be able to still see the potential he had to keep fighting so hard over him, given that, I mean, maybe thinking more about the later years in Honda, where it was absolutely diabolical, probably, to be fair. It was such, I mean, that Earth car. Why? This is our Honda Earth dream. Could you not? It's bloody awful. But do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to sort of talk Jenson Button down at all. I was actually a member of his fan club back when fan clubs were a thing.
Oh.
Yeah. It was my birthday present from my dad because I love Jenson Button. But I still do. I think he's great. But he was just hyped up so much. I'm saying hyped up, but and respected, and was seen as this next future world champion, but it just took so long to get there. And I wonder, well, no, not wonder, I'm pretty confident all that faffing in the middle that you just talked about there is why it took so long. Because the Williams thing went to court, didn't it? Like, fully to court. It wasn't something that was, as far as I know, that was settled out of court. It went all the way to court. There
was some proper arbitration there.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure I remember it happening 2 years in a row in like slightly different circumstances or something. But yeah, sometimes you get drivers that are just it takes them a while to get into a car that allows them to show what they're capable of, and not allowing the hype to dissolve in that time is quite a tricky thing. Kind of like a reverse Fernando Alonso, where sort of early on actually he was able to show himself, and then ever since then has really struggled to be in a car that allows him to showcase his talent.
He's reverse button, not up. I'm going to read it. I don't want to, but Red Raven says, not meaning to tear up our old wounds, but doubly so for Stoffel Van Dorn. Yeah. I think, look, I know I love that guy, and I know that it's a bit of a meme. I get it, and you take the mickey out of me, but I still think Stoff got a really rough end of the deal at McLaren. They were always going to back Alonso. I'm never going to criticize a team for backing, as much as I love Stoff, the superior driver. They just do that. It makes sense. But whilst Alonso also took penalties, Stoff seemed to get the majority of them, and he was the one that always got the new parts they weren't sure about, and so he ended up down the back of the grid, and I don't feel like he was given a fair shot. I think he could have been given a bit longer. The problem McLaren had, unless I'm getting my timelines mixed up here, is that Red Bull were trying to get Lando Norris, and I think they needed to get him in a car quickly, and I think that worked against Stoff, because he did race alongside Alonso, didn't he, at McLaren before Sainz?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think because Red Bull wanted somebody for Toro Rosso, and Norris had something in
Lando didn't know, did he? Lando wasn't with Alonso, if that's what you meant.
Who replaced Stoffel then?
Wait, was Lando in? Oh God, I feel like I remember if Lando and Alonso were in the same team.
Stoffel Van Dorn.
I think Lando came in when Alonso was on his break.
Let's have a look. So where was me Stoff? So 2016 Stoffel came in and did that one race for Alonso, who'd had that really weird testing crash, if you remember. Really bizarre. Then he did 2017 alongside Alonso. 2018, McLaren was still Stoffel than Alonso. I really have got my timelines mixed up here somewhere.
But then 2019, 2020 was when Alonso buggered off, and he came back. Then it was
Norris and Sainz. Yeah, sorry, yeah. But it still lines up with the Stoffel getting the boot in his second season. That's what that's where I got my timelines mixed up. So now I'm trying basically going back to what the rumours and the paddock gossip was at the time. So let me think about it. So it was something like a bit Oscar Piastri-esque actually, that Lando had a contract that said that McLaren would give him, this is the rumour at the time, a race seat for 2019. But it didn't look as though that was going to happen initially. So Toro Rosso, Red Bull wanted him in the Toro Rosso, so they tried to poach him, is what the general paddock consensus was. And then McLaren therefore had to act to put Lando in a car, and that lined up nicely for them by being able to get rid of Stoff, bless him. And obviously Fernando decided to take a bit of time out after his grumpy old man phase. So yeah, sorry, I got the title. I was trying to work, because I know I couldn't remember if Stoffel did one season or two, but he did do two, didn't he? Because he was in that McLaren with the blue wings as well as the black and orange one. So yeah, that was what I was getting at with Norris. I think that kind of, I can't remember the question. Stoffel Van Dorn be replaced, but that's. I mean, you could argue that Norris replaced Alonso and Sainz replaced Van Dorn, but I don't think it really matters either way, does it? But yeah, anyway, that was it.
Very well put. We got there in the end.
What day is it?
Sometimes there's a lot of driver movements, and we've been watching this sport a long time, and getting everything aligned with the right years is not always
wasn't
easy off the top of your head.
Wasn't quite as good as last year. Can you remember last year's testing streams when we went down the Eddie Irvine Irish flag rabbit hole and ended up coming out somehow at Jochen Rindt?
Yes.
For an hour.
Well, we are in the lunch break. It's when things get a little bit weird.
Let's see, any more questions? Yeah, people say about sites and that. Red Raven agrees on Van Dorn, burnt too early. His career outside F1 shows how good he is. Absolutely. I mean, he's F1's not the be all and end all. Stoffel Van Dorn's had a very successful racing career, just not in F1, unfortunately. I'll tell you what, we'll do a wheel spin. Yeah.
Yay!
I know. Oh, we should have got wheel spin. Anyway, let's see what we get this time around. We are in the lunch breaks. We don't need the driver tracker for now, so we'll do a couple of these. It's going to be MSC Biles says, have you ever played football management games? If so, what traits or options would you like to see adopted in a hypothetical future F1 manager game? Stuart, have you ever played a football manager game? Recently?
Shockingly, I've never played a football manager game. So it's going to be hard to answer this question. Now, based on the question, I can only say what traits I'd like in a F1 manager game if I've played a football manager game. So unfortunately, I cannot tell you.
I haven't played a football manager game since I think it was one of the LMA managers back in the late 90s, early 2000s. So difficult. I could base it on FIFA, which I used to play a lot until, well, last week. I still play it a lot. What am I talking about? Trying to pretend I'm not an EA shill. What traits or options would you like to see adopted in a hypothetical? So I think the F1 manager game, we can talk about that because we both went to the secret preview stuff, didn't we?
We did.
That year we got to make some funny noises, which was bizarre. Could you record some stuff in the booth, please? Oh, what we're doing? Just groan a bit and shout, yeah. But you can't do it but you couldn't do anything in English because it was a global game. So it's like,
yeah. Oh, yeah. That was. You really had to just kind of get over your embarrassment and start screaming.
Especially when there was 6 of us. Me, you, Aldas was there, wasn't he? And then there were like 3 others. I think was it Alex Gillan was there as well? And you're there trying not to be embarrassed in front of your peers, I suppose. Just like, yay, we did so well, we won. Anyway,
that was a very strange day in a industrial estate in Cambridge.
You always think you think about these gaming studios, you go, oh, it must be amazing, and then it's like, oh, it is just an industrial estate. Nice building. And a fun day, actually, to be fair. They were nice people. So, but I think the F1 manager game, I was desperate for an F1 manager game, but the problem was it was a niche within a niche, and that's never going to do well. But I think there were some things that they got really, really right, but they didn't. I don't know how much the licensing held them back, because it didn't seem to encompass everything I wanted in an F1 manager game. Bearing in mind I'm quite greedy with stuff like that, so I didn't feel like I had as much control over my team as perhaps you would do if you're playing a football management game. So I'd like something that replicates the F1 world as best it can within licensing restrictions, so you've got control over your team, so the cost cap means more. So it's hard to explain what I mean, but I just didn't feel like my decisions mattered, but also it was very easy to go from backmarker to world domination in a year in the F1 manager game. So something that takes a lot of time, so it feels more realistic. It's the same with the F1, the EA F1 games. As much realism as is possible to put in within obviously licensing restrictions, but also gaming restrictions. I know, for example, in the EA F1 games, you can't have realistic F1 crash physics because it's not good for sponsors and teams and stuff to see their cars smashed up all the time on YouTube or whatever, even though there are plenty of mods out there to to replicate that,
which is infuriating. And it's not like F1 doesn't have crashes, and it's not like there's a bunch of people that don't watch F1, maybe not totally for the crashes, but who enjoy the kind of smashy crashy bit of it, because it is exciting when things go a bit wrong, as long as everyone's okay. It's just weird not to allow that. And I think F1 as a sort of license holder has been a bit more restrictive than maybe some other license holders in terms of how they allow their games to play out. But it didn't used to be like we used to when like Jeff Crammond of Grand Prix 3, Grand Prix 4 fame. I love those games. it just seemed like in like the 90s and early 2000s, you could just buy the F1 license, stick it into your motorsport game, and actually make a really fun motorsport game and not worry about how it affects all the brands and things. It's just, you've just got the right cars and the right logos, and let's go. Let's make a simulation. And it seems you can't do that as much these games in a management game or otherwise, which I really used to enjoy. I don't know if you played it, Motorsport Manager, which was an unlicensed version. That was a lot of fun, and you get to have a little bit more leeway with being either a bit cheeky or leaning into some of the bits of F1 that maybe F1 doesn't want to talk about. I think they're making a new Motorsport Manager game. I think I heard a rumor. So
it's the original developers who got the license back from Sega, so they're now updating it. Yeah, which is great. I mean, you could I used to download the mods that put the F1 teams and drivers in the Motorsport Manager game, so it felt like an F1 Manager game.
I think that's the key, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get an unlicensed one, and then you just mod it.
Mod it to death. It was I really enjoy. I agree. Motorsport Manager was a great game, but also it gave. I can't remember the exact wording of it, and I've mentioned it before, but it's some great stuff from your drivers. Like you click on Pascal Wehrlein, and it would say something like along the lines of "It's not my fault my cheekbones are so perfect" or something like that. It's like, Pascal Wehrlein did have perfect cheekbones, to be fair, but yeah, no, it probably still does. But yeah, no, stuff like that. Like you say, you can have a bit more fun with it, can't they? So, I mean, I was playing for years. I played Grand Prix Manager 2, modded to death, even up until F1 Manager, the first one came out. I mean, and that was a game from 96, 7 that still holds up really well today. So, like you say, unlicensed, lots of modding, but I think there's a lot of restrictions in F1 licensing, which makes the games hard. But you're right. Back in when I was growing up, you wouldn't just have an F1 97. You'd have an F1 97, a Grand Prix World, a Formula One, something else, and it was just so many different games for so many different platforms, and you had choice. Whereas now you've just got, I don't want to attack EA, but in Codemasters, but you've just got the one, and that means there's less competition, which means they don't have to try as hard, which sucks a bit. But although I will say, if anyone has played it, they might agree, but the last year's F1 game is the best one they've made for years, which is probably why they're just doing an update for the 26th season this year instead of building a whole new game. So,
I mean, I haven't really played them since 2015, but I did used to like them before that. It had quite a scrappy engine before that, which was quite fun. But I guess I was under the impression that they didn't make one for this year. Well, I guess part of it could be just being a bunch of cheapskates, but because they have literally no idea how these regulations are going to work, and they kind of need to see them in action before they sort of deploy them. It'd be interesting if these cars are as annoying and not fun to drive as the drivers say they are, and then they have to make a video game based on that.
That just ain't gonna sell.
Yes.
It's just switch everything to auto and turn your difficulty down. It's fine. It's all good. I think the first fully licensed F1 game was F1 by Domark in 1993, and it was rubbish, said Jonty, the one that had Donington on the cover. I can't remember that one. I remember spending many, many hours on, I think it was called Grand Prix World or something like that, on the N64. What a console, by the way.
F1 World Championship. I had that.
That was it. The one that
and it had
replays.
Scenarios.
Yeah. Had that, like everything in the 90s had that really dodgy, rocky music as well, didn't it?
Yeah, that was a great game.
That was a great game.
But for some reason they spelled F1 with a dash. It was F-1.
I'm guessing licensing to a point. But yeah, it was F-1, yeah.
I just think F1 just didn't give a crap. It's like, no, call it what you like. F.1, F-1. It's all the same.
Bernie probably didn't know what computers were.
Game is. Okay.
That was the first. They introduced. I still remember it. I think we said this last year. The advert for that game, they'd introduced replays into the game, and there was the advert was something like "Let's see that again." It was just different scenarios, and "Let's see that again." Yeah, that was. But I loved my N64. Yeah, my favorite console of all time, I think.
Me too. Seminal era for video gaming.
Weird controller.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was like the 3D was brand new, so it was like when F1 cars bring some weird things to new regulations that don't last very long. I started watching F1 in the middle of 1998, and I got F1 World Championship, and that had a bunch of scenarios from the 1997 season, but like real life scenarios that actually happened. So I sort of learned a lot about F1 just by playing that game. That was like my first historic foray into F1. So there was like a scenario where you were Michael Schumacher, but your brother Ralph had an opportunity to get in the points. So you would like hold station behind him to make sure he didn't get overtaken or something at like the European Grand Prix or something. Again, I'm not really remembering the scenario very well, but it was something like that. It was kind of cool.
No, I agree. I like the scenarios. And you used to be able to have it so that you'd play a season, but you could have like 1997 events on. So like everything that happened. It wasn't very good. I mean, you just get your engineer going, Villeneuve's out of the race. Oh, sorry, driver Williams is out of the race because they weren't allowed to use Villeneuve, were they? But I remember that. And then there was also, I still remember now, was it the secret Hawaii volcano track?
Oh yeah,
just unlocked with a cheat.
And the gold car that went at like 400 kilometers an hour.
Totally realistic. Welcome to F1 testing streams.
Yeah. Sorry for any young viewers that have shit video games.
Yeah. Staying up until my dad used to on VHS record. I think it was like game something. It was on I think it was on ITV, and they used to give the cheats late at night.
Yeah.
And my dad used to record that, so I'd be like putting all the cheat. You basically change driver Williams' name to. I think the cheat was vacation. I think that was the cheat name you put in vacation, and then it would, I remember cheating, like Sonic, up, down, left, right, A and start,
Classic.
Anyway.
Good.
On such of F1 games, by the way, F1 Career Challenge was brilliant as well. That's the one that ran over 4 seasons.
Oh, yeah. I didn't have that one, but it sounded great. I don't think I had the console for that.
I imagine that would be a licensing issue now. Like a nightmare as well. Trying to get around that licensing with teams that might not exist anymore, drivers that have left, sponsors that aren't around anymore. It was a simpler time.
I think if there's a will, there's a way, though.
Yeah. Does anyone remember F1 Race Stars? It was kind of like F1 does Mario Kart. Yes. That was a choice, wasn't it? It was okay.
I never begrudge anyone for trying something. I don't think it was anywhere like as good as Mario Kart, but it was a fun idea.
I tried to find another question in chat so we can move on from how random we've ended up here. But it is kind of what these streams are about. So, will Checo win the 2026 title? Says Professional Moron. I'm going to say no. But and I think I'm going to say no. But do you know what? I'd bloody love that if Cadillac ended up being a team to beat. What a story that could be. But unlikely, I think we'll go with to be fair. But good to see Checo back. I am happy to see Checo back, and it also means that Mexico, which I think still sold out last year, will probably sell out in an even bigger way this year now. So Checo's back. He was missed last year in Mexico, I think.
Everyone in Mexico rocking up in their Cadillacs.
Oh God, yeah. I'm trying to think of where. I did see a question. It's completely gone, and I can't think of.
Or you can remember that it was a good question. You can't even remember what it was about.
I can't remember what it was about. I can't remember who said it. I didn't read it. I didn't read the name. I just thought, that's a good question. Oh, no. Have you tried Formula Legends? ? Says JB. What's Formula Legends? Formula Legends.
It rings a bell, but I don't know what that is. But the name rings a bell.
I'll have a think. I might Google it in a minute. Ash says, can I have a quick recap as I'm popping in while at work? Yeah, no problem, Ash. Hey, Ash. Hope work is going okay. I won't tell you to quit like I told Sighted Canvas to last week. I was ever so worried he was actually going to do it at one point. But anyway, Leclerc was fastest this morning, 133.739 with 70 laps. But Lindblad did the most laps on 75. I haven't got accuracy with the tyres because the timing's been a bit difficult this morning. Hopefully that'll get ironed out. Not really anything major, no red flags apart from some testing red flags at the end, but mostly the morning session has been drivers locking up and going wide at turn 10 and turn 1. I know Cadillac, that's what I was going to check out. Hadjar didn't have a great morning with what for one reason or another. I'm going to go have a look on social media now while I remember. And I think Perez, he didn't seem to do a lot either, did he, Stuart, looking at that again? But I feel like that's sort of in keeping with what Cadillac have been doing all last week as well. Not many laps, but they've been... Yeah. I don't know how to put it.
They've been present.
Yeah.
But unimpressive.
Red Bull said early laps on the board for Isack Hadjar, and that was 3 hours ago. But he only did 13 laps, and not to be honest, there's not a lot to recap other than the times, which I'm not going to run through every single one, obviously, because it's times. But lappage: Leclerc 70, Norris 54, Antonelli 69, Albon 55, Gasly 61, Hadjar 13, Ocon 65, Alonso 28, Hulkenberg 49, Lindblad 75, and Perez 24. I don't know if have you seen anything at all?
I really noticed that Hadjar wasn't even coming out. I think I completely missed the fact that Red Bull were largely missing from that 4 hour slot.
Yeah, 13 laps, a lot less than I thought. I just want to read this, by the way. This is from Eric Van Haren. He says, Verstappen on his words from last week about the new regulations in Formula One. Max said, I got a question and shared my opinion. We live in a free world of freedom of speech. That's how I felt about it. I was just being honest. We said this last week, Jonty. I think it was with Jonty. This is it. People get mad about what Max has said, but he was asked a question and he gave an answer. If you don't like the answer, don't ask the question. Let's try Race Fans, see if they've got anything on their article about Hadjar. I'm just very Pirelli Mercedes. Isack has to remember 13 laps. He spent most of the session in the garage after the team identified pressure problem with its Red Bull power trains Ford power unit. Just call it a Ford, for goodness sake. So it was a pressure problem. Was it hydraulics that he lost quite a chunk of time last week on one day? So that's what's wrong there. Nothing on Sergio Perez. So I think I just feel like that is Perez's 24 laps is sort of in keeping with how Cadillac have gone about things. They've not done a huge number of laps over the last week or a couple of weeks, but they've sort of just been there, like Stuart said.
Yeah, I'm like, again, I don't have all the numbers in front of me or stored in my head because my head is a tiny little space these days. Have they done a race distance yet? Because it'd be good for them to get one under their belt before they actually have to do a race distance in a race.
That's a great question. Let me go and have a look at Pirelli tends to have all the times in press releases, so I can have a look and see the amount of the laps as well. Final day, second day, opening day. So opening day, Perez did 58 laps.
That's a race distance.
Bottas 49. I don't know whether that's consecutive laps, but I suppose it is still laps, isn't it? So, so that's one, maybe two. Day two, not 22. Day two, Perez did 42. Bottas did 68. So yeah, they have done. So that's two there, and then day three was Bottas 38, Perez 67. So I say they've not done a lot of laps, but I'm comparing that to Piastri on 162 or Haas on 3,074 because they just keep circulating. So probably not a total fail. It just doesn't feel like, it always feels like they've been sort of either pulled into the garage with a minor issue as they only get a few laps in. It's just dawned on me why I'm thinking that. Sorry. Last week we had the timing, of course. I didn't have the total laps. I only had the stint length. That's why it feels like I didn't do a lot last week. Yeah, there you go. That makes sense then. Ta-da! Discovered that. So, yes, they have done a race distance, but not all at once, I think. But is anybody going to really? They do race sims, don't they? They're not likely to do a full 58-lap race.
Oh, but yeah, and they're definitely got to do a race length in one stint either, are they? So you're going to see it broken up into like 21, 24, whatever, 30. Longest stint we had this morning was Leclerc did 2 21s. Oh no, Gasly did a 22 and a 21. Gasly did quite a few reasonable length stints actually. He sort of did 17, then 18, then 21, then 22. So some of them out there doing some longer runs.
Perez did a 16 stint, to be fair. A 16 lap stint, which I know isn't huge, but
yeah. It's something.
Took a while to get out there, and then when he did something. There you go. That's analysis. Sighted Canvas says, hello all. Hey, Sighted Canvas. I just mentioned you, actually. Says, how's Formula Shit doing so far in testing? Well, up yours. I don't know if that's a typo, or if you're referring to the series as being rubbish. Clarify, please. I was just saying, I'm glad you didn't quit your job. Was all I said about you. But yeah, I feel like that needs clarifying before I say any more. I'm pretty sure you're not abusing us, because you seem pretty cool. So, okay, I'll let they're having a conversation. Sorry, go on.
That's fine. I was just popping through the comments.
I'll spin the wheel.
No,
I'm going to spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel. That's good, because you go back in the comments and it all becomes video games for quite a long time. Yeah. Clearly, people are excited about video games, and
rightly so. We've got a question from it's going to be Thomas, isn't it? It is Thomas, DJ Naked, Thomas Mielver. I can't ever say his name. Channel OG Discord. It says, how many litres of pneumatic fluid will be filled during testing this year? Fuck you. Every year, Thomas. Basically, where that comes from, basically, is I was commentating on something in a watch-along. I was looking at two things at once. Something to do with hydraulics. They lost pneumatic pressure. Oh, no, do you remember when George Russell had to keep pitting for Williams to keep topping up his hydraulics?
Yes.
And I was commenting on that, and I was getting confused with the two, and I said pneumatic fluid instead of hydraulic fluid, and Thomas has never let me forget it. That was about 4 years ago, so I'm going to remove that comment now we've asked it, and I'm going to spin the wheel again for a question that isn't abusive. And yes, it was Chris Albon, Purple Safer. That was another one that was random, wasn't it? I have to try and read this name now. Shut up, Wanna Pav 81 YouTube. Are brownies better than cookies, or is that just government propaganda? It's a bloody good question.
Have you seen this wheel, or are these all surprises to you?
These are all. I've literally just copy and pasted them in and not read them.
Amazing.
Because I thought it'd be more fun that way. Otherwise, I'd have cut some out, because we get stuff like this.
Brownies and cookies are filling different holes. No, hang on. Let me rephrase that.
Depends what you do with them, I suppose. But
they're meeting different needs. Like, you might have a brownie for dessert, but you're probably not going to have a cookie for dessert. I think they're different. Can you compare them? I'm going to compare them. I think brownies are better than cookies, generally. But a nice crispy cookie with a gooey middle is almost unbeatable.
It depends on the cookie, doesn't it?
There's a broad range of cookie goodness. You could have a really naff cookie and a really amazing cookie, but I think brownies are reliable, dependable. Brownies are your sort of Haas's. They're going to be sort of in the lower end of the points, regularly delivering for you. But a cookie could be a cookie is a Red Bull. Like, if it's driven by Max Verstappen, you're gonna cookie. But if it's like anyone else, it's gonna be like cookie.
He's got a cookie monster. Cookie. Yeah, I think I prefer, if I had to pick between the two, I prefer a brownie, but I'm not going to eat a whole brownie if I just want a quick something to eat. I'll just grab a cookie out of the biscuit tin or whatever. But I do love how you've tried to keep that on F1 somehow.
Yeah.
So it's somewhat on topic. So here's one then. I'm going to pick a name from the. They're showing the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix from last year. So let's pick a name. Let's go George Russell. Do you think he's a cookie man or a brownie man? I think he's whichever one is cheapest, actually, and most cost effective. I think that's George Russell. By the way, Stuart, while they're answering that in chat, George Russell is a driver I've made a 180 on, I think, since we last spoke in a testing stream. I don't know what it was about last season, but he seemed to just... The recovery's comments about Max bullying him, and I was like, you don't know what bullying is. But I think... Or bullying other drivers. But I do... he seemed more likable last year. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's because his performance this general season impressed me, but I'm less Okay, I say full 180. I'm less irritated by him than I was this time last year when he was just full on school prefect hall monitor vibe. Which maybe seems harsh, but that's how I always view him. You know, he's the little grass, always gets you in trouble. Again, Norris jumpstart Norris.
Here's the thing, right? George Russell and Max Verstappen are the same person. It's just that one of them is an educated English guy, and one of them is I suppose educated Dutch guy. But like so one of them has the kind of just abrasive Dutch personality, and one of them is like coded in all this kind of private school language. I don't even know if he went to private school, but it's sort of the vibes. They're both, start with the positives. They're both very intelligent. They both think very holistically about the race. They're keeping in mind what's happening strategically and with everyone else in the race. They're very intelligent and they're communicative with their teams throughout racing and qualifying about, you know, how they're going to do what they're doing and what their strategy is. They also both go to bed at night and read through the regulations as their little bedtime story. And so they know all the rules and they're keeping their little eyes on everybody. And as soon as someone steps over, they're on the radio like, Leclerc crossed the right line. Leclerc went early. Leclerc moved across the track. You can't move across the track twice. They're both the same. They both do the same thing. It's just that I guess it depends on which personality you prefer more, because they're both little rule readers and snitchers. Which you gotta do, really. You've got to call the Canadian team out when they push a finger on the curling stone. That might be a reference that you might not know about, but that's a thing that's been going on.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, the Canadians pushing their little fingers, little cheaters. But essentially, they're both very, very similar. Now, talent-wise, that's up for debate. But in terms of how they go racing and their sort of approach to things, I think they're actually quite similar. And I guess I tended to be more on the Russell side of things, and got annoyed by Verstappen. But kind of like you, but on the flip side, I have worn much more to Verstappen over the last couple of years, especially when you see him not stressed out. I think Verstappen is at his worst. They're both at their worst when they're stressed out. But when they're in a happy place, either because they are way ahead or not having to worry about a championship, they actually end up being pretty chill, and you can focus on like just how interesting and intelligent and smart they go about racing and stuff. And then as soon as they get annoyed, the worst side of them comes out, and that's when they start bothering me.
I'm not laughing at you. CVB said George Russell is a cross between Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man and an assertive young MP in your local council.
Yeah.
So, yeah, accurate. I was just going to say, like, personality-wise, how I would describe them. You've just done a really great job and made a really great point. I'm going to dump all over it. I would describe them personality-wise. Max Verstappen is the one doing the running in the corridor. George Russell's the one sending him to the head teacher's office. That's how I kind of view them. I don't know why, and I'm sure it's not accurate because you're so right. How many times have we seen Max? Safety car comes out, a yellow flag. Check that Russell or Hamilton or whoever lifted. I don't think they did. Mm-hmm. He's seeing that in his mirrors whilst driving his car, and generally being bloody brilliant at what he does. Yeah, that's so. But George does the same thing. But I mean, Valentine says Max is a snitch when needed. George is more sneaky. But you're right; they do the same thing on paper and all of that. So, but I don't know. I just see Max running through the corridor or throwing wet paper towels on the bathroom wall, and George is the one that takes him down to the head teacher. Max has been running in the corridors again. I don't know why I do the voice. He's a bit nasally, isn't he? To be fair,
I think that's the thing. I think George. If you're so inclined, George will grate on you because he'll come at it with his like particular way of speaking and his accent, and we're like, and if that jars with you, then you're going to find him incredibly annoying every time he opens his mouth and starts doing stuff like that. But they're both good. Max will be running around the corridors, but then he'll turn a corner and see someone graffitiing a wall and be like, "You can't do that. Can't do that."
And then leg it.
And then leg it to a teacher.
Crikey. Yeah, no, but yeah. So I've done a 180 on George Russell. Was the point we made there? We're at paper towels and running in the corridor graffiti now. But let's go to we'll close the wheel for now. Let's go and have a look at chat now that we've given people time to answer the questions. So Purple Zebra says George is a rich tea man. Harsh. Trevor says that power bars only. Jonty agrees Russell is a rich tea guy 100%. Yinka says Russell is definitely a cookie man. Russell strikes me as a tiramisu or a creme brulee man, says CPV. Ooh. That all sounds really posh, but they're just not really, are they? A lot of people saying rich tea guy. Cytocavus tea and biscuits guy. Yeah. Maybe he likes one. Are they nice biscuits or nice biscuits, however it's pronounced? Ironically, not that nice. George is 9 to 10 dentists. Or
George
9 out of 10 dentists. Or 9 out of 10 dentists, yeah. I was watching him. Just on your curling thing, super quickly, it's come to my mind. We were watching Mock of the Week on Sunday, and they were talking about this cheating scandal about injecting certain things into a certain area.
Very, very funny.
Yes. But they were like, I can imagine that kind of thing would be really beneficial in the pole vault. And I was like, no, we have literal evidence now to prove that it wouldn't be beneficial in the pole vault.
No.
Just as a
reading that story,
aside.
It was very similar to F1 though, wasn't it? It's like, oh, we're like exploiting an aerodynamic advantage. Very Audi, wide packaging down the bottom of the car. Yeah, interesting, fun.
I thought I missed something in F1 when you said that. I was like, what have I missed? Who's injecting what?
Well, it's only a matter of time, isn't it? You got to get the weight balance low as possible. I thought, maybe this is because we've been analysing F1 for so long. I thought the most obvious answer for the skiing problem was to give everyone a standardised cup to wear. Then it's all the same size.
Yeah. Williams could provide it.
Yes.
Oh, Williams. Oh, that's perfect.
There we go.
But that was an accident. Love it. Question to you both. This is MD Productions. What has been your favourite F1 documentary you have seen? Oh, Senna, obviously, is the easy pick there, isn't it? The documentary movie type thing. I'll say it for Jonty. Make sure you see the full version, not the edited version.
What's the edited version?
The edited version is the one that makes Prost look like more of a dick. The full version, less so, but still a bit. So, yeah. I
don't think I've seen different versions. I saw the one that was in the cinema, so I don't know which one that one was.
I think the DVD version I had is definitely the longer version. Okay. So maybe the cinema was theatrical release. Maybe that had to be shorter. I don't know, but I'll always go to as well. There's I think it was a BBC documentary years ago called Grand Prix: The Killer Years. That was a really good documentary, very eye-opening. It does exactly what it says on the tin, so be prepared to see some pretty horrific stuff.
Sure.
But the Sky documentary does some good ones lately as well, to be fair. There's one on Benetton that I haven't watched yet, which I want to see. But I think if I had to pick one to watch right now, it would be Senna again. Yeah, there is some really good documentaries out there. Not Drive to Survive, it's not a documentary. That peaked in season 2 in the Williams episode, you know, and then it's just gone downhill ever since. Yeah, it's been awful.
Yeah, definitely my favourite.
I haven't watched Drive to Survive for about 4 years. Sorry, Stuart. Just
no, neither have I. No. I kind of like. Okay, I get the idea now. It's
crap.
I've seen the real version of this. Yeah, I'm sure it's still doing a good job of getting people in. I wonder how long they'll go with it. Surely not forever. I'm really. This is completely unrelated, and I'll get back to the actual. It's not unrelated, but it's unrelated to F1. I'm quite excited to watch the America's Next Top Model documentary. Apparently, it's brutal.
Is it? Oh, cool.
I think a friend of mine, described it as, why is Tyra destroying her entire reputation by appearing in this documentary? Anyway, unrelated. Yeah, Senna, I think, is the high watermark for documentaries, and I haven't watched loads, but I always remember, by like absolute coincidence, a documentary crew decided to make a documentary about Eddie Irvine, in 1999, and
Yes.
before they knew that he was going to sort of accidentally take over as the lead driver in Ferrari and have to contest the world championship.
I had the video,
and it's actually pretty good, and it's good stuff. It's like worth a watch because that was a weird season. What oh god, I think he would have been insufferable if he'd won. I don't think we'd ever heard the end of it. But yeah, that's well worth a watch if you can dig that one up. Because what fortune they had to suddenly be following a guy who's basically just number 2 at Ferrari, putting in the numbers to have to rise up and become their championship challenger.
No, I remember the one you mean. Yeah, I had that on video. I watched that quite a few times. I think you're right. He would have been insufferable if he'd won the title, but at the same time, no more so than Jacques Villeneuve, and he did win the title. Although to be fair to Villeneuve, he does make some very good points. He just a bit like me. He's just very bad at making them, if that makes sense. He makes some good points about the way the race could be improved, but then says stupid things like just remove the mirrors. I mean, they are pretty useless to be fair, but I mean, come on.
He makes us do a lot of work in separating the wheat and the chaff, doesn't he? Like, I think he's more interested in getting a soundbite and a little headline on an F1 site somewhere by saying something outrageous than to actually be more thoughtful in, his opinions. Because I think if you want a bigger hit rate, I would just listen to Anthony Davidson or Jolyon Palmer or Jensen Button or whoever. I know I just listed a bunch of English people, which is probably not fair. But I guess we tend to get more English people on the Sky screens. But you know what I mean. I think he just wants to say something that gets a reaction more often than say something that's well considered. But that annoys me so much.
That's the world now. Everything's clips. Everything's again. I was watching Mock the Week. They had a section where they call it "You Think That's Bad," and they just go around telling life experiences and they try and one up each other. It's just so transparently made for brain rot. TikTok. It's just so obviously made. You're just like, oh, I forgot. Not everything has to be a clip. I don't like YouTube Shorts. I don't like making them, and I hate they ram down my throats. I'll do it if I have to, but they're crap. TikTok is just great. I've watched my niece again. Back to my niece. Sat there all. Oh God, here he goes. Here's Grandad again. I just sat there, just scrolling, and not even watching the video, just scrolling through. She actually, as an aside, my sister would kill me if she's listening, but she actually put a TikTok up the other day slagging her mum off because she told her off. And I'm pretty sure at 12 she shouldn't really be using it, but anyway, anyway, it's a awful platform, but anyway, if you like it, cool, but not for me. But it's not aimed at me, so there you go. I'd rather a 20-minute video or an 8-hour live stream than a 60
I've got to admit,
seconds.
I do enjoy TikTok. I have my allocated times to have a look through TikTok, and it's nicely curated for the things I enjoy, and then I leave. I've never made a TikTok, and I've never made a YouTube short. I can't guarantee I never will, because who knows where the world goes. But I do like a little scroll every now and again.
I like things like on YouTube, like Fail Army, where they'll take a bunch of clips of people falling over, like You've Been Framed without Harry Hill or Jeremy Beadle, and you watch that for like 20 minutes because that's something just in the background. But I couldn't just sit and flick through those videos one by one because it would just drive me mad. But I suppose it's not so bad if it's curated to you. I guess because I've never used it, when I do click on there, it's like, maybe that's part of the problem. But I'd rather watch a City Planner Plays build a city for an hour than that, or watch something interesting. I don't know. I can't ever say their channel name, but the Cura explains lots of cake. I can't remember what it's called. They do like history stuff, and it's all cartoony, and it's
Sure. That definitely is a thing that exists.
If you know what I mean, please confirm I'm not making it cure whatever. There's a bird on the track for some reason.
Call the Bondulance.
Do you mind, Stuart, if I just disappear for 2 minutes to have a toilet break and let the dog out, and then I will let you go and I'll call Jonty in? Is that all right if I leave you a chat for 3 minutes?
Sure, I'm sure I can be trusted with chat.
Okay, don't break the stream.
I'll try.
I'll be back in a few. Won't be long.
Okay, chat. What are your favorite swear words? I'll say them all out loud in the next 2 minutes. Please don't do that. I did want to go back to Av Maximus, who said Senna, blah 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 blah. Sorry to blah blah you. And I only blahed 3 words, to be honest. It would have been quicker for me to read out the sentence that I skipped. But here we are. Second sentence. I believe Asaf Kapadia has a new documentary on Montezemolo coming soon. I would really want to watch that. I still annoyed at myself. I haven't watched Amy or Maradona yet, even though I keep telling myself I will. I'm glad no one has started doing their swears. That's good. I'm glad everyone knew I was joking. Sometimes that's not the case, and you're going to get a wall of grey text. What video of mine am I most proud of? I mean, it's probably the 2020 season review one that I did, even though some people hated it, but only because it took the most work. Like I did it over several months. It had a lot of planning. I had to actually think about how I was going to film things, and I had to involve other people, and other people suck. I hate involving other people in my stuff. Just because I think I get flustered by having to communicate everything I want to do with them. But I really like the way that came together. I think it was fun and interesting, and I think people enjoyed it. People were happy to accept some of the weirder parts of it. Yeah. Every now and again, I think about doing another season review just because they're fun to do. But I think YouTube burned through my mental health really quickly. I have every now and again I think about doing another video, and these new rules have actually made me think I might do another one just before the season starts. I have been having to learn new software to do it though, because I've dumped all of Adobe's products because Adobe are horrible and expensive and tracking you with AI, and I don't trust them with my work. So yeah, I've actually basically got all of the software I use with Adobe, but made by different people. My views on Planet F1, I'll leave those to experts, but let's say I don't read Planet F1. Jonty says, I was impressed with your Uber video. People wanted to know what happened. You presented it in a tactful way. That's very nice of you. That was definitely my aim, because I know when something tragic and terrible happens, people want information, not necessarily in a morbid way, but because I think it's important to know what happened. And I think ignoring it completely and just having a blackout on any information, I think is a bad idea, because then people just go to poor sources or just watch crash replays over and over again and speculate horribly. So I think it's useful to try and have information out there that explain things and just walk the line between doing that and sensationalizing it. I think that's a tricky thing to do. And whether someone has a tragic end or whether just something bad happens, I think it's a Sean and I have spoken about things in the past where things have gone awfully wrong, and it's you have to kind of walk that line of talking about things fairly and not sensationalizing or getting too morbid about it.
Didn't we go live after Hubert's crash in a race reaction, the day after, and had to kind of balance that a little bit? Yeah. I'm pleased you're all having a cheery chat.
Yeah. We actually started cheery. We were talking about what video was I most proud of, but Jonty said he likes the Hubert video.
Did you answer CPB's question? I'm not reading it. CPB 1998. Just intrigued by what you said, that's all.
Oh, I think most people were restrained, but as soon as you left, I asked people what their favourite swear word was.
Fair enough. Bums is purple zebras. There you go. Yeah.
Are we passing over now? Am I?
I think we are. I took a couple of minutes extra because I'm not exaggerating. Socks everywhere. I let him out for a wee. He picked up his favourite pair, went outside, put them on the patio, peed, came back in, left him out there. Now he's upset that he can't get his socks.
Can't win.
Dogs are great. But they drive you mad. Yes. Thank you very much, Stuart, for joining me this morning. I know you're back tomorrow, so I'll let you get off and you can get over my nonsense for a few hours. But hopefully, we'll probably head up on the doer board tomorrow and we could do some drawing on stuff. And I think you had some graphs as well that you wanted to show.
Oh yeah, I have a whole graph to explain overtake mode, because it seems like a lot of people are confused about overtake mode. Making my overtake mode graph, which is not a work of art, but it did give me a little bit of that hunger to kind of make a video again. We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, thank you very much, Stuart, and I'll let you get off, and I will see you tomorrow. What am I thinking? Tomorrow?
Like, remember?
What year is
For
it?
testing?
Yes, I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Enjoy the afternoon.
Where's my image? There we go. Now I need to hang up on Stuart, don't I? There we go. We'll bring Jonty in just a second. What I'll do first before we bring Jonty in is I will run through the lap times from the morning session. The session is green. Nobody on track at the moment. I think we've got Bearman heading out on track. We have done so. We've got Leclerc fastest, 1:33.739, 70 laps this morning. 54 laps for Lando Norris on a 1:34.052. Kimi Antonelli, 1:34.158, 69 laps. 55 laps for Alex Albon, 1:35.690, 1:35.898 for Gasly, 61 laps. Hadjar, 13 laps. I read that backwards. 1:36.188, and it's a 1:36.418. 65 laps for Esteban Ocon. Pressure issues for Hadjar in his car, so not that the seat's too much pressure, just that the car had some issues. He's fine. Alonso 1:36.5, 28 laps. Hulkenberg 49 laps, 1:36.7. Lindblad 36.769, 75 laps, and Perez 24 laps, 1:38.191. I'll do the tyres when they come back up. We can run through that in just a second. And a reminder that your afternoon drivers, I did do this earlier, so I can swap these over. We have got Piastri, Russell, Hadjar, Hamilton, Sainz, Lawson, Stroll, Bearman, Bortoletto, and Colapinto. Hadjar, the only driver, yes it is, staying in all day, and I will adjust the box and the timing tower as I need to once the drivers start to go out and track and get some lap times in for the afternoon. Don't worry about that one. YouTuber spiel time. Please do drop a like on the stream. Really appreciate your support, and subscribe if you are new, just like JB just did there. Thank you very much, mate, for your support. Please do subscribe. Lots of content to come. We're live till 4 p.m. ish today, and then live 7 till 4 tomorrow and Friday. Then I might do a predictions video for the new season, because I think people like a predictions video, even though some hate speculation but seem to like to see how wrong I am at the end of the year. So we'll do a predictions video maybe, and then it's preview time for the Australian Grand Prix on the other channel. Watch along for the Australian Grand Prix qualifying session here, and of course the race reaction back as well for this season. Some will be with Stuart, some will be with Jonty, some will be with others, some will be on my own, but we're definitely doing race reactions this year. Even if I have to solo a chunk of them, we're definitely doing them. So that'll be every Sunday after a race, of course, not before one, because that would make no sense at all. You can support the channel through super chats and buy me a coffee. Links in the description. Thank you to Latox, by the way, as I've already said, for the coffee a little bit earlier today. Has anyone else done one? Not at this time, I don't think, but yeah, thank you to those who have supported the channel. Really appreciate it. And you can do so as well through Patreon and through channel memberships to get your name at the end of the video. And on channel memberships you get a badge and some emojis. I mean, come on, that's going to be, that's enough for anybody, surely. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's not a massive surprise. Let's bring in Jonty. Now, the way I have to do that, I have to do a very backwards way now because of that screen capture, Sean. You don't need that one. There we go. And then we turn off that, and then we do... Jonty just sat patiently waiting for me to finish faffing around.
Get it right, Brian.
And hopefully, when I click on this, I bet I need to resize him. Where has it gone? Hey, that'll do. Hi, Jonty. How are you doing? It's been a while since we last spoke. A whole what on stream? 5 days.
Well, you've almost got it right.
Sort of. Where am I wrong? You need to be at higher, don't you?
No. It's all I can see is an OBS logo on Discord.
Oh yeah, that's that. I can't get that working. It just doesn't seem. I've got screen share setups and all sorts.
Oh well,
and
never mind.
Want to do it, but you can. as Stuart said this morning, you can watch me on the stream and I look like really badly dubbed anime. So, you know,
that works.
Well, can I get it? I could try again to see if it'll work, but I don't know what it does to everything else. Let's see. There we go. It did work. It didn't work.
It wasn't that hard, was it?
Well, I clicked that for Stuart this morning. It didn't work, so I will say that. I'm gonna have to keep adjusting this box, aren't I, all afternoon now? The greyed out box thingy. But yeah, how are you? How are you doing? How's life treating you? Which is such a crap way to speak, but there you go. Yeah.
Gone cold again, but yeah.
Have you got snow?
We have to deal with that. No, not yet.
Oh, you're lucky.
We're right on the very edge of a yellow warning. And considering we were in an amber warning a few weeks ago and got about 2 inches, that probably means we'll be under a foot by the morning.
Probably, yeah. It is cold, but, you know.
CPP, don't start that. People have been telling me that for years. Not the Lemmy bit.
The Sean Bean thing I can get, yeah.
Yeah. Timu Boromir.
Can you say bastards in a Sean Bean accent, or...
Bastards.
That's not bad. That's not bad, to be fair. As Bearman and Lawson head out on track, by the way, just to let you know, he's done with his American football this morning, Lawson. What are you spotting in testing today, then, Jonty? What's caught your eye? It's not been the most eventful, has it, for testing?
No, but I've actually been mostly avoiding it. So in case you spot things, you can go, "Oh, did you see this?" So if you haven't seen anything, we're in a bit of trouble.
Well, we spotted that Audi have got an Alpine style rear wing now for their DRS. That goes.
Yeah,
flat.
And the flap, new monkey seat, possible diffuser tricks or something that Ferrari are doing. Although I'm struggling to see what benefit that's going to give.
I mean, have
you seen the pictures?
Well, no, I started the stream at 7, so I've not had a chance to look at all the updates. I know Ferrari bringing updates. I'm going to get some pictures tonight to put on the doodle board for tomorrow's stream, so we can pick them apart. But I've not seen much.
Tell you what, if I copy the link and then send it you on WhatsApp, you can have a look at the picture.
Well, I could put them in the stream tomorrow. That's I go find some ones on XPB. Oh, Jonty's messaged. I wonder what he wants. See what's going on.
I'm genuinely struggling to see the benefit of it. To be quite honest.
Oh,
it's literally just a little vertical flap that sticks up in front of the exhaust or behind the exhaust.
Oh yeah, almost cutting it in half. Almost.
Yeah,
that is strange.
I mean, is there some trickery with increase? Ooh, actually. All right, thinking live on stream. Just wondering if that could, if it's close enough, could it possibly just increase the pressure throughout the exhaust system, which can help to get the turbo spooling up faster?
Perhaps. I don't know.
That's
stuff.
Pure speculation.
I can get a picture off XPB. I'll tell you what we'll do then, because you brought this to my attention. I love doing this because it means everyone has to watch me with my really bad. I'm going to try and put this on the doodle board, but without showing you the doodle board until I've done it, which feels like it's unlikely to happen. But I am going to try. Let's put it over the Red Bull rear wing. We don't need to see the Red Bull rear wing again. I'm not going to be able to use the actual picture because it looks like a screen grab, to be fair. And FOM gets surprisingly funny about it, actually. Even screen grabs, oddly enough. So I think I've got it. I think if this has worked as intended, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm not convinced it has. You see, I'm almost a pro. So what Jonty is talking about here is, if I get my drawing board out, I'll actually undock that so I can do it properly. We'll do it in a nice little green. What he's talking about is this here.
You've changed the doodle bit so his times are still up.
I thought that was just in case we needed to spend more than a couple of minutes over here, because people get really funny when they can't see the times on a timing stream, which I sort of get. So I thought I'd do that. But yeah, that's the little thing that we're talking about. It was an excellent transition. Thank you. I'm impressed myself, which is something. So it's sort of covering I'll probably remove that line in a minute, but you can sort of see it's sort of covering half of the exhaust, I suppose, the outlet. So that's not sure what that could be. Jonty's come up with a theory. I don't know if anybody else has any rough ideas what it could be.
Well, you've got the slight trunk coming back from the center of it. So is that a duct down into the diffuser for a blown diffuser of some form? Is it deflecting air up into the rear wing? You know, it's putting heat into the system, so hot air is more energized than cold air. Who knows?
Just draw around there, you can sort of see where the exhaust is, but normally that would be, I'll exaggerate it slightly, but normally it'd be a bit more like that. So it's probably a bit less than half that it's covering. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? But I can't say I've gone through the Ferrari with great detail this week. So I
have to see what someone like Scarbs or Kyle Engineers comes up with.
Yeah, also I'll keep an eye on, I get Summers F1's newsletter, so there might be some stuff in there that I can bring in tomorrow. I'm sure he won't mind. But there you go. That's what we're talking about, or what Jonty was talking about. I'll go back to the other screen. Hopefully this hasn't messed everything up on the other screen. Now what happens now? No, we're good. I did something well. There you go. It's not often I get it right. No cars on track, by the way, which is thrilling. So
people saying just to create dirty air. I mean,
maybe.
Yeah, if you can do it on purpose.
Dark Cheetah says, is it less the green block and more the triangle in between the light and the exhaust? Question mark.
Well,
let's have a look.
We don't know yet. We haven't seen it from the other side.
Yeah.
It could well be. You know, that could be a duct feeding down. But it's going to be very interesting to see where that goes. Well,
I mean, Red Raven says it's clearly an oil dispenser for Mario Kart style race interference. There you go.
Yeah.
Apparently Gary Anderson has done a quick bit on the race about it. It's a bit difficult to appreciate that, Max, but it's a bit difficult to sort of go off and read stuff on stream. But I can have a look tonight and go through all the analysis of it when we can talk about it properly tomorrow. But that I just wanted to show that because Jonty brought it up, but it's a good spot there. But yeah, I know they were bringing a full update package this weekend, and I know they are for Melbourne as well, according to Fred Vasseur. So Ferrari have got a lot to come, but I think we're going to see that all year, aren't we? There's going to be updates every weekend pretty much this year. So that's good stuff. I tell you what I want to talk to you about this afternoon, Jonty. I saved it just for you. Under my news and talk. It's not bad as Lewis Hamilton heads out on track. I'll keep you updated, obviously, and we'll do the times on the hour. But the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya has agreed a contract extension that will see it rotate on the calendar with Spa over the next 6 years because they're comparable. Both venues will hold a race this year. Next season, Barcelona will drop off before returning in 28. Rotation deal means Spa holds race in 27, 29 and 31. Barcelona does 28, 30 and 32. Are you as annoyed at that as I am? Number one, that Spa's even on rotation in the first place, but number two, they're rotating it with a track that notoriously is a bit pants. Is my expert analysis.
Yeah, I am quite annoyed about that. I won't lie. There are a handful of tracks that absolutely need to be there. Spa is one of them. Barcelona isn't.
No, especially when they've already got Madrid.
Yeah.
The Mad Ring. Such a stupid name.
Yeah, because Spain having two races, one of them being a street track, has famously gone well.
Yeah, Valencia, of course. Yeah, that was a waste of everyone's time, wasn't it?
Yeah. Even though 2012 was actually pretty amazing.
It was. Yeah, it was a good. Is that the one Seb retired from? 2012, having looked on for the win. And Alonso win, yeah.
Like everyone, and Maldonado hit everyone. It was one of those where, like, we could call it a good race. It wasn't a good race. It was a very entertaining race.
Yeah, chaotic.
Not always the best reasons.
Oh, yes, that's the one where Maldonado had that crash with Hamilton, didn't he? 2012.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
yeah,
fun.
Where he just straight lined it over a chicane into the side of him. That was
bizarre.
Well, that was classic Maldonado.
Yeah.
Just sometimes just went, corner? What corner? Oh, look, another car. I'll use that as my brakes. It was like full-on Gran Turismo style. and yet he could be lightning fast, especially over a lap.
I can't understand. So obviously the Spa thing is because they can't afford to host it every year. That's obvious. But
yeah.
I don't, surely you rotate it with Portimao, with that coming back, or you rotate it with another track that's maybe, somebody said Germany, what about Hockenheim? Why can't rotate it with that? I know that depends on whether they want to. Hockenheim might not want to host a race, but it's just very, very, it's just an odd decision. And the track, Barcelona is a better track now than it was when it had that stupid chicane. But it's still, because they've got so much data, and this is where Bahrain will end up in the long term, by the way, because they've got so much data because of testing in Barcelona, everything's just 2x2. Everything's just a bit pants. It wasn't bad last year, to be fair, but that's only because we had the big Max Verstappen controversy to talk about with the George Russell and the red mist and all that. But I don't like not having Spa on the calendar every year, and I don't like that if they are going to rotate it, it's with the tracks. So one year you're getting this epic track like Spa, then the next year you're getting Barcelona, and it's like, oh, why? Yeah, I don't.
Josh Potts in the chat, it's not actually that controversial.
No.
Catalonia is not a terrible track. It just doesn't suit F1 regulations of the last 10 years, certainly since 2017.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I mean, if it works with this regulations and this year's race is epic, then all this concern goes away. But based on the last however long you want to go back, it's just an odd choice. But I also don't understand why. Do you think there's an element of, how can I word this? An element of keeping Barcelona under contract just in case Madrid doesn't work out? A fail-safe.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I genuinely wouldn't be surprised.
Because you're concerned about that track, aren't you, anyway?
Looks... It's iffy. There's potential for some entertainment, but it's of the Baku-style entertainment.
Yeah.
I know most people absolutely love Baku, but it's because it causes chaos, not because the races are good. And don't get me wrong, I will enjoy a chaotic race. It's always spicy. It always gets you on the edge of the seat with shocks and surprises, but it's not good racing. There is a distinct difference. And if I could pick between the two, I would pick like good close racing over chaos.
Yeah. I mean, Michael makes a fair point. If Alonso had retired, it would have gone permanently. You're possibly right, but also like we have two Spanish drivers on the grid, so let's have two Spanish races. How many British drivers are on the grid? And we only go to Silverstone. I don't know how much. Obviously, Zandvoort was on the calendar because of Max Verstappen, so we know that the weight that carries. But I suppose Alonso in Spain probably carries the same weight as Verstappen does to Dutch fans. So I guess as much as we love Carlos Sainz, maybe he wouldn't be enough to sustain two races on his own, I guess is what I'm saying. So I'm trying to think about how I'm trying to word this without sounding like I want more British races, because I don't really. I'm not a big fan of multiple races in... Do you? I don't like the idea of multiple races in one country. I think there are enough countries, enough tracks out there for us not to have to go to the US 3 times, or Spain twice, or Italy twice. We had Imola as well. Plenty of tracks. Sepang.
Well, the big difficulty you have, obviously, with multiple races in the same country is that they have to be split by quite a gap on the calendar, because otherwise it's pointless. You're not going to get everyone spending loads of money to go to one when there's another one the week after. That's not going to happen. So they have to think on the funding side. But I mean, I want more than one race in Britain, because this is quite a controversial opinion. Silverstone's probably third or fourth best track that we have for racing.
Are you advocating for Cadwell Park, Jonty?
Maybe not Cadwell. That might be a tad small for Formula One cars. But Donington Park is absolutely awesome and always has been. And the one F1 race we had there was spectacular.
How much work would have to go into getting up to scratch, though, for F1? That's the trouble, isn't it?
What? Yeah, exactly. This is the problem. And I mean, there's through random tracks, they're probably too small and don't meet all the requirements and would be a nightmare to get to. I mean, Anglesea's got a fantastic track. And if you want sort of scenic views, it's incredible. There's certain parts of the track where you sort of sat on the outside of a corner and you look out and you can just see like half the track and then the sea because there's a cliff like 400 yards after. It's amazing.
I've just put the clock on screen, everyone, just because at some point soon I'm going to have to scroll that timing tower up so we can get all 21 drivers on. So because it doesn't fit in completely. So even if I take off the afternoon drivers tag, it's still only 20 drivers. So yeah, sorry. Go on, Jonty.
I mean, you can understand that there is this idea that there should be a home race for every driver. It would be fair, but it's also very difficult. And we get drivers where there's barely any tracks for them.
Yeah.
I mean, Alex Albon.
Yeah.
It does have some tracks, but they're certainly not suited for everyone.
But does that mean we have to go back to Paul Ricard for the French drivers?
Yeah.
I'd rather not.
I would take Manicourt over that.
Yes, definitely. Try to look who hasn't got a race. Albon, I mean, he raced under a Thai license, so he hasn't got a race. We haven't got a French Grand Prix, so that's Gasly, Hadjar, and Ocon out. We haven't got a German Grand Prix, Hülkenberg out. We haven't got we won't have a Dutch Grand Prix after this year, will we? That's gone, and we don't have a Finnish Grand Prix or an Argentine Grand Prix.
Don't have a New
or
Zealand
New Zealand,
Grand Prix.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Lawson.
Yeah, it would be impossible to do. So then you are naturally going to end up with races where you don't have a driver and multiple races in certain countries. But there are certain ones where it is, especially with Audi coming in. Think about that, where not only have we got German driver, you've got multiple German manufacturers and names. And there isn't a race in Germany. The country where the car was first invented. I mean, come on. If they want to embrace any of history, I'd say the country where the car was invented is pretty fair.
Yeah. The Scran Station says, remember that proposition in 2009 to change Donington for F1? That was, I do, but that was all political posturing because Silverstone wouldn't budge, would they? And I think Bernie wouldn't budge, and I think this was Bernie's doing if you don't want to race, we'll go to Donington then. And as soon as that all happened, it all started to swing back Silverstone's way. But the work that would have to go into Donington, I think. By the way, such a shame that the Donington Museum closed, the F1 Museum there, because that was fantastic.
Yes, I loved that.
That was a shame. That was called the Collection, wasn't it? Yeah, Grand Prix Collection.
It just used to be Donington Motor Museum. That's when I went in about 1994.
The room of McLarens and the Williams cars were great. Just loads of McLarens, loads of Williams cars. You know, the West McLarens and the Marlboro McLarens. I think the Donington Williams was there, which is not a surprise from 90. Is it 93 with the Sonic?
Actually,
legs, or was that a different year? 92, yeah, that was there.
Oh, no, it was 93 because that was the trophy for Donington. Yeah, no, I didn't see that car because I can remember now, I went in 1993. I didn't see that car because it was still racing.
Thank you to Thomas for your super chat, mate. Really appreciate that. It says, Sean and Jonty, remember, Barcelona in Catalonia is basically the Scotland of Spain. I'm not getting into local politics.
Very good point. Very good point.
I know there's it depends who you talk to in Spain about that, I suppose. But yeah, thank you very much, Thomas. But then why not the Catalan or the Catalonia Grand Prix rather than the Barcelona? I suppose Barcelona Catalonia, yeah, I suppose. But yeah, thank you for your super chat, mate. Appreciate that. But I'll try and avoid politics because I'm not 100% sure on the history there and who I'm going to upset and who I'm not going to upset. So get on that fence.
Yeah.
And as Max says, the Museum as well. Go on, Jonty.
Yeah. And as Max says, just the general amount of F1 history from Germany. Michael Schumacher.
Yep. Pascal Wehrlein.
For a very obvious start.
Try to think.
And all the incredible tracks they've got. You've got to just use the Nürburgring GP circuit, and then you've got the Nordschleife for all your little driver bits for the media. You know, hot laps being done around the Nordschleife instead of the GP circuit. You know, with former F1 drivers doing it, you know, Button, whoever. It's a money printing weekend, and they just don't do it.
And I think the Grand Prix layout of the Nürburgring is actually a really nice layout. It's a good track. I do like Hockenheim, though. New Hockenheim as well.
Yeah. I love turn 1 at Nürburgring. Just
that first sequence.
Relatively level and flat start, and then it just dives off that hill into the first hairpin. Amazing first corner.
That first sequence is great as well, because it goes you sweep round, don't you? And then you come round there, and then you've got another tight corner. It's a really nice layout, and we've seen some great racing. There are also some pretty scary moments. Was
Chaos.
Pedro Diniz upside down at one point? Was that the Nürburgring 98, 99?
Can't remember. The worst one I remember was European Grand Prix 2007 with the deluge, when we had like 8 cars off at turn 1, and you had Liuzzi flying backwards, where to this day I'm convinced Bernd Mailander saw him coming in the mirrors and took off.
He floored it, yeah. You can see it.
Because the safety car's waiting for the leader. Then all of a sudden the safety car absolutely nails the throttle and Liuzzi comes flying past. And
backwards.
Well, I'm not going to get into the whole safety thing because
yeah,
I'll get angry. Yeah, it's just a really good track for racing. It really is.
It is. And I'd like to say a great venue as well, because you've got the Nordschleife there, so it's kind of a win-win, isn't it? I mean, I keep calling it New Hockenheim. It's not new; it's been around for a long time. But when they changed the layout from the blast through the forest, they actually came up with a really nice layout there as well.
Yeah.
So you've got 2 great tracks straight away that are, as far as I know, I mean, we raced at the Nürburgring not long ago during the pandemic, so both are up to standard, and neither either want to host or F1 don't want them. But I'd like them to go back to if they can't do it one circuit, go back to the days when they used to rotate. So you got Hockenheim one year, Nürburgring the next, and share that cost.
Well, this was the original plan for the European Grand Prix, if I remember.
Yeah.
It was meant to rotate around other tracks that most of the countries had. So it was going to be using Jerez, Nürburgring, Paul Ricard originally, because the French was still at Magny-Cours, and it just did a couple and then stuck there for about 8 years, and then moved to a different one for several years. Just looking at the coverage now, and Lewis going around, they've absolutely plastered the back of that Ferrari with the Flovis. They're trying to get as much information about that little flap as they possibly can.
I was just going to say, if you're tuning in for Gabriel Bortoletto, it looks like, look at that Audi garage, it's going to be quite a long time before we see him. No front wing on the car, no wheels. I think the engine cover looked to be off. I only caught a glimpse there. He sat at the back of the garage. Looks like they're not going anywhere. So they're obviously either looking at an issue or, as is very possible, just not bothering with the first hour of the session. It's a bit FP3 at times, isn't it? Testing. Nobody comes out for the first 20 minutes. And if you're listening to Sky, you get Crofty and Anthony Davidson, who actually I think is probably the most well-placed Sky pundit this year, given his experience in endurance racing and how these systems are going to work a bit more. Might be quite. Apparently, he's been very good in analysis as well. So I do like Anthony Davidson.
Yeah.
We need more of him, ideally, and less of.
I'd like to see more of him still in a car, to be honest, as long as it's not upside down at 200 miles an hour.
That's true.
At the end of the straight in Le Mans.
Did he smash his back to pieces in that?
Yeah, he broke his back in that.
Yeah. That was. I was going to mention that to you about Bathurst.
Yeah.
Is it Pepe Marti? Not Pepe Marti. I'm thinking somebody else with Pepe Marti. His name's gone.
Aaron.
Yeah, not
Paul Aaron.
Not Paul Aaron, the other one. His name's gone. I know who it is. Ralph Aaron. He's broke his back, hasn't he?
He's broke his back.
Yeah.
Which makes him crawling out of the car even more amazing.
Where were the yellow flags, Jonty, without getting you wound up on safety again? What the hell?
I mean, there was something going on there, because there was interviews with the drivers after. One of the drivers, sort of a few cars back, saying that he was seeing it flash yellow, then flash green, then flash yellow, then flash green, which presumably refers to his steering wheel and the displays in the car, which flash up telling you when there's a yellow. And that was a little bit messy. But on the replay, as they come up to that corner, there's a yellow flag right on top of where the cars are stuck. But you can see the other marshal post like 60 yards away that they drive past, and they just stood watching. Like, something's going on. You can see the other post waving yellow flags. Where are yours? And I know that you can't just have marshals just deciding to wave flags. But surely there are situations where it should be like, where they should be able to decide, this could be bad, I'm going to wave my flag, whether race controllers told them to or not.
Yeah.
But the bigger shock from race control was just after, when you can see the driver's just crawled out of his car because it's on fire. Injuries aside, his car's on fire. He needs to get out of it. It was a full minute before they red flagged. And they showed in the coverage, there's a camera in race control where you can see all the screens that they're looking at. And there, in the middle screen, you see him crawl out. The camera zooms in on the driver crawling on the racetrack. And it's a full minute before they threw a red flag.
No.
Absolutely criminal.
A minute?
Yeah.
Wow. I take it race control are getting in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope so. There's a few drivers that have spoken up. It was a mess. But that's Bathurst. That's GT racing. That's not what this is.
No.
And yeah, apologies to everyone. I watched tons and tons of racing. Not as much as Lena in the chat, but
no, it's still. Do you get, when you're looking at the chat, John? Do you get names or do you get handles? I get at, and then no username. You get names.
I'm getting both.
Okay.
I'm getting names, letters and numbers, but I've also got handles.
I've just got handles.
I have no idea what YouTube's doing.
So there's people here that'll be like, "Oh, it's me, such and such. Oh, I didn't know you were Saggy Bum 365 or whatever." I couldn't think of anything there. I don't know where that came from. I thought it was in the marshal's prerogative to wave a yellow flag. Says Connor ?
You would hope that it is.
Yeah.
But then, obviously, there are situations when yellow flags are waved incorrectly and can cause a problem. That's exactly how Sophia Flörsch ended up with a broken back in Wake Up Brain, Macau. Because there was an incorrectly waved yellow flag that made half the field check up, and then it concertinaed. She went into the back of someone, broke the steering, and that was that. One of the most horrific crashes you've seen in 10 years, including Grosjean.
I don't know. I keep thinking, I didn't watch Bathurst, but I've seen the crash, obviously. And you just, it's the sort of thing you hope never happens. So if we as viewers are sat there hoping it never happens, you have to, I know this is obvious, but the faith that drivers have to put in the system, the blind faith in some ways, because look what happened at Bathurst. My fear is that something like that in F1 is what my big fear is, and I hope it never happens. It's sort of not similar, but car middle of the track, Anton Hubert. You don't want to see any car stationary. Billy Munger, for example, when you've got somebody else flying around a corner. But at least in those situations there were yellow flags and warnings. It's baffling to me that a major event like Bathurst, you get away with no yellow flags. So I hope race control get torn to bits for that. I know people make mistakes, but these are people's lives, and then that feeds through into and the changes made there feed through into other series, and it helps to prevent it happening again. But it's a scary moment.
Leading up to the accident, I can appreciate it's very difficult because, one, they are blind corners in a lot of ways. certainly through the mountain section. And there wasn't a great deal of time. It was 15 to 20 seconds between the cars being stuck on that corner and the leaders coming through. It really wasn't a lot. It's the bit afterwards I was more concerned with. And then you get
how long it took, yeah.
Yeah, but you got things in other series. And like has been mentioned a lot, this potential issue with the starts for this season in F1. I mean, that's a massive, massive problem. I mean, it's already bad when those crashes happen in F3 and F2. But I mean, someone on the front row has an issue like that here. The last car's doing 190 miles an hour by the time it gets to them. Hitting a stationary object. That's when the big crashes happen. And it's worse for the guy getting hit. As far as, potentially life-altering injuries are, like spinal injuries, neck injuries, that kind of thing. It's obviously bad for the person hitting them because legs.
Yeah. That's
but this is all speculation and worry, and this is what safety people do. I mean, I'm not just someone obsessed with safety. I was responsible for safety for a long time in engineering, building sites, construction and fabrication. And you have to think of the worst case scenarios to see how much you can do to mitigate the possibility of them and the severity of them when they do happen. And I feel like some motorsport series and operators, especially the FIA, don't do it well enough. There's a lot of, it's been fine for ages, that's never going to happen. If it can happen once, it can happen again. But things like the big bee in my bonnet I've had for a few years now is the fact that there's still just Armco being used. Armco was developed about 90 years ago to deal with road cars of that time, which weighed about the same as the family dog. And we're still using it to stop an 800 kilogram race car doing 200 miles an hour. It should all be, it's still not a perfect solution, but safer barrier is incredible and does the job a lot better. Anywhere there's Armco on a racetrack, there should be safer barrier, not Armco. Because as people said before, without the halo, Grosjean loses his head. End of story.
Yeah. Which
and
is it a cost thing?
You set me off on a massive bloody rant about
well,
safety.
No, that's
you do this every time. You do it on purpose. I swear you do.
Because it's like, right, I need to rest my voice.
This is content for the next
morning.
20 minutes while I have a drink.
Yeah, basically, need to rest my voice. Jonty, so Bathurst Day, lol.
Great race though.
Didn't see it. I was people like you ranting. People like me ranting as well. Do you know why? Because it shows you care and it shows you're passionate about the sport that you love. So I don't think anyone cares if you get a bit ranty. And also, respectfully, it's not like we don't have the time.
Very true. It's why I spent so long ranting about sausage curbs.
Oh, don't! I'm not setting you off on sausage curbs.
Because the thing that always bugged me, and the people who defended them, was the fact that the whole intent was to stop drivers cutting corners and getting sneaky extra lap time. That was the reason they were there. 7 drivers got fractured spines. None of them were cutting corners to try and save lap time. They were all completely innocent. Or making a mistake.
It's just an odd thing to do to stop people cutting corners when you could just put some grass there or something that would immediately not stop them cutting the corners, but they don't gain an advantage then, do they? But they also don't break their back or fracture their spine.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly. It's like people who've been run off. People who've been run out wide while they're fighting, they hit the sausage curve. And they're the one who ends up with an injury. And don't get me started on curb sausages. I mean, it's disgraceful. Such a waste of tatey sausage.
I was looking at Connor's comment there. I don't know if you're referring to Francois Sever, is it? No? What was Sever?
Koenig.
Yes, that was the other one, yes. What was Sever? Was he Watkins Glen as well?
Fire. Can't remember if it was Watkins Glen or not.
It was either Watkins Glen or the race afterwards Watkins Glen. It was something like that, yeah.
All I know for a fact is that it was Jackie Stewart's 99th race.
Yes. And he didn't want to do it anymore.
Done. He was gone. No.
He's seen enough. I don't blame him.
So they did give us one of the most powerful F1 photos ever.
His eyes?
Just that one shot with his eyes, yeah.
Yeah.
It pierces you into your soul.
Sorry, lock up there for George Russell on turn 4.
And very, very big...
Haas, sorry, is it? No,
presumably
Russell.
Outwash and wheel rake on the Alpine.
I've not seen a rake on the Alpine yet. Generally, I've been fascinated by its rear wing, but I mean, rake is back this year, isn't it? All over. Which is
rake. Oh, as in rake on the cars. Yeah, I can see it on the Red Bull going around now. Back end jacked up. That's
back generally this year, but which is interesting.
Yeah, couldn't do it for the last 3 years because it
sort
of fundamentally goes against ground effect.
Not a big lockup for Russell, just a little one at turn 4, sends him a bit wide, but we're going to watch. What we're watching here. Is this Carlos Sainz? I don't know why I said Carlito, I just did. Stroll has left the garage. Nothing from Bortoletto yet, but there's Sainz lock up his turn 1 into the runoff, but fortunately it's basically a car park, so we can just turn around and get going. I don't know if it's because I know that Aston Martin are struggling, right? But since we found out they're well off the pace, suddenly that car looks really ugly compared to what I thought it did. I don't know why. Just all of a sudden it's a slow car, so it looks really bad. I'm just going to have to rejiggle the
good-looking cars tend to be
tower.
quick.
That's what they say. But yeah, I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to. Let's go. Verstappen isn't in the car today, but I need to go to 21 drivers, so we'll go to 20 for now. So the clock will have to be at the top right, and I'll have to move the multi-viewer logo as well. We'll faff with this now. Sorry, it's just things that have to change because of the timing towers not being properly
live
set up
OBS
for the season.
redesigns.
Yep. Well, it's because the timing towers obviously aren't set up for the season yet. It's still last year's everything, but with this year's cars, if that makes sense. So that'll all update before the first race, I'm sure. So I'll pop the multi-viewer logo up there. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, nice new redesign.
Just zoom it out a bit, make it smaller. I'm sure that won't be a problem for the people watching
not
on
at all. No. It was my first solution. To be fair, I was like, I'll do that, and I was like, oh, I can barely read that on a big screen. So how is anyone going to see that on a phone? And it's tight enough as it is. So that'll do for now. Verstappen will drop down anyway, and then I think there's just Bortoletto and Bottas, neither of whom are on track anyway. So ignore Verstappen for now. In fact, I'll put the grey box back over him. Is there anything you wanted? I don't know if there's anything you wanted to talk about, Jonty, or should we go and have a good time chatting to chat?
There was something you and Stuart were discussing this morning, and I can't remember what the hell it was. I had to go to the shop since then, so brain turned it off.
Oh God, we talked about a lot. Poor Stuart had to listen to it all. Recent interview the drivers are branding the sport starts procedure as not dangerous, but acknowledged you'll be slow if you get it wrong, says Vanguard. I'm not having a go at you. How could it be not dangerous if you also could be slow if you get it wrong? That's still slow cars off the grid, isn't it?
Mm.
That seems.
I think that's exactly why he's put the "not dangerous" in quotes.
Yeah,
but it's fairly
dangerous,
contradictory, isn't it? To say that. I mean, there's a difference between stalling completely and getting away slowly, but even the getting away slowly can cause chaos when you've got 4 or 5 cars all weave out the way. That just creates more chaos. Sure, it's a lesser closing speed, but it's still chaos, as we found out at Mugello.
Oh, that was so stupid. Shop since then, I'll check because I roughly remember when you were gone. Okay, so Rev's going to see what he can find earlier in the stream from when you went to the shop. Was it before or after that?
I went at about 9 o'clock.
Okay, there you go. I think this race start thing, we talked about it a bit this morning, so I won't go into it again this afternoon. We'll probably talk about it a lot over the next couple of days, but it's definitely a safety issue. There's no denying that. We've seen in Formula 2 and Formula 3 in recent years what happens when a car at the back is blindsided by cars in front of it, and then gets suddenly cars will jump out of the way because they come across a slow starter or someone that's stalled, and then bam, huge accident. It's a wonder no one's been seriously injured, actually, to be fair. Stroll down
and it's
to turn
always
one.
and I think the thing I hate about them the most is that the drivers are always completely innocent.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing they can do. As each car dodges out the way, the next car has less and less time to react until the one that does make contact has half the time it takes to blink.
Yeah.
Apart from one. Might have been 2018, 2019. I think it was someone into the back of Dan Ticktum. I think it was Euro F3. Might have been Formula Regional. But it's the dumbest one I've ever seen in my life, where it's got stalled, right? All the drivers saw it and moved, like, almost immediately, apart from one who had about 10 start spaces between him and the stalled car where he could see, and just went, and we're like, he's going to move now, isn't he? He's seen him and he's going to move. Come on, you're going to move. Smash. What is wrong? Were you asleep? Absolutely crazy. I mean, that's the kind of driver that should be banned outright. That's literally not looking.
Super quickly, big lockup for Lewis Hamilton at turn 1, flat spot in his right front. Oscar Piastri's jumped up into 4th place at 1:35.560, and Gabriel Bortoleto has hit the track. So that you're not going to see him anytime soon.
Can you not phrase it like
10
that?
minutes. Do what?
Can you not phrase it like that? And Bortoleto has hit the track.
He's hit.
So I thought he'd gone off for a second, and I was just didn't see it because of my delay.
No, he's hit the track. What do you guys think of my solution? Says Biles. Mandate all teams to start with a not spooled up turbo. Not as sharp, but it'll all be the same for everyone, so safer. Pretty slow starts, aren't they? That's the only thing that F1 won't like.
Yeah. But how do you mandate that? You can't just turn the turbo off.
Yeah.
If the engine's running, the turbo's running, which makes it difficult. I suppose you could have set minimum, maximum revs. I don't know. Yeah, that's something that could be programmed into the engine management system.
We saw this a lot this morning. Cycle Canvas says rolling starts, but no. If we could avoid that, no.
As much as it is the safer option, unless it's wet. Personal gripe that a lot of people disagree with. It is the safer option, but it also loses not just the spectacle of F1. I think it actually loses something that is part of a driver's skill. Getting off the line, minimizing wheel spin, all the rest of it. I think that is a part of a race driver's skill, and it's sad that so many series don't have that. I mean, it's never going to work for some races. Christ, can you imagine the Indy 500 with the standing start? I mean, 15 cars crashed out in the first corner every year.
And that's a bad thing? Yes. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is to it. I still think it's mad that we're 2 weeks away from the season. We've still got, I said this morning, question marks over the Mercedes power unit, question marks over fuel homologation, question marks over whether or not these race starts are going to work. And you're like, oh, well, at least there's only, 2 weeks to go.
And that's why I'm excited about it. Because one of the things some people don't like, some people love, but always a part of F1 is all the questions, the political, the ups and downs with regulations and what have you. And yet it can make it difficult sometimes, but it always makes it more interesting. That's why I'm getting more and more excited for this season, because there's so many unanswered questions, so many potential issues that, for good or for ill, it's going to be very entertaining.
Do you know how I know you're excited for this season?
Why?
Like, you're always interested in testing streams, but the last few weeks you've been Sean.
Yeah,
Sean,
testing.
Sean.
You're ready.
Oh,
You
yeah,
got
I'm
it
ready.
sorted
I'll
yet?
do it now. What was it that I took a long weekend? So I'm going to take a few days off before we get ready for testing, and you just sent me a gift like, get back to work, bitch. I was like, okay. You need to get the testing streams set up. So yeah, I mean, like I say, you always love the testing streams. We all do, but you're particularly excited about it this year.
Remember,
so
I asked you if you'd got
Yes.
everything for the testing stream
Yes.
sorted, and it was Monday last week. Like less than 48 hours from the first one. And you were like, yeah, I'm going to get on it later.
It's all right. I learnt my lesson. I wasn't messing about with these until 7 o'clock last night. It's all right. I've only had all winter, to be fair. Sighted Canvas has zero confidence in this current rubbish cars. I don't have zero confidence. I'm still skeptical. I'm still concerned and whatever. But also agree with Jonty in a lot of ways that watching, and Stuart this morning, watching them resolve these problems is what's going to make this season even more interesting. So, watching Newey fix this Aston Martin that he built, which is quite a funny line, I suppose. You're looking at what's going to happen with the start procedures. How are they going to fix the compression ratio situation? Will it be a rules change for next year? What are they going to do with how is active aero going to work? The overtaking mode. All of this is so interesting and so exciting. Plus, we get to see cars go racing. And, by the way, as an aside, we potentially have quite a massive, dramatic, exciting, silly season this year, because there are a lot of drivers out of contract and a lot of drivers who might want to move teams if their team have got it wrong and another team has got it right and there's an interest there. So, for example, Fernando Alonso, Aston Martin, decides he doesn't want to retire. Aston isn't working, but Max Verstappen decides to retire and Red Bull finally go and get Alonso. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that kind of vibe, people might be contracted or whatever, but it doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to stay where they are. So big silly season, lots of great racing, lots of question marks over the politics, and I feel like there's something else happening this year in F1 that, of course, yeah, sprint races. We all love a sprint race. I'll tell you what, while we're talking sprint races, F1 sprints. Yes, I'm talking and typing at the same time, but it's just so I haven't got any dead air. Your sprints this season are China. That wasn't bad last year. Hamilton won that, didn't he? Miami. Ooh, Canada sprint could be fun. Silverstone.
Yeah.
Zandvoort, and for reasons I'm yet to understand, Singapore, because of course that is famous for all its action and close racing and overtaking. Today your 6 sprints for this year. Not sure why Singapore. No Austria, which is built for sprints, and no Interlagos, which is built for sprints. But we have got Singapore for some reason, and we're going to Zandvoort because it's their final year, I think, is the idea there.
No Interlagos sprint. When the Interlagos sprint has been probably the best racing of the entire season, all the times that it's been there. As much as I don't like the sprints in Brazil have been absolute blinders every time.
And Austria as well. I will give the Red Bull ring its due
Austria,
as well. Yeah.
I mean, Austria basically is a sprint, even the full length race.
Short tracks, lots of DRS.
It's such a short lap.
Yeah.
7 corners, no matter what F1 says. It's 7 corners.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
6.
Yeah, 7. Yeah, it is 7. Yeah, you're right. I love turn 2 at Austria, the official turn 2 where it's just kink and that's it. Then into turn 3. Yeah. Australia's going to be madness, says Britain, who I think is Flying Tiger, says cannot wait. I think Australia will be. I think there will be some elements of, not in the way the race itself unfolds, but some elements of 2014 where maybe we could see 3 or 4 cars not make the start or retire very early on with mechanical problems. We've got... Oh, no, he's just letting the car through. Sorry, I thought Sainz was stopping on track, but it was just letting Lance Stroll through. Got well out of the way. Probably wise. Might this have been the topic? How we go racing, how alarmist are we about the quality of racing? Red Raven says, going back to look for your topic from earlier.
I can't. I don't know.
I'd love to list the things we talked
I've
about.
lost what that is.
But
Yeah.
there was a lot.
Just the mention of Australia, I just brought up the track map. I'm wondering where the straight line zones are going to be.
Well, we worked out this morning. We think it'll be the same as DRS last year. So start-finish straight between 2 and 3. The run through 7, 8, 9 into 10. Oh, we've got Stroll in the gravel. He didn't park it there. He's spun it. That is going to be, because he's beached that, it's going to be a red flag. We have drama in testing. How very exciting. He's got his hazards on, so it's all good. Yeah, he's beached that. He ain't get, unless, is he trying to move it? His rear wheels are trying something it. Come on, Lance. Lance Stroll. He's at turn. It is a red flag. How has he ended up in the gravel at turn 11? We need to have a replay.
You don't ask
of that.
questions like, how did Lance end up in that gravel?
He just turned left. So yeah, first red flag of the day. Official red flag. Obviously, we had the testing earlier where they're testing the systems, but he's well out there.
Well,
Goodness
because
me.
my coverage is well behind, because Now TV on desktop is stupid. I've just seen the Audi rear wing.
How far behind are you? I'll just talk through the Lance Stroll. So I'll talk through the Lance Stroll moment. He's coming down to turn 11, obviously. I'm guessing just back end. Oh, he'd lose it on the curb on the way in, the outside curb, interestingly, and then just slides into the gravel. Yeah,
I can see the skid marks. That's a long slide.
So his rear wing slams shut, and then he's on the curb, and it seems to destabilise the car. And he just, in he goes to the gravel. Connor says maybe a brake issue. Yeah, it's very weird. It's either something's... And what's the rain like? 1.8 kilometres, not massively strong, is it? So it could be something with the brakes maybe has failed, or something. It could be a mechanical problem. The gravel has been lanced.
It does look like the flap closes whilst he's like quite a long way over the curbs.
Yeah.
So if it's already unsettled from the curbs, the wing snapping shut is going to be... It's just going to add more instability into an already unsettled car.
Yeah.
I think. Look at the flat spot on that.
There's
Jesus.
that, but
it's a visibly flat chunk.
Just on...
Get a good look at the car, though.
Potential braking issue. I'm not saying it is a braking issue or it's a driver error. I'm just... as he comes onto the curb, the flap slams shut, so he's hit the brakes, and that could be that something's failed at the same time. I just don't want to sit here and say Lance is a prat or there was a car failure. Just to be fair, I think that just looks like, even if that isn't a car failure or anything, that just looks like a very unfortunate situation, doesn't it? Everyone's out on that curb all the time. It's not like Stroll has gone out there for a laugh. Everyone's doing it, so he's just thrown his headrest back in. But unlike if you're new to F1, by the way, unlike in qualifying and I believe in practice, they'll return this car to the garage and he can get out again a little bit later if he wants to. Oh, well, I'm sure they do. Still got 3 hours to go in this session. So while Lance's in the gravel, Jonty, I'm going to put you on mute and put your Be Right Back screen up, and I'm going to run through the order if that's all right, and then I'll come back to you.
I'll make a coffee then.
Awesome. Right then, I am going to do one other thing as well to annoy people. I'm trying to find a way to slot the ads in without putting automated ads on, because they want to put one in every 5 bloody minutes. So just before I do the rundown each hour, I'm going to try and pop a little ad in just to help the channel earn some money. Obviously, more income equals buy things, equals Sean can pay bills, equals we can keep doing this. So I'm sure you appreciate a quick ad isn't the end of the world every hour or every couple of hours. So we've got 2 hours and 58 minutes to go. Coming up to that number now as we watch Lance Stroll spinning out again. We are under red flag at the moment. So Charles Leclerc fastest on 1:33.739, 70 laps for him. Me too, Valentine. That's how I get around it. 70 laps for Leclerc. Norris 1:34.052, 54 laps for him, and Antonelli did 69 laps on a 1:34.158. Those three are not in the car this afternoon. That's their morning times. Piastri 1:35.560, 12 laps for him in the McLaren. He's in this afternoon, of course, for Lando Norris. Alex Albon this morning did a 1:35.690, 55 laps. Pierre Gasly also this morning, 61 laps, 1:35.898. Isack Hadjar is in all day in that Red Bull, so no Max Verstappen today, 1:36.188, 20 laps for him. So already got 7 in this afternoon, so half what he did this morning. So hopefully some more for Hadjar. 1:36.418 for Ocon, 65 laps. He was in this morning. Alonso this morning did 28 laps on a 1:36.536. Nico Hülkenberg also did the morning session. 1:36.741, 49 laps. 75 laps for Arvid Lindblad this morning. So really good haul there. 1:36.871. 1:36.871 for Lawson, 1:36.769 for Lindblad. Lawson 15 laps this afternoon. Lewis Hamilton 1:37.037, 14 laps for him. Big lock up at turn 1 this afternoon, but and a bit of a flat spot, but he's in the garage now like everybody else because of Lance Stroll's spin. More on that in a second. 1:37.094 for Russell this afternoon, 3.3 seconds off the pace. Don't know why I read that, but I did. 15 laps for him. Lance Stroll, his car has just been recovered. He spun at turn 11, got up on the curb. The rear wing snapped shut and his car unstable. Ended up in a spin. So they will get that back to the garage. So 7 laps so far. 1:38.191 for Perez this morning, just the 24 laps, but nothing from Cadillac of any concern. So if anybody in chat knows what has happened with Cadillac today, do let me know. You might have heard on commentary. 1:38.2 for Carlos Sainz, 9 laps for him this afternoon. Bortoletto House on track this afternoon as well, 6 laps. Again, Ollie Bearman and Haas, 1:39.8, 14 laps already this afternoon. So again, they're just quietly going about the business. Colapinto, 6 laps so far, no time on the board or reconnaissance laps. He's in for Gasly this afternoon. Verstappen isn't in today, so Bottas is the other driver who hasn't even left the garage yet. So yeah, all the YouTuber stuff. Please do drop a like and subscribe if you're new. Lots to come. We're live all day tomorrow and Friday, and then we've got lots of content over the course of this season. Super chats greatly appreciated, as are buy me a coffee contributions. All of that money is going to go into buying a new camera, I believe, so it all goes back into the channel. So please do consider supporting the channel. If not, no worries at all. We'll always come to you in chat, and you can of course support the channel longer term on Patreon and on memberships, channel memberships. There you go. That's what I was trying to say. So yes, we'll let Jonty back in now. I've done all that. I'll do tyres as well once we've got some more data on La Televisione. I don't know what language that was, but it wasn't English. And I was going to say something else. Yeah, I want to do this throughout the day, but a massive shout out as well to everybody who was followed over from the F1 word video yesterday. I'm so sorry again that I left it. Jesus, that channel's hemorrhaging subs. We were on 1,124 before I put that video out. We're now on 1,752 subscribers. So thank you so much to everyone. And again, I'm so sorry that video took so long to come out. I honestly thought a few posts in the post section of YouTube and a few mentions in preview, everyone will know about it. So many people have said we didn't even know this channel was a thing. So welcome and thank you for your continued support, and to the vast majority of you, and it is a huge majority, who completely understand what's going on and are still supportive, and to those who have decided that they are no longer interested in the other channel, that's fine. Completely respect that and completely understand why. If you're here, awesome. If you're not, then you won't hear this anyway. So, but I'll say take care. I don't know what to say to it. But yeah, quite the jump in subs yesterday, Jonty, and it made me go, I messaged you. I was like, a little bit. Why didn't I do this sooner? Would have saved a lot of stress, but there we go. Thank you for your support is the general gist of that one. Jonty's cat, Lola, is with him. There you go. How many cats do you have? Do you have 2?
2.
Yeah, I thought it was 2.
Yeah.
We've got a dog and a budgie. You know that? 1. Yeah, we've got 1.
1.
The white one. The yellow one died. Sad times. And by the way, the single budgie's got louder. I don't know how it's got louder. It's more than making up for the fact there's only one of them now, and it drives me mad.
They do that.
Jonathan O'Keefe says Lola and Reynard.
Reynard would have been a good name for the other one, or Dallara.
I can't remember what the other one's called.
The other one's Loki.
Loki and Lola. See, that's quite cool, though. Loki and Lola, Lola and Loki.
Yeah.
Sounds like a kids' TV show. You should write a book.
Yeah. Well, you see, it did lead to a really funny moment with just because they were rescues and we had trouble with flea control right at the start, so they had flea collars on, and obviously wanted to keep them separate because they're different sizes. And my partner wrote an L on one of them when they were being taken, when we got the collars off for brushing and bathing and whatnot. She writes an L on one of them. I'm like, what you put an L on there for? She's, so I know that one's Loki's. Both their names start with an L. It's like putting R and R on both your shoes.
Oh, that's great.
I can understand the logic that she was thinking, but, because it was her cat as opposed to mine, but yeah. It's silly.
You can't even put low, can you? You can't even put LO. It needs to be the full name.
No, and she's a weirdo. But, yeah, that's where I'm at. Our cats, we've ended up with a super weird pair of cats. Like, imagine it's like they'll have their own food, and biscuits and whatnot, but we've tried them with tuna, ham, chicken, beef, cod, a couple other types of fish. No interest whatsoever. Just turn the nose up and walk off. What's wrong with you? Most cats will kill you to get into a tin of tuna.
I'm just watching nothing. I thought we were watching replays of Oscar Piastri for a reason. Nothing happened.
There was something I noticed. This was last week when you were talking about it, when you brought up the little bumps on the side pods of the Audi. Regarding, however, if they could stick aero bits on it or something like that, because it's the end of the side impact spar. Red Bull have.
Have they?
If you look, it's a very much aerodynamically shaped little triangle sticking out the side of the side pod. So clearly there's no rule about sort of having aero bits attached to it.
Oh, yes, I've noticed it now. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that before because the Audi one is very much just not actually square, but almost like a block, isn't it? There's nothing aerodynamic about it.
And it does quite well highlight the difference in width between the side pods of the car.
Yeah. Also, as on the subject of Red Bull, we're watching Hadjar now on TV. That car is so pretty with that livery. It just really is. Much better than the horrible matte finish. Didn't like that at all. But yeah, no, they're definitely more sculpted, aren't they? Those bits on the Red Bull compared to the Audi, rather than just that'll do. Which I'm sure there was more to it than that.
Stroll's car being recovered, we've got to have a really good look at that car, and the packaging on that is ridiculously tight around the engine. It's not really side pods so much as it's like just a side slab that's angled down slightly, because the undercut goes all the way in, and then it's all the way tight in at the top. You've just got this, like, it's almost the same thickness all the way down the side. It's really, really strange looking. Presumably to get as much air going into that diffuser as possible.
I'm just going to pop a new photo in because I've just spotted something on XPB which is worth a bit of analysis. So we'll transition over now. So this is important. So this here, I'll do it in a nice red. This, I'll draw it on the right page if it works. There we go. This, oh my God, it's all going wrong for me now. I was trying to be stupid, but I'll do it anyway. This is Kimi Antonelli, in case you didn't know.
No, you didn't put, there you go. Yeah, you want an arrow, not a circle.
Yeah, there we go. That's Kimi Antonelli.
Yeah.
It's just highlighted here, as you can see, just there. Very, very nice. Kimi Antonelli.
Yeah, good use of the pit boards that are still in effect.
Oh, I got to draw on my screen. There we go. A great use as well of the doodle board. It's a big name. It's a huge name tag for no reason. I didn't realise it would leave that on my screen, and I thought it would transition with it, but it didn't, and it confused me. That's the expert analysis that you're here for today. That was Kimi Antonelli, who I will say, I think we said this actually in possibly the Christmas stream we did actually. We noticed, didn't we, when we were going through some stats, that he had a really rocky mid-season over the summer last year, but actually overall, I think he did a really, really great job last year. When you think about it, the fact he was up against George Russell, and I feel like I really hope that this year we're going to see a nice leap forward from him, especially if that car's as good as people claim it is. And I think I'm quite excited to see where he goes, because I didn't not understand the Antonelli hype. I got it, but I wasn't quite as sold on him as, say, an Oscar Piastri, for example. But seeing him last year, he really wowed me. I was concerned about his age as well, but I think he did a cracking job. So that's the real reason I wanted to put the picture there, but I also wanted to be an idiot and just be like, that's Kimi Antonelli. I should have given him glasses and a beard. Yeah, remember, if I find another one of somebody else, we'll draw on them. There you go. That's the boy that crashed his brand new car and really should be grounded, honestly. Yeah, he only had it about 3 days and he crashed it. So, yeah, not great for Kimi Antonelli, that one. You live and learn.
Yeah, that's it. That stint last year, it's almost like he was doing okay from his debut, then had like one bad race, and it seemed to knock his confidence. And it took him quite a few races to just relax, chill. Say, look, my first season, just get through it. Don't try and overdrive. Just relax.
Red Raven says, we are literally just in the afternoon of day one. Keep it together, please. Yeah, this isn't even Friday. Friday will go one of two ways. I'll be grumpy or I'll be overexcited about nothing. Well, 2 weeks from the start of practice, of course. I'm sure you're the same, Jonty, that classic Australia season opener where you wake up for FP1 or stay up for FP1 and you're like, oh, here we go. And then 15 minutes into FP1, you go, well, this is boring. I should have gone to bed. And you just wait for qualify, basically.
Yeah, usually. Yeah.
Practice is even more boring than testing in a lot of ways, but hey-ho. Do you want me to spin the wheel, John? So we've got a question.
Yeah, why not?
We like
this was my idea.
It was your idea. We may as well use it for you, yeah. I'll give it a spin. That is, by the way, anyone asking, Stoffel Van Dorn in the middle of the wheel. Looking at Fernando Alonso still racing after he retired. Sums up his career perfectly. It's Jason. It's Cabbage from over on Discord. Said, would you rather, in a racing context, faster car with poor handling or slower car with fantastic handling?
Oh, faster with poor handling. Every time. If it's slow, it's slow.
Yeah.
Whether it handles well or not.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get my head around there.
Yeah. And a fast car with poor handlings, it might be sketchy and a bit scary at times, but it's also going to be a lot more fun.
And if you've got the right driver in there as well, you know, Max Verstappen could handle something like that, but you wouldn't give it to... I don't want to keep saying Lance Stroll because it sounds like I'm picking on him, but you wouldn't give it to a Lance Stroll, would you? Although we'll see how he gets on this year. He might have slow and poor handling. We'll see. But yeah, no, it's a good question, but I think you're right. Faster car, poor handling. Plus, you'll have more fun. You might have some big crashes, but at least you're moving at speed. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
We'll remove that. Yeah, thank you for the question. There we go.
Nice, easy answer.
Nice, easy. We'll do another one in a bit. But don't forget to keep getting your questions in chat. And we'll come to you throughout. We will keep an eye on what's happening. I'll update you on the hour with all the times. But I'm still. Oh, here we go. Tyres, finally. So Leclerc, Norris, still don't know. Antonelli's fastest time was a C3. Hamilton's C3. Russell C3. Piastri C2. Albon unknown. I'm going to say C1, I'd assume, for those. C3 for Gasly and Colapinto. C2 for Hadjar. Lawson, unknown / possibly C1. Ocon, Alonso, Sainz C3. Hülkenberg C2. Lindblad C3. Bearman C2. Stroll C3. Perez and Bortoletto both on C2. Bottas still in the garage, by the way. I'm going to go and check. Again, I'm going to go and check Cadillac, if say anything. Afternoon at Warner's End. Hope you're well, mate, and looking forward to an afternoon of bonkers nonsense here. You've just missed the Kimi Antonelli analysis. It was, in fact, Kimi Antonelli. No, nothing for Cadillac still, so I don't know why Bottas is still sat in the... I don't know who to go to for Is Chris Medland still
Yeah.
our Fabrizio Romano, F1's Fab Romano?
Yeah.
He might be the one to go to then. But yeah, no, really strange. I don't know I don't understand why Cadillac don't tell us more. But also it's testing, so they don't like to give away too much, do they? To be fair, not Charles Leclerc. No, Charles Leclerc is going to tell me nothing, Sean. Chris Medland, Fabrizio Romano. He's not tweeted since the 9th of the 2nd, so that was a waste of time. I'll have a look in a bit. I've not seen it. I did search for Bottas and Cadillac, but nothing doing at the moment. So if anyone does know, let me know. Ginger Fest says poor handling puts more on the driver's skill. Good point. Connor says, does he mean a faster car in a straight line? Didn't specify. So I would assume faster in sort of general course of lap, because otherwise your handling doesn't really matter quite so much. Although I could still crash a car in a straight line, no problem. In fact, I have, but let's not get into that.
It is the old Mini versus Mustang race.
Yeah.
There was one, was it last year, maybe the year before, at the Goodwood Revival, and it was literally a Mini and a Mustang. And it was absolutely... Was it a Mustang? No, it might have been an E-Type. But anyway, it was something like with huge power in a straight line, but it was big and heavy, and a Mini that was just throwing it around the corners. It was awesome to watch. It really was good fun.
I'm going to take a leaf out of Susie's book here, Jonty, and say that the Racing Bulls powered by L, or driven by L, is just starting a lap. Yeah, Law and Lynn and Law, this season, of course. Big year for Lawson.
L's, aren't they?
Yeah, big year for Lawson this year, by the way.
Very important year for him.
Yeah.
He's got to really perform and completely dominate Lindblad, or else huge questions.
And I'm not taking any Lawson slander either. He was incredible in Super Formula.
He was incredible in everything he did.
Quick.
Until he got to F1. And then he was really good when he subbed. And just got pushed forward too quick, I think. I think he won a debut in every race, every series he did for several years.
Do you want my stat?
Including Super Formula, DTN, F3, F2.
My stat on Lawson, and I might get it mixed up, but he was the first driver ever to win on his Super Formula debut, and the first driver to win on debut in Japanese open wheel racing for over half a century. Yeah. You don't just turn up to Super Formula and win. And he nearly took the title, beating his far more experienced teammate, who was a multi-championship winner. So Lawson is quick. It's just F1's a whole other thing, isn't it? And he's not in the fastest car. He's got the team politics to play with, and I imagine a ridiculous amount of pressure, because it's going to be, you need to deliver. Because, well, I'll also defend Lawson to a point, actually, as well. You're right, he was moved up too quick. Last season, I touched it this morning, that 2 races was so stupid. You put him in the car, and I know they weren't necessarily to know, but Tsunoda was no better. You might as well just left. Nobody's going to convince me that Lawson wouldn't have been as good as Tsunoda was in that Red Bull, or as bad as Tsunoda was in that Red Bull by the end of the season. Lawson, in fact, I'll tell you something. No offense to Yuki, big fan of Yuki, but I think Lawson fights harder against Norris in Abu Dhabi than Tsunoda did.
Yeah.
Not that Tsunoda didn't fight; he was a bit naughty, but in fact, Lawson probably takes Norris out. To be fair, but
the complexity of these modern cars, you're not going to learn anything after 2 races. You're just not.
One which was wet.
Yeah.
And one on a track that we hadn't been to for several years, that he'd never been to, and that was a sprint weekend as well. Made no sense.
It wasn't all good for him. There was one race at Suzuka, I think, in Japan, where shoving his teammate off led to the Super Formula formation crashing team, with 2 cars corkscrewing in opposite directions, because Lawson pushed his teammate off, which is a bit naughty.
Yeah,
and then,
but,
of course, DTM when he got absolutely screwed over by manufacturer race fixing event, effectively. Of the Mercedes nerfing him off. That caused a massive uproar.
Can we just agree that getting rid of Marco was the best thing that could ever have happened for the Red Bull driver program?
For Formula One.
Yeah. I'll always, Red Raven knows, I'll always defend Marco to a point, which is that he did do some good and a lot of good in bringing some of the drivers through that he did, but he also did a lot more bad and wasn't a particularly nice person either. Punkcake Lena says, I don't think Lawson would have fought better simply because Norris had so much overspeed on that straight. That's true. Mine was more of a tongue-in-cheek. That's why I said afterwards he would have taken Norris out. That was more of a tongue-in-cheek. Maybe Lawson wouldn't have pushed Norris to the outside of the track. He would have just pushed him right into the wall more than anything. But yeah, I think he would have fought harder to keep it. Maybe backed up a bit more and caused. I think he was more likely to come back at Norris at the chicane than Tsunoda did. He might have sent Norris the other way and then dived up the inside of the chicane to hold him up even more. You're right on the overspeed. Norris was getting through, but I think Lawson would have then. Do you remember actually a bit like Checo in? Sorry to bring it up, 2021, where Lewis had got through, but then Checo just went no, I'm coming back through, and Lewis bearing in mind Norris had the championship to fight for, and couldn't afford to retire, and much like Lewis in that situation was like, okay, well you just go through, and I'll come back at you up here, and that cost Norris even more time, and I think he would have been smarter in the defence. I suppose is really a better one rather than fought harder.
Yeah, coming up to the straight, he would have been backing him up a lot more. You know, when you get to the hairpin, he's just going to park it on the apex really slow, crawl out to the outside so that Norris has got to go well offline, get dirty tyres. They're both much slower overall. You know, at least get 3 or 4 more seconds just from effectively blocking, but as close to the line of the rules as you can. Whereas Yuki went over the rules without blocking, without really saving any time, which was ridiculous.
That's a fair one. Red Raven says on the Marco thing, says in the broken clock is right twice a day way, but you know how much I dislike the man, so don't take me to. No, I agree. I don't think he was a very nice man. I think there are certain drivers that certainly didn't deserve to be punted when they were. And he seemed too quick to promote drivers when they weren't ready. But Marco was a big part of Vettel's promotion, and you know, so the broken clock is right twice a day thing, I suppose, is a good analogy there. So I'll agree with you on that one. But I know you don't like him. I understand why.
Yeah. It was that early 2010s period when drivers really didn't get that much time. Even when they were performing pretty well. Jerome D'Ambrosio, Jaime Alguersuari, Jean-Luc Verne, Buemi, Bourdais. You know, none of them really had that long. And I don't think any of them really performed that badly.
It's one of my big. That's not necessarily a hill I'm willing to die on, but Jaime Alguersuari did not perform badly at all. No. He had his moments, but I'm just going to try and find where is it? I'm trying to find his stats now. Who was he up against in 2011? Were they Toro Rosso then? They were, weren't they? So he was up against Sebastian Buemi. So I'm just trying to find his season results. So Buemi. He outscored Buemi by 11 points in his final season, the year that he got dropped. He had 2 8th place finishes, 3 8th place finishes, 2 7th place finishes, and a couple of top 10 finishes as well in a 2011 Toro Rosso, and beat someone like Sebastian Buemi, who had been in that car 3 years at that point. Or that was his 3rd season in that car. I'll soon be able to tell you. That was his 3rd season in that car. I know Jaime Alguersuari was he might be in his 3rd as well, actually. 2nd full season. He'd done 2.5. So, and people really rated Buemi apart from Marco, it seems. So, Alguersuari, I really think was very unlucky to get punted out, but I think there were some politics at play with that as well, because you wouldn't oust Al-Jawsari for those performances. So, yeah, that was it.
Yeah, I mean, Buemu's no slouch.
No,
good race, Formula E champion twice. I think twice, at least once. Really good sports car record. Yeah, he's a really good driver. And same for many others in that series. You know, Jev.
Yeah.
In Formula E, you got Bourdais, went to IndyCar and was really good.
I don't know if Dex in chat doesn't like the Ferrari t-shirt or really likes the Ferrari t-shirt. Let me know. Connor says, according to Motorsport Turkey, F1 and the FIA have reached an agreement with Turkey to hold a race at Istanbul Park. Good track. I don't know if that's going to be official, but I know they were talking to Istanbul. But again, I don't want to lose a great track, even though Istanbul Park is a very good track. I don't want to lose a great track that. In its place, you know, if you want to get rid of Miami for Turkey, go for it. We'll do that. Portimao's back next year,
in a
isn't
heartbeat.
It?
Yes.
Yeah, can't wait for that. That's a good track.
Instead of
Zandvoort.
Oh yeah,
which is
that's fair enough.
I love Zandvoort, but as a track for F1 racing, that feels like an upgrade. Wider, more passing opportunities. Zandvoort's great as a circuit. Don't get me wrong, but yellow
lots
and pit
of up
lane.
and down. Portimao's roller coaster.
Literally.
What?
Is it Portimao that used to had during the pandemic years? It's the shot where the car comes over the crest and the helicopter comes up from the other side. Is that Portimao? Yeah. Oh, that used to look so great.
Yeah, it's a proper up and down roller coaster.
Yeah.
It's fairly flat main straight that then dives downhill to turn one, and then you go up again, and it's over a crest. Apex is on a crest, and then you come down again for turn 4, and then might be turn 6 or 7 where it's like a big sweeping corner around like halfway up a hill. It just looks awesome.
We're watching day one fastest overall from Leclerc on the onboard, and I don't like the Ferrari onboard shot. You're right, Jonty. It needs the green stripe.
Yeah, it does.
That would improve that 100%. 100% maybe much 80%.
Yeah, you got the red, the white stripe, the red stripe, then you leave another white, and then the green.
Yeah,
that's how it's meant to be.
It's missing something. It's not quite right. But yeah, we've done livery rankings, and we weren't all that far off between us. Moray says, would you rather Hamilton wins his 8th championship but Piastri never wins one, or Alonso wins his 3rd championship but Stroll dominates the following 4 years? I'll give you my answer straight away. Neither, to be honest. Do I have to pick one, Moray, or is this I can ignore it and be like neither? Because I want Piastri to win one. And I want Alonso to take a title, but I don't want Stroll dominating.
You want to set chat on fire?
Go on then.
Make it clear. Hamilton's already won his 8th.
No, he hasn't already won his 8th. Don't start. We're not doing this today. No, he hasn't. Get rid of Miami for Road America. Quick change of subject. Then it could be back to back with Canada. This is my biggest gripe with this year's calendar, apart from the stupid triple header at the end that makes no sense. It's the 3 or 4 week gap between Miami and Canada because they can't find a solution that works because of the weather. Which, yeah.
I'm going to disagree with Gingerfest. I don't want any of those tracks back in F1.
What, Road America?
Road America, back in or coming to. So Road America, Road Atlanta, Sebring, Watkins Glen, don't want any of them because they would be ruined by F1, especially Sebring. Sebring with the bumps flattened out, just don't even bother. It would be a waste of time. Watkins Glen would have to have loads of places with massive runoffs added and what have you, and it would just ruin the character of those tracks. And I would hate it.
Sorry. Purple Zebra said, although, did Hamilton really win 2008 because of his taken out by blown dart? We're not getting into it. There's an argument for 8. There's an argument for 6. So let's not do it. Let's just call it 7. That's the middle. It works. There we go. What is a Canadian Grand Prix on the same weekend as the Indy 500? Not only the same weekend, but also the same time zone. Because the FIA
Formula
and
One
F1
was stupid.
couldn't organise a piss up in a brewery half the time. We've got a little bit of a, I'm going to call it a battle on track. Piastri right up the back of Ollie Bearman's Haas. I said Haas, and he's going to breeze past on into turn 11. So just following through turn 10 there. So I really hope these cars can follow better this year, by the way, just on the following, because otherwise this whole rules reset is pointless again. But yeah. How's Massa's court case going? We did a whole stream about it in December, didn't we? Or November, Jonty, on Massa's court case.
And then we've heard nothing since.
And nothing at all. We've upset everyone. We ruined it. Flying Tiger says Malaysia was a beautiful track, or a wonderful track. Let's not get started on that.
It's got lights. F1 night race in Malaysia would be fantastic, and it'll be a lot easier on the drivers as well.
In the rain. But why not?
But no, Canadian GP and Indy 500, just F1 are stupid. They don't like the idea that there's this other race that gets so many viewers. I think it's almost like a testing the water thing. They don't want to risk Monaco because that's their blue ribbon event, even though it sucks as a race. So that was fine with the time split. So they've gone, let's try it out with Canada, see who watches which one more. And Canadian Grand Prix is probably going to be the least watched Formula One race for about 25 years.
Depends how popular Drive to Survive is this year. It might be the best watched.
I
was
won't
just
be
watching Piastri there, and he's the car is still twitchy behind other cars, but there's always going to be an element of dirty air, so that's not a surprise. But I kind of wanted to point out, Neely says, I doubt the cars will follow much better for long. We have to remember, we could spend this season with cars following beautifully, perfectly, and amazingly, and everyone talks about how great these new rules are, but then somebody finds a way to get around it and start with, is it outwash and dirty air and all of that, and all of a sudden we're right back where we were. It's how they do it. It's the best engineers do it. So Neely says also, good morning, I'm in tomorrow with you all now. There you go. Just caught up. India.
11?
Do what?
11 hours ahead. Oh, I'm so confused by time zones. No,
I try not to.
No, 9 hours ahead.
If we had a Bottas has been out on track, so I'm gonna have to readjust my timing tower.
He's out. He's on.
Yeah,
he's on track
now.
right
That's
now.
not. I was like, that's not Perez, is it? So I'll have to lose the afternoon drivers, I'm afraid. So if you want to know who's in the car, I'll do my best to tell you. But I'm gonna have to. That's the best I can do, I'm afraid. So there we go. That's why the clock is at the top as well. All sorted. All sorted.
One thing I was going to say a minute ago when they were showing Leclerc's on board, that paint the halo white. It's literally a white section that comes from like halfway up the nose, all across the driver cockpit, and up over the engine cover. Paint the halo white.
I'm gonna wait to see the Ferrari, and I know what you're talking about. But I want to have a look at it and see how it looks without white. Lee says, what's caused the random resurgence of the OG crew? ? I don't know 100% what's, unless you're referring to me, Jonty, and me and Stuart and whatnot, or unless there's somebody else that's resurgent, another OG crew somewhere as well. From what I've seen on B Sport, following will be worse due to the poorly written rule book allowing in-washing measurements to be used for outwashing instead, says Lena. Kaori says, morning. Hey, Kaori, hope you're well. And I think they agreed he could progress with the case, is what we heard on the latest from Massa. Again, but proceeding with case doesn't mean it goes any further than standing in a courtroom and being told to go away. And it's an expensive way to do it, but we'll see. I'm not going to get into it again. We did a big stream on it, so...
It just means it was a preliminary hearing, so to decide whether he can actually take it to a trial or not. Okay, fair enough.
Which makes sense.
No, the resurgence of the OG crew, I mean, put it in the simplest way. You were in a position where you didn't really have a choice but to try a thing. Didn't really work out. You didn't like it. So now you're doing back to what it was, which you did enjoy. And as we're rapidly finding out, everyone watching enjoyed more.
I didn't like it, but to be clear, I didn't choose to walk away from it. That was taken completely out of my hands, and I worked hard, very hard to make it work. So I will say again, I said it in the video, I always say it, make sure you give Elizabeth a follow, and check out her Substack and her podcast, Deadly Passions, Terrible Joys, because she is absolutely fantastic. It was great to work with. And she also was on the receiving end as the same thing as me. So she's also on her own now, which is a bad thing because you haven't got the security, but also we get to do this again properly. So, fresh start, ready to go. And after these streams, I keep saying this, after these streams, I'm going to draw a line under it all. And what happened is gone. And we're just looking to the future because it's the first race of the season after that. So that's it. No more PF1, Planet Sport talk. F1 word, we'll get the content it gets for as long as it's going to get it. And then that's it. We move on because I can't spend my life obsessing over it and stressing and whatnot. So me up to a certain point, Moray, just to answer that question. I won't read it, but it's me up to a certain amount. But it's a certain amount that's never going to reach. So
the other thing with Elizabeth, very much you should follow Deadly Passions, Terrible Joys if you love motorsport history and you really like to find out sort of some of the crazy stories going from way back in the past.
And the darker side as well.
I think I said it during the Christmas stream. One of the scoops she managed to get was like an hour and a half long. It's not even an interview. It's a friendly chat with Mario Andretti. And it's like the most open and natural and honest I've ever heard him. It's fascinating. And there's one to open up with the chat. In my opinion, the greatest racing driver to ever live. Because he's literally done it on everything.
You're going to tell the story, aren't you, about how quickly he got to, was it Monza? Was that Mario Andretti? Mm-hmm. Was he racing somewhere was he racing in America and then rushed back to get to an F1 race or something, or vice versa?
I don't know that. I'm just thinking the things that he's got in just his racing record. It's phenomenal. Formula One world champion, IndyCar champion, Indy 500 winner, Daytona 500 winner, 12 Hours of Sebring winner, Le Mans winner, not in the top class. And just in case people think, oh, right, well, yeah, he's good on tarmac. He also won Pikes Peak before it got tarmacked. Probably the scariest thing you could ever do in a car. Yeah, untouchable.
I try to think that might not have been Andretti then, because I feel like you'd have known that story. But I can't remember who it is. I'm sure there's a story of somebody who was racing somewhere and then rushed back, to race the next day.
A couple of years ago. Pierre, not last year.
No, it's from a long time ago. Not
Oh right.
I can't remember who it was though. Isack Hadjar in Red Bull Racing's Red Bull Powertrain Ford. Although they call it a Red Bull Ford now, so whether that's just it doesn't fit on the graphic, I don't know.
I can't get it. RBPT. It sounds like some kind of plastic.
It does. That you can't recycle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It would never be a recyclable one.
We recycle
That's what the lid's
everything
made
but
of. You
RBPT.
have to take off and throw in the bin.
Did I just read that? I read first time I see Piastri near a Norris time in all of this year's testing sessions. Yeah, Piastri moves into third place. 15 thousandths off Norris's time there, something like that. So again, that's on the C2 tyre. So the C2 tyre is marked as white on there. So they've got the tyres mixed up on the graphics again on F1. So the blank spaces we see on the timing tower on TV, I assume that's supposed to be the hard tyre without markings, but that's the C1. But then Bottas says he's on the C1. Do you know what? I will read you what tyre they're on based on what we see, and we'll speculate otherwise, but I can't. It's again, we've been doing these since 2018, 2019, somewhere around there, and we've never ever found a completely reliable source of who did what on what tyre ever. So I didn't give up with it. I'll always try and work it out, but it's madness.
And you say based on what we see, once the tyre's rolling, you can't tell the difference.
No. They should have called it Cosworth, said Connor. Yes. Why not? Just for nostalgia purposes and no more.
I wonder if they were involved or not. Ford still does a hell of a lot of work with Cosworth for racing. I mean, I would like that name back.
Cosworth.
You know, classic racing name. And just look at the road cars they were involved in. Oh. In top 5 Dream Garage, Escort Cosworth.
I still feel like Bernie was onto something with the suggestion of getting an independent engine manufacturer in, so that new teams or teams that weren't as well off could buy one from them rather than working with a manufacturer that's already in the sport. I think that was a great, like a Cosworth, for example.
A pure customer.
Yeah, I think that would be a really good idea.
I thought you were going to say sprinklers.
Oh, no, not sprinklers. But I mean, he was right. I tell you what, Qatar last year, I wouldn't mind a sprinkler. I'm going to read something now, John, so we've got some news. The first meeting of the Formula One Commission of 2026 took place today in Bahrain. We know it was there. So, in common with the introduction of such significant regulatory changes, there are still collective learnings to be taken from pre-season testing. The teams, the power unit manufacturers, FIA and FOM, say there was a commitment to work through all technical aspects ahead of the opening race for Melbourne. Constructive discussions took place, blah, 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 talking about the characteristics, energy and power unit of the overall car, aerodynamics, overtaking and racing, tyres and mechanical grip. Positive feedback from drivers was received, we've not heard it yet, on the reduced weight, there you go, and smaller dimensions of the cars. Drivers generally agreed that the new cars exhibit improved ride quality and stronger initial acceleration. I'm going to read all this because we've got the time. Further evaluation and technical checks on energy management matters will be carried out over the following 3 days at the second pre-season test in Bahrain, which is what we're watching. It was agreed that no immediate major regulatory changes were required, given that initial evidence and feedback remains immature and that premature change carried the risk of increased instability ahead of the first race. Further reviews will be carried out once more data becomes available. That's not to do with that. There were constructive talks and proposals centred on the race start procedures during the commission meeting. As a result, further evaluation of updates to race systems and ongoing car management will be undertaken during the current Bahrain test. We might see some start procedure stuff tested out in the coming day. Oh no. Jonty, take a breath, mate. Are you ready? There were discussions around the possibility of increasing the sprint events up to 12 based on the demand for sprints from fans and promoters. Oh, that made me laugh. You're storming out. Did you catch the last line?
All I heard was up to 12.
Based on the demand for sprints from fans and promoters. Promoters, yeah. Money. Fans, where are they looking? I can't see anything, though, on the Mercedes engine thing, unless that is covered under the no major changes to regulations for now. But I'm with Latox. I know there are a lot of people who do enjoy sprints, but I want to know who these people are they're talking to. Also confirms what I have always said, that the trial period was bullshit. It was never a trial period. The lights have gone off behind me. They're that angry. We'll sort that out.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I would be quite happy with them as long as they did something with them.
Scrap them.
And there are plenty of places where you can do stuff. Like Bahrain, for example. Use the outer circuit. There you go. It's different and it's entertaining. And there's so many tracks where there are multiple layouts that can be used. Even if you just throw in a random chicane at a different point. Fine. And everyone who does like sprints, fine, you know, it's more racing, it's more action on track. But most of the time, it's not actual action, unless it's a track that suits it, like Interlagos, like the Red Bull Ring. So it's just an extra practice session, effectively.
It's also, in my opinion, without putting the tinfoil hat on, a crafty way to get around the maximum of 24 races a year. That takes us to 36 races.
Yeah.
You can't have too much of a good thing, people. It's crazy. There is actually, back to sprints in a minute, but there is actually some info from the race, which is exclusive to them. It says the race can reveal on this, so shout out to those guys as always. I'll ask a question chat in a minute, but we'll get back to that in a second. They say Formula One's engine manufacturers will vote next week on a mid-season introduction of an additional compression ratio test to bring an end to the ongoing technical controversy. So that is what me and Stuart discussed this morning, potentially like a mid-season, a little bit like the party mode thing in a way, or the new rear wing test where you get a little bit of maybe a technical directive and they change the way they're going to do it, or a full rules rechange. So they'll vote next week. We'll see what they decide on that one. Also, I'll just confirm as well. First of all, mid-season change confirms it, but also the fact the vote isn't happening until next week means there will be no changes before Australia. So Mercedes can stand down. They don't have to build a whole new engine in the next week and a half. It's absolutely fine. Sources have revealed that to the race that an e-vote has been put forward by the FIA to members of the PU Advisory Committee for revised testing procedures surrounding the 16-to-1 limit to be implemented this year. Understood the proposal is for an additional hot test to come into force from the start of August, so effectively during the summer break, which is, to be fair, Jonty, in line with a lot of these kind of changes, isn't it? They tend to happen in the summer break, so it's ready for the first race back. And this will be in addition to the current ambient temperature checks that are done, and compliance with the regulations will rest on power units passing both the cold and hot tests. That's sensible. Sources claim that feedback for the e-vote has been requested by the end of this week, with the deadline for votes being slotted in for next Tuesday. And James Vowles was apparently referring to this. There was a resolution, he said. Frankly, it will all probably go away over the next 48 hours. Is there anything here that says on what the vote might do or which way it might go? Probably not. But I think, to be fair, what's that? August? 6 months? Yeah, 6 months.
Yeah.
That's a more reasonable time frame than, can you sort yourself a new engine by tomorrow, please? But we'll see if anything. Again, Stuart said this morning about clarity. Red Bull team principal Lauren Meckie says in Bahrain on Wednesday that the key for this operation was to get a clear answer on the rules. Clarification. Honest, we're just asking. So there you go. So Mercedes, new rules, potentially for mid-season, but also, from what I understand from the article, Jonty, I know I powered through it there, but it also seems to imply that they're basically saying, do you want to vote? And if teams say yes, they'll have the votes. But if teams say no, they won't. So it's the vote that's been put forward, and it would happen somewhere around next Tuesday if the teams do want the vote. And based on what we know, you would assume Audi, Ferrari, possibly Red Bull, and Honda are going to want that vote, aren't they? So
it's going to be very telling. I mean, what do we think? We're going to see 3 teams say no?
It can't be. It's a manufacturer vote. So it's Mercedes versus other engine manufacturers.
One will say no.
Yeah.
Possibly 2 will say no. You remember Ferrari suddenly changing their tune earlier in the week. So maybe. Remember they said they wouldn't object, I think. It wouldn't protest, I think was the word. So maybe they would also go against it. But that comes down to the speculation of, did they find it? Did they manage to figure out what was done and then go and do it themselves?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm still trying to think of exactly what they've done to make it possible. I'm trying to think of so many different ways. Parts that could be made from specific materials that expand in the way they want. Which parts would suit better? I don't know. Because the sort of piston heads, valve heads. The thought I had earlier was Conrod. That would actually be a sensible one.
I still want it all to be...
literally makes the piston go up a bit, another millimetre.
I still want it all to be bollocks, and Mercedes aren't doing anything. I'm desperate for that.
Yeah,
I really,
would
it'd just be so funny. Like, oh, well, yeah. I said it to Stuart this morning. It's sort of like, oh, yeah, look at our engine. Oh, yeah, we're doing these tricks. Ignore our quadruple diffuser. Don't look at that, you know. Yeah. I saw, I'm not going to get into it again because we went into it this morning, but Michael says asterisk on any Merc-powered results first half of the year now. Again, said it this morning, don't agree because the rules now and for the next 6 months are what they are. So as long as they pass that test now, then that car is legal. If they fail it after that, then things change. But I wouldn't put an asterisk. I get what you're saying, but I'm not gonna. And we've been here with party modes before, not the same thing. But Mercedes party modes were banned. Everyone said it was going to ruin Mercedes, and then they just continued to dominate because that wasn't what they were using, and that wasn't the issue. It helped them, a bit like DAS. There's no way DAS gave them the performance that people thought it did. It wasn't even worth banning that at all, but they had to. So that's that's that. I don't want to get back into compression ratios too much because we've talked a lot about it this morning and obviously last week, didn't we? But we'll keep an eye on what happens with that vote. Maybe we'll get. From what I've read, I assume it's a vote on a vote, is what it sounds like. But I would imagine everyone's going to want that vote. Mercedes would probably want it as well, just to shut everybody up one way or the other. So. We got a wide Carlos Sainz at 10-11. All good.
I suppose the shame is that it's an engine thing. It's completely internal and not visible.
Yeah.
Because it would be fun to see them pulling the Brawn trick. If you remember with the double diffuser, all through testing, you had them like covering the front of the car with screens and sheets and having everyone all crowded around the front so that no one could take photos of it and what have you. And ignoring the back, which is where the double diffuser was, so no one noticed for ages. I mean, that was fantastic. That's the kind of stuff we want.
Yeah, it's the gamesmanship, isn't it? And yeah, I agree. I remember those. Yeah, I remember Jensen Button saying as well that he was expecting to get in a dog of a car, and then got in the Brawn in testing. It was like a second and a half quicker than anyone else. Was like, oh, hang on a minute. I wonder how much Honda were kicking themselves. Well, it would have had a Honda engine, not Mercedes engine, wouldn't it? So maybe not, but
yeah,
interesting.
Well, back to one of the topics you had at the end of the morning session, documentaries.
Yes,
Brawn documentary that Keanu Reeves made. That's fantastic.
Excellent documentary.
It really is good because you can really tell it's just a guy who's a massive fan who wanted to get like all the proper story behind it, and it just so happens that he's a world famous actor with the money to be able to make it. And that it really was good. But the one I mentioned in chat that is a bit left field, it's not Formula One, but Rapid Response, which is the AMR safety team in America, IndyCar, IMSA, NASCAR. That's really eye-opening. The amount of work they did to reduce injuries and deaths. And it is relevant to F1 because that's where the hands device came from.
Vanguard says Mr. Honda kept the pound that Ross bought the team with.
He still has the literal pound coin. Brilliant.
I love how that works because you think, oh, could you buy an F1 team for £1? But it's like, it's similar to I think Red Bull paid $1 for Jaguar, but it's $1 plus we guarantee we'll pay all of this and invest all of that. And yeah, it's not just a case of you've bought the team for £1. Otherwise, I'd go buy a team for £1.
You bought it for this pound. You also get these financial records that show you $12 million in debt, but you still bought it for £1.
And
minus 12 million and
that,
1.
Yeah. Yes, midnight. It's a vote on the engine tweaks halfway through the season. We just spotted that on the race. I will say as well, just people who have been here before understand how these work, but for new people, firstly, welcome, but also welcome to the madhouse. But also, it's very difficult for me to find and read upon information properly on stream. Same with Jonty and Stuart. So generally speaking, we'll spot something like that, read the news. I'll have a look tonight, and then tomorrow we'll talk about it properly because I've had a chance to probably read through everything. So it's not ideal, but it's that, or I go quiet for 20 minutes reading through stuff, and it's so Piastri goes fastest, 1:33.469, world champion confirmed. 30 laps on the C3 tyre as well, by the way. Only 2 laps on this current set, but he's gone fastest. We'll go through the times in about 4 minutes, and then we will move into 2 more hours to go. I'm not already counting them down. Just it always amazes me. It already amazes me. It's when I get up in the morning and I'm like, 8 hours. This is going to be a killer. And then it gets to 2 o'clock. I'm like, where the hell's the time gone? And it reminds me of why I do this. Not just the testing streams, but the channel. It's just I'm an F1 fan. We're all F1 fans. Let's just talk, because that's what I think. I don't know if you're the same, Jonty. I grew up with no fellow F1 fans. I watched it all myself, and that was it. So this is why I do it.
Yeah, my stepdad. That was it.
Because it was a very niche sport to be into, wasn't it? At one point. Now with Drive to Survive, everyone loves it, or loves the girlfriends of the drivers or whatever. But
I mean, it was a bit different because it was my stepdad. Because I got to go to all sorts of motorsport. You know, we were at Speedway every Monday night and touring cars, various things, but it was still pretty much just me.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah. To Michael, we are already quicker than day one last week. The fastest time was a 1:34.669 by Lando Norris on the C2 compound. Piastri's done a 33.469, but on a compound softer. So bear that in mind. But he is a 1.2 seconds quicker than last Wednesday's fastest time. So that's not all compound. Some of it will be, but just worth bearing in mind there. So yes, we are quicker than last Wednesday, which is awesome, actually. I was hoping we might see some quicker times, but...
now, did he back off, or is the Merc better over that high-speed last section?
23.2...
Kimi's still
down on Leclerc, isn't he?
3. Well, it just showed up the purple sectors. Piastri got the first 2, but it's still Antonelli in the 3rd sector.
Well, yeah,
which is
also
2 corners and 2 straights.
Sorry, also worth noting, actually, he's 0.2 slower than his teammate in the final sector as well. 23.2 for him, 23 flat for Norris. So he might have backed off a bit or made a mistake, which is all part of the testing game. I love those testing games. It's a bit frustrating when you're trying to work out a pecking order, but it is still pretty cool. Right,
There's a lot of speculation.
Yeah. I'm going to run through the times, just slap an add-on. I'm just going to run through the times again, Jonty, so I'll mute you again and I'll let you go stretch your legs and I'll talk to you in a minute.
Yeah.
So, rub my hands together. I've got cold hands today. I'm getting old. I can't help it. We're heading into the final 2 hours of practice day. Well, right, okay. So, officially practice 2 day 1. Technically practice 3 day 1. Also technically practice day night. We're heading into practice, the final 2 hours of practice 2, day 1. That'll do. Oscar Piastri's just gone fastest on a 1:33.4. And as we were saying there, that is quicker than last week's fastest time on the Wednesday, but also on a softer compound of tyre, 1 step softer. 31 laps for Oscar Piastri so far this afternoon. Charles Leclerc, 1:33.7. He was fastest this morning. 70 laps. He's sitting the afternoon out. Hamilton taking his place. Lando Norris was also in this morning. 54 laps for him. 1:34.052. Kimi Antonelli, 1:34.158. 69 nice laps for him this morning. Lewis Hamilton, 5th place, 1:34.299. 24 laps for him. George Russell, 32 laps, 1:34.588. And then a 1:35.378 for Carlos Sainz and 24 laps so far this afternoon. I think he's in this afternoon. Albon was this morning, wasn't he? Yeah. Colapinto in for the afternoon session. 475, 23 laps. Alex Albon, a 1:35.690, 55 laps for him. Liam Lawson, 34 laps this afternoon, 1:35.753, and Gasly did 61 this morning on a 1:35.898, being his fastest. Isack Hadjar is in all day. Already a marginally better afternoon than morning, 28 laps for him. He had a pressure problem this morning, which limited him to just 13 laps. So he's done 15 this afternoon, 1:36.188, his fastest time. Esteban Ocon, 1:36.418, 65 laps overall. 25 laps for Gabriel Bortoleto, 1:36.448. Fernando Alonso, 1:36.536, 28 laps for him this morning. And then 49 laps for Hulkenberg on a 1:36.741, his fastest. Lindblad's fastest was a 1:36.769, 75 laps. Ollie Bearman, 1:36.770, 25 laps. Lance Stroll, 7 laps for him, 1:38.177. And usually I get to stop here reading through the times, but this year we've got more cars. So, well, technically, I would have got to stop. 1:38.191 for Perez, 24 laps and 6 laps for Bottas so far this afternoon, 1:42.150. Max Verstappen, the only driver not running, and they've just cut to the Red Bull garage on the feed, and they're working on the car, but it looks... doesn't look anything overly serious at this stage, not rushing around too much. Oh dear. Please do drop a like on the stream and subscribe if you're new, and you can support the channel through all the usual avenues: Patreon, membership, super chats, and of course buy me a coffee as well. All the links in the description. And please check out the links as well to Jonty's Blue Sky, Stuart's Blue Sky, and Stuart's Chamber channel. I don't want to throw him under the bus, but he said yesterday, may as well put that in there even though it's dormant. So, there you go. I've popped it in there in case he does start uploading against that, but I'm sure lots of you are already subscribed to Chamber's channel. So Gingerfest says, every time you start to go over lap time, I get an ad. So I am inserting ads around that time, but I'm trying to do it in a way that means that you get an ad and then you get the lap times, just because it's the only way to do it without YouTube putting a million ads in. But I'm still timing it up, so if I get it wrong, let me know, and I can always send the ad a minute earlier, and we'll just talk nonsense for 60 seconds as opposed to the other 8 hours where we're talking nonsense. And then we'll go. It's just because the channel, without sounding like really boring YouTuber, it needs to make money. So, and on an 8-hour stream, that's the only way to do it. Like I said, YouTube wants to put them in every 7 minutes, I think, usually tends to be what I get anyway. And that's a lot if you're watching all day. So screens up at Ferrari, says Michael. I just caught that as well from Bernie. Yeah. Hi, Jonty. Yeah, screens up at Ferrari.
And that means floor off?
Yes, floor off. Them's the rules, isn't it? Aren't they? You can only put the screens up if you've got the floor off now. Does that apply in testing as well? It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it only applies in testing, doesn't it?
I think practice as well. I might be wrong on that. They might allow it in practice, but yeah, floor is off at Ferrari, so that's concerning. But drivers are over curbs all day, aren't they? So they might have some damage there, or they might be just putting on a new spec. We know they've got updates this week, so
yeah,
that could be what they're up to. Still plenty of time to go. The sun's setting as well, so track temperature will drop. It was up at 36 earlier. It's now down to 29.4, so it's already coming down quite a bit. So yeah, about what you'd expect in Bahrain. So we're moving into representative tyres. We look at Colapinto's still weird Alpine rear wing DRS thing. I'll get used to it, but it still looks like it's broken. or they're running an ultra low drag rear wing. Crazy stuff from Alpine.
I really like it. It makes sense. I mean, you mentioned in that ultra low drag rear wing that Williams tested.
Yeah, Monza 97. Why do I know that?
Yeah, well, they actually had something. They had something working to that idea before then. The FW14B, the hyper complex, crazy one in 1993, with the active suspension.
Yeah.
Down the straights, they had programmed in the suspension a low drag mode where it would drop the back of the car by about 10 millimeters to gain them speed on the straights. So it all fits in with aero thinking that's been around for a long time. And these days, obviously, you're talking the most ridiculously small margins. So like I said before, like if it pops up, it's still a thing that's there. However small the drag is, it's still creating some. So if you drop it down, it's just out of the way.
I was going to say something. It was on your point, and it's completely gone. And I promise you, Jonty, it would have floored you. It was so good. And I can't remember what it was now.
It also makes it lower, which is better for drag. You know, it all makes sense. It's just a shame we're not seeing a top team try it.
Oh, that was it. The low drag rear wing from Williams that they tested was pretty much banned before it saw the track, wasn't it? It was just like, nope, you're not doing that. Or outside the regular. I can't remember if it would have been banned, wouldn't it? But yeah. But I like stuff like that. I like, we talk about them all the time. The X-Wings, they're dangerous, but we want to see that. We want to see the double diffusers. We want to see blown floors and diffusers. We want to see people come up with unique and clever ways of trying to get around the regulations or exploiting loopholes. And I don't like the idea that everything has to be shut down. But I also understand that they're trying to manage costs, aren't they? The what? Yeah. The what? Fan cars.
T-wings.
Yeah.
I didn't like the T-wings. Just a wobbly coat hanger stuck on the back of the engine cover. Would you remember early to mid-90s when they did like the extra downforce wings, like for Monaco and places, where it was the rear wing, but then there was like two shelf brackets that stuck out forwards with another wing on it, like overhanging the engine bay,
vaguely.
Bit of the engine cover.
Yeah,
and then they would also stick a couple of extra winglets on the outside, on the end plates of the rear wing. Very odd-looking stuff.
Purple says, I'm back. I was watching F1 with the other half, but now I'm back. Hi to the other half, whoever they are. But yeah, hi to them. I hope you enjoyed your F1 watching together. Is your other half a fan of F1? Because if they are, that's great. But if they're not, testing is not the way to get people into it.
Yeah, probably not.
The X-Wings. Yeah, do you not remember the X-Wings? I always called them the X-Wings. Is that what they were called? I'm sure they were called X-Wings or something like that.
Well, they got the nickname X-Wings because Arrows did them first, I think.
Yeah. Them and Tyrrell, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was Tyrrell the name came from because on the side pods, they had a thin strut going up and a diagonal coming in. Then Ferrari did theirs, and it was like this huge panel that completely covered the driver's head from both sides.
Let me see if I can find a photo, just for those who don't know what we're talking about.
It was so stupid. Yeah, you've also got the nose wing that Arrows did.
Oh, don't. How do you spell Tyrrell? Is it 2 R's? Yes, it is.
2 R's and 2 L's, I think.
Yeah, 2 R's, 2 L's. I need to just find... type Tyrrell in and you just get 3 Benettons for some reason.
It was 99?
Yeah, it would have been 90.
Maybe 2000.
99.
No, it can't have been 99.
No, it was 98.
Yeah.
Let me. That's
I was going to say, couldn't be 9.
I'm gonna. You know, this has got to go on the doodle board, right? You know.
Oh yeah.
It has to go over there. So I will get this picture put in and get it all wrong again, and then I promise, no more analysing Kimi Antonelli. I mean, nothing if you just.
Well, you also need the Ferrari version because that was hideous.
I'm sure plenty of people know what we're talking about, but I'll just for those who don't, let's go over there now.
No, it kind of says 97. It was definitely not 99. I know that much.
So you can see there that's what we're talking about.
Oh god, I've forgotten about that horrible single pillar front wing as well.
Yeah. So you've got these. Well, these are they're your X-Wings down there on both sides, but then that's a single pillar front wing. Yeah, dreadful thing. Also, is he missing an end plate here? Is that just a camera angle?
He's missing an entire main plane.
Oh, he is, isn't he? Yeah, at the top as well. Sorry. Is he missing part of? Oh yeah, everything, Sean. Yeah, that's the. Is that the 98 Tyrrell? Yeah, or is that 97? It looks rounded.
Driving that?
That would be Mika Salo, isn't it? Monaco 97, that is. That's 97. I thought it was. Not 98, as I initially speculated. Yeah, that is 97.
I mean, you can see, like, You can just see where they've just riveted it onto the side pods. I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen. You can't see what I'm pointing at. It's just been riveted on. Like, yeah, that'll do.
I can have a look for the Ferrari ones.
Find the Ferrari one was... It was just horrible. I'm sorry, it looked uglier than
this. Yeah. So
because it was just a great big slab.
I could really, really make it ugly as well. So that's
if it's the one I'm thinking of.
So that's the Tyrrell we were talking about. But the where's my picture gone? There we go. I'm going to do this now live. So this could go very, very wrong, or it could be brilliant. There we go. That'll do. That's Eddie Irvine. Bless him. In his Ferrari. That's their X-wing around there.
But if you see that from the side, the thing's about a foot long.
I haven't got a side shot of it anywhere. I have not. There's not many pictures because it wasn't long before they were banned because they were getting ripped off. There we go.
A race or two.
Yeah, they were getting ripped off, weren't they, in pit stops and things like that. So I have got, again, I'll do this live and not transition it in, so I'm sorry if it's absolutely terrible, but I've got a side shot of both Ferraris here. There you go. That's what you're talking about. A side-ish shot. A really bad arrow there for you just to make sure. That's the side shot. That's not an arrow. That looks rude. Let's do a bigger arrow. There we go. Just there. They are awful things. Absolutely awful. I hope you can see that, Jonty. Just to make you feel sick.
And not nice livery either, because it's just red.
Yeah. No effort at all. 0 points to Ferrari there.
I didn't really like the noses of that period either.
No.
They look like they're sticking up a bit too much, but without a nice curve to them. Some high noses can have a nice shape. One of my favourites, a lot of people will disagree, was 2009 or 2010 Sauber, the Chelsea sponsored one, where it was literally just black and white with the Chelsea logo. But the shape of the nose was really, really nice, and it had the 5-spoke wheels, which are awesome.
I try to think what. Oh, the BMW Sauber Ferrari livery, yeah, and then they slapped the Chelsea logo on it, didn't they? Yeah. Sorry.
It wasn't BMW.
No, they
later than
they were
that.
called BMW Sauber Ferrari, weren't they? In 2010.
Did they still have the BMW name?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the
prize money, basically. Reasons.
Wasn't C30 sure. Let's see. Sauber C. Was the C30? The one that knocked out Perez in Monaco.
The blue one.
When he went sideways.
No. Yeah.
Into Nouvel.
That one and Jensen Button's one there, they were huge accidents, weren't they, at Monaco?
Well, I think it was Button's one before that caused that barrier to be moved back.
Could have been, yeah. That went well.
All it did was just give a longer distance for Checo to be able to turn sideways. But yeah, there's been some crimes against aesthetics committed by F1 aerodynamicists over the years.
I've got one for you, and I don't know how you feel about this. Can't remember, I'm sure we discussed it. Can you remember when Ferrari put their wing mirrors on the Halo?
Oh, yeah. Hated it.
Oh, it's so he can see better. Nothing to do with aerodynamics as these swanky wing mirrors that were so beautifully sculpted were put on there. They got banned pretty swiftly, didn't they? Yeah, no, I was trying to think, well, yeah, that 20...
17?
Would have been around 17, wouldn't it? It must have been.
Yeah, because Alonso was doing the Indy.
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's completely retired from racing now, but if Button never came back, 3-place penalty.
Yep. Well, don't forget, Bottas has got a penalty for Melbourne that carried over from his crash with Magnussen. So he's got, is it 5 or 10 place? Or it might be 3, actually. It might have been usually in race, penalties turned into grid drops of 3, aren't they? So
yeah,
we'll see. But yeah, he's got a penalty. But I don't think, and I mean this with all the love in the world for Cadillac in their first season, I'm so impressed that they're even on the grid in what feels like a really short space of time. But I'm sure it's been going on longer than we realise. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference to his starting position. He's going to be somewhere around 21st, 22nd. So
Verline should be happy it happened when he had that crash when he did, because a couple of decades earlier, at that corner, all you've got is a curb and then the sea.
Yeah.
Pretty much. A lower barrier. Yeah, that was down a long way. Nouvelle Chicane, but that was still not good. No, he does actually have a penalty.
He has a penalty. It was the incident with Magnussen, I'm sure it was, at Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
And it carries over to your neck because they reworded it, didn't they? They changed because it used to be. They changed the wording so that it's the next race in which the driver competes, so you can't get around it with anything like that. So same with Button, I think. But yeah, no, it's he's got a penalty for Melbourne. But again, I think he's going to be Bottas's goal and Perez's goal is to out-qualify their teammate. So they're going head-to-head for that last place probably. But although I say that, the talk around Aston Martin suggests that maybe Cadillac might be able to cause a bit of a surprise because Aston Martin are not in a good spot. I don't want to talk too negatively about them.
Tricks on me? Or probably. Is the back end of Piastri's McLaren really bouncy? When the wings close and he's going around corners, the back end is bouncing up and down like mad.
I've noticed that a few. The Cadillac does it as well. The Cadillac and the Alpine do it as well.
And
I've noticed. You are quite a way behind then on the. What's the time on your stream on your TV? As in the time left in the session.
1:42:40.
That's about. You're at 20 seconds behind, so not too bad then. I'm 42:20, so. Or I was when you said that. So let's see what Bottas can do. Anybody jumped up the timing tower there at all? Bortoletto, I think, has moved up 36.1 into 12th place. So yeah, again, look, lap times. We say it every time. Don't really mean anything, do they? So this is all about lappage rather than lap times. Can I leave you a chat for a couple of minutes, John? So I'll just nip for a yellow flag. Is that all right? Yeah. I won't be long.
Yeah, check and throw questions at me.
Behave. Don't do what Stuart did and start getting them swearing. I can't stand that.
Or we can come up with ideas for streams and then not tell you what they are. But I mean, he's gone now, but it did actually just occur to me when we were looking through the horrors of X-Wings and whatnot. That could be a fun sort of midweek stream. Crimes against aerodynamics. We could both just try and find... Oh, dog! We could both try and find the worst looking things ever. I mean, there's quite a history of bad looking cars in Formula One. My partner just said six wheel. How dare you? The Tool P34 is gorgeous. No, it definitely wasn't shy because it was very, very quick. One race, but it wasn't the prettiest. Yeah, the three of us, DJ Red Raven. The three of us, and beforehand, we sort of find 5 cars each that are like the ugliest aerodynamic things possible. Yeah, Lena, that was... March tried one in testing, and Williams did one. The FW07 or 08B, which was a clever idea because at the time you had full-on ground effect where they had the skirts down to the floor, so they just extended the chassis all the way back with 2 wheels on the back, 4-wheel drive, and like an extra 4 feet of tunnel. Twin nose, that's a good... You mean the Team Lotus or Lotus Renault or whatever you want to call it? Grosjean and Raikkonen year, I think. Is he back? He's chomping on something.
I'm eating Skittles.
No, yeah, I'll come up with an idea.
Okay.
For a midweek stream. Crimes against aerodynamics. Me, you, and Stuart, and we'll separately, like, find 5 pictures of like what we think are the ugliest, worst things that ever happened to aerodynamics on a car. See how many of them cross over, and let chat decide on the worst. Again, a live tier list.
Bernie Eccleston. Oh no, sorry, I meant cars. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I was munching on Skittles there. When is the season predictions coming out? By the way, which do you mean, RC? I might do a predictions video, but yeah,
Max,
I'm bad at them.
best modern F1 livery, and why is it McLaren Vodafone? You know that's 17 years ago. The really good one.
How
the
many
chrome
years?
one. 17 or 18 for the fully chrome one, not just silver.
That can't be right.
That was 2008, I believe. Was the 2007 and 8 were the fully chrome ones.
That can't be that long. You're lying. Oh no, it's 2026. No, that's right.
Best one.
No.
I loved the Toro Rosso livery when it was the bright blue, the red, and the chrome.
Yes. Yeah.
That looked awesome.
That was beautiful. Perfect livery, perfect team name. Better than Racing Bulls. Although I do quite like the liveries. But
09 Force India was nice. Hang on a minute. I need a stool.
I assume it means he needs a stool to stand on, not that he needs to go to the toilet. That's a bit of a weird way to announce it to everybody. He's got his stool at the Verstappen sites. But yeah, no, the Hartley Gasly one, I'd call it.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Jonty's got a car out for you. Oh, it's a
Brake
piece.
duct from 2009 Force India.
Oh, cool. Is that plastic?
No, carbon fibre.
It looks a bit plasticky from here. I don't know why. It's just the angle. I think it's the angle looking at it. Yeah. Oh no, you're right. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Where'd you steal that from?
It's a brake dust. That what's the account called?
Is it on eBay? There's an eBay I follow.
It's someone who does eBay, and he just did a little giveaway. I won it.
Oh, cool. That's actually awesome. I've got lots of cars and not a lot of cool stuff like that. I'd love to redo my office and then behind me have like a big front wing or something on the wall. Would be pretty bloody cool. But I haven't got the thousands that costs, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's lots of bits that I would like.
I like barge board would do. Josh says 2008 BMW and the 2016 Manor, beautiful cars. I love the Manor liveries.
Who asked?
Rich Energy. It's the Rich Energy. He's going to do it. It's day one.
Max.
It's out already. There it is.
Yeah, still unopened. Expired October 2022.
There's your midweek stream. That's Friday sorted. Drink that for the last hour and see what happens. Jonty is dead.
You're doing an obituary stream on Monday.
Pretty much. Rest in peace, Jonty, but he shouldn't have drunk it and I did warn him.
The only positive to that would be that it's another thing we could just blame William Story for.
Yeah. Bad Santa, as Josh calls him. Does that ferment? Oh, God. Does that ferment? God knows. Somebody would probably call that a delicacy if it did. That should count as biological weapon, says Red Raven.
As I said before, the real shame is that it's by far the nicest energy drink that I've had. Just on the normal plain sort of caffeine, taurine, whatever flavour it is meant to be that you get from Red Bull and the others, Rich Energy is the nicest by a mile. Like, so much nicer.
Donation target for drinking, it says Valentine. All right, 50 grand. 100 and I'll split it with Jonty. 50 and he can send it to me. I'll do it myself.
You've got to stick 2 zeros on that for me to drink that.
Oh no, I'd do that for 50 grand easy. Easy. Me frantically checking buy me a coffee. Jonty, can you send me rich energy, please, mate? I'll give you £5,000.
And Marin, it's entirely possible that the recipe changed because, I mean, that can's from 2019. So
I don't like any energy drink, to be fair.
I don't mind the flavour, but some of them can be really over the top. The worst one is Rockstar. Rockstar's vile. It's like a bad Red Bull flavoured with potpourri. It's horrible. It's even worse than Parma Violets. I'm not saying something.
Thank you, by the way. I just checked. It's not $50,000. Thank you very much to Valentine for your contribution over on Buy Me a Coffee. Really appreciate that, mate. Thank you very much. And for your support on Super Chat. Says, never knew YouTube had a 30% fee. Blimey, crikey. Valentine on YouTube. Thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate your support as always. And again, for your super chats and super thanks that you've sent on videos and streams over the last few weeks. So thank you very much, mate. And there's your shout out. But yeah, blimey, crikey. There you go. Always going to say it. Yeah, not
I didn't buy it, Max. That was a press pack that I got. She had 2 cans and some bump. I've got the leaflets somewhere. Back where for the very, very short space of time when I kind of qualified.
Well, that's that in a minute, Moray. The Red Bull and Cadillac were going head to head on the straight there, if you want to call it that, in testing. But Hadjar just getting past him. He did pull out initially and then sort of back in. So whether they were just checking dirty air or anything like that down there, I don't know. But he's gone through into turn 1 and off he goes. Hadjar currently P7 and Bottas P21. So Bottas actually only 10 laps behind Perez's morning target. I'm adamant that although they did some better lappage than I realised as Bortoleto passes Bottas as well, better lappage than I realised last week. I'm adamant Cadillac are just not pushing things to extremes here at all. Like, not just in terms of pace, but also in terms of the amount of laps they do. I think they're managing something. I don't know. Something in my gut tells me they're managing teething problems because of the issues they had last week. The short stops they were having, and I just wonder if they're up to something there. RC says he's representing the F1 word when somebody says, who knew Jonty was a member of the press? Yeah.
Ironically, I wasn't representing the F1 word. That was the funny part.
He represented the F1 word at Autosport.
No, I didn't.
You went with Dan, didn't you?
Yeah, because at the time you weren't sure how many people you could actually have.
And it turned out if you kept telling porcupines, you have as many as you want.
Yeah.
We got Jack in as well, didn't we? You got with you went with Dan. I had Eru.
When it was still F1/E.
Yeah, F1/E reviews. That was a good weekend. A lot of alcohol.
Very good weekend.
A lot of alcohol, all tax deductible because I was networking.
Yep.
Ilas had a monster, felt like there was pharmaceuticals in it, says Cited Canvas. And Moray says, has Dunn torched his career?
Has Marco torched it for him?
Yeah, Marco told didn't tell some porcupines, went behind people's backs at Red Bull, allegedly. Yeah. Reportedly.
Which led to Dunn out in the cold.
Yeah, left McLaren, didn't he? Thought he had. Well, hadn't he signed the contract? He signed Marco's contract, but that contract, then Red Bull had to spend a fortune paying Dunn off to get him out of that contract.
Yeah.
Something like that. And that's the real reason Marco isn't there anymore.
I've heard. I can't guarantee, obviously, the full amount. The details are never released fully.
No.
But the reports were that it was well into 6 figures. However, well into 6 figures is not well into 7 figures. So by that point, you haven't got a career at that level. Well into 6 figures, that'll get you a Formula 2 race. 1.
Has he not got a seat for Formula 2 this year?
I don't think so.
Ouch.
And it's a shame because he was cleaning up. he was sorting out his racecraft. He always had the speed. He was always super quick. He could pull off a proper down-there overtake, but for a while, there was a lot of very, very messy racecraft. Like, he went, I think, a streak of something like 9 races with at least one piece of contact that was his fault for doing something stupid. And in some of those races, it was 2 or 3. But he had sorted that out. He got on top of that because he was on the verge of a ban. And then just on top of that, he does do a little something stupid and ends up with a ban and loses his seat.
He's in Rodin.
That's a hell of a way to end the season.
He's in Rodin, yeah, for this year. And that's
but
good
he
because
won't be doing the first race, I believe.
Ban?
I'm sure he got a race suspension at the last race.
Maybe. I'm glad he's got something though, because he was one that feels and felt like a shoe-in for Formula One day. He seems to have, like you say, he had the speed, or has the speed, just needs to hone his racecraft a bit. He felt like he was pretty much a shoe-in, but then the Red Bull stuff fell through, the McLaren stuff all fell apart, and he might end up going the same way as a number of others that jump ship from certain teams, driver programs and whatnot, and end up, not that it's a bad thing, but racing in Formula E or IndyCar rather than F1. So I feel like he'll be racing somewhere.
Yeah. Again, he's another one I think he'd do really well in IndyCar.
Yeah.
Because it's that very, very aggressive late braking style. That would really work. It's the same reason why I just don't understand Ricciardo. His driving style would suit it down to the ground.
I thought he wanted to give it a go.
No, he's always said absolutely not. He hates it and wouldn't never even consider it.
That's surprising.
Yeah, especially with how much he loves the US and how much they like him. Weird.
Gingerfest says a Reddit post showed him testing an Alpine sponsored car, but no news on a deal. It's on Wikipedia at the moment. It says that he's in Rodin for 2026. So that doesn't necessarily mean a race driver, I suppose. There could be something else there or rumoured, but it's definitely on his page on the old wiki, which is my Bible. So where is
but if
Dan?
Nothing else, he certainly made F2 races spicy.
Yeah. Where is Dan? Is he well? Not heard from him in a very long time. I think he's well. He's living his best life from what I've seen on Instagram. So, yeah. I love that I'm supposed to be at work, but being here for the majority of the shift, says Ash. Don't get fired, Ash. Sighted Canvas wouldn't quit their job for me, which is a disgrace, by the way. But don't get yourself fired. We're looking at the Williams, by the way. Carlos Sainz, you'll see it in a minute, Jonty. That pinky red Flovis they put all over the Williams, or tend to, looks an absolute mess. But they're checking something at the front of the car. Well, front wing and airflow around there, I imagine. But it's
what year was it? Was it?
Yeah.
Was it 2022, the first year of the last regs, possibly? Where Williams sent a car out and it looked like an 80s Benetton because it had 4 different colours of Fauves all over it and you couldn't see any of the other colours of the car. Remember that one?
Yes.
The car was basically quartered.
Yeah. RC says, remember using Wikipedia for school reports? No. I'd use an encyclopedia.
Yeah.
Didn't have Wikipedia when I was a kid. Sadly. Would have been handy. What was I going to say to you? I wanted to ask you a question. I was going to do the wheel. That was it. That was what I was going to do. We've got plenty to last the week, whatever happens. So no worries about running out. Although I won't spin the wheel when there's one left. We'll just do the question. I was going to land on you then, John. That would have been so funny. Just so I can shout at you. RC says, favourite cap that you own and why? Good question. I think. Hang on.
Huh. I don't actually know where mine are.
It might be a bit dusty. It is fucking hell. It might be a bit dusty. Probably that one. My Seb Vettel, if you can see it on the camera, my Seb Vettel 4-time world champion cap. Probably my favourite. Yeah, there you go. That's my favourite one.
I don't
can't steal it, dog.
I only have 2 anyway. There's Stepson gave me the 2008 Vodafone McLaren one, and Sean gave me the Senna one.
I did, yeah.
I don't know where either of them are. They're usually up there behind me, but it's other stuff up there.
I was torn between that Vettel one and the original F1 word merch hat.
Oh yeah,
that's really bad quality.
Yeah, that's
up there
flat
somewhere.
brim, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a flat brim. ST's got one.
Yeah, don't do flat brims.
No. Not at my age. It don't work, or at any age, I suppose. But yeah, there you go. I didn't rip off the wheel song, but there you go.
Beanie bucket hat. Yeah, I'm more of a beanie bucket hat person anyway.
I like a beanie, but I won't wear one on stream because 1, it gets too hot, and 2, I'll look ridiculous. Massive lockup for Franco Colapinto at turn 1 in front of Carlos Sainz there. We've got McLaren exit the pit lane, and we're looking at Cadillacs. Oh, watch notes. It's the lockup from the view of Cadillac in the pit lane for some reason. Just F1 things, I suppose. But yeah, I tried to get a Schumi Ferrari hat off eBay a few months ago, and someone outbid me at the last. Says Max. Sounds about right. I'd love to get some Schumi merch, but it's so expensive. Well, all F1 merch is expensive, but particularly older stuff for like drivers like Michael Schumacher in particular, and others as well. But yeah, I didn't rip off the wheel song for the music. I wanted to, but I didn't in the end because yeah. Have you seen? Says All Wheel Dingus, a bumping subscription since your F1 word video. Just a tad, mate. I was just saying earlier, we went from 1,124 before that video went out to 1,767. So we're 243 away
640
from 2,000 already. So we only hit 1,000 last Tuesday. So yes, quite the bump, mate. And again, I apologise to everyone for not doing that sooner. I felt awful when you were like last week when people were going, "Oh, I didn't know this was a thing. Why didn't you tell us?" And I'm like, "Oh no, my friends, ooh, friend." My crew. My thoughts on Aston, they are green at the end, says Sighted Canvas, because Ultimate Stan said thoughts on Aston, ? I talked about this morning with Stuart a little bit, Jonty, but have you got any thoughts on Aston that you wanted to add to what we said this morning, other than, oh God, this isn't going well, and it looks like mid-season before we're going to see any kind of progress, as Lance Stroll on cue locks up at turn 4?
I mean, the one point on Aston came from Hazel over on Blue Sky, which was a bit bitchy, but also pretty right. It's like, at this point, do we have to just accept that Fernando Alonso is really bad at developing cars?
That's bold.
It's only the 3rd, 4th time in a row that this has happened to him. 3rd. He went to McLaren, it was crap. He went to Alpine, it was crap. He's come here, it's crap. Like, there's a common denominator here. They've all been different teams with different designers, different engines.
Crap at development.
I mean, most of it was
demanding.
in jest, but or what?
Like crap at development or more demanding. So expect more from the team.
Could be both.
And expect them to push the boundaries more. And that, because if you've got Fernando Alonso wanting to push the boundaries, pushing the boundaries at Aston Martin, and then you've got Adrian Newey as well, pushing the boundaries at Aston Martin and Alonso. There's a lot going on there. So I get the point, but I'm just making a counter argument that maybe he just demands more from the team than, say, with respect, a Lance Stroll is going to, or who are his teammates at McLaren. Well, Jensen Button might demand quite a bit, but Alpine, Esteban Ocon, is he going to be as demanding as Fernando Alonso? So that would be my counter argument to that. But you're right, there is a common denominator, and it begins with Fernando and ends in Alonso. It's a shame because what's the stat? Is he something like 5 points away from being a 5-time world champion or something crazy like that?
Yeah, it's something ridiculous.
It's really, really crazy. But hey, he makes the choices. He makes a choice for his team, doesn't he? So he takes responsibility for that. But I think what I love about Fernando Alonso now is, of course, he'd love another title, but he just seems to enjoy his racing. He's there because he enjoys it, and I like that. I know people want him to go so that you get some young drivers through, but I think Fernando Alonso goes into a very different bracket to some drivers who are a bit older that raced maybe a bit too long. Let's put it that way, because he is just so bloody good at everything he does. So, except apparently car development. There you go. I do keep picking on Stroll, but I picked Stroll this time because it was Alonso's teammate, so it made sense. As Stroll. Again, locks up at turn 4, replay right on cue.
I know we used to defend him a lot, but picking on Stroll is now fine. I just want to make that clear.
Is it?
Like,
even
the good points that he's got, skills when it's very, very cold and slippery, that kind of thing. But ever since that Interlagos incident, I'm sorry, all bullying of Stroll is now fine, because that's the stupidest thing anyone's ever done in a slow-moving Formula 1 car.
I think
you've gone off, right, fine, get it turned round, and you just drive into a gravel trap that's 10 feet away from you that you can see.
I have got a question for chat. I thought about it this morning. I meant to throw it at you. I've got 2 questions for you. The first one I'll ask you now. If Lance Stroll chose, because he was done with F1, chose to leave F1 at the end of this season, Lawrence Stroll claims that he's a racer. How long before he sells the team?
1 year.
Do you reckon a year?
No, I can't. It's difficult because of how much F1's exploded in the last 7-8 years, value-wise. He is, first and foremost, a businessman. All about making money. And the amount that he's probably earned from that team since buying it, just on book value. Doesn't matter how well they're doing. Just the simple fact that they are in F1, that worth is there, and all the merch links and whatnot. I'm starting to think he might not sell it because it's such a valuable investment.
Yeah. I was just intrigued.
And it wasn't just... If I remember, it wasn't just the team that he bought into. It was actually Aston Martin itself that he bought a massive chunk of, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, he owns Aston Martin as well, or at least, like you say, a big chunk of it. Yeah,
at least part. Yeah. So in order to sell that, it would be a complete change of team. So,
what's he actually wealthy from originally? What was his business that made him rich? Not pronouncing Aston Martin, that's for sure.
Certainly wasn't public speaking.
I was going to say after dinner speaking as well, better not. He owns a bunch of luxury brands during an incoming recession. He bought a bunch of luxury brands during an incoming recession.
See what Wiki says, because I know where various others have had their stuff from.
I think he'll buy a new Sun first, says Moray. Buys Max Verstappen. Would Horner buy Aston Martin? Possibly. Probably 2 years, but only just because of the finance involved.
Fashion.
Yep, fashion. Okay.
Yeah. Lawrence Stroll's father bought Pierre Cardin and Ralph Lauren took clothing to Canada. And then it was Stroll that brought Ralph Lauren to Europe. So there you go.
You could have given me 100 guesses and I'd never have gone with fashion.
No, I couldn't.
Honestly. Did he own Tommy Hilfiger, says Moray, possibly. I don't know. I don't know enough about the guy.
He invested in Tommy Hilfiger and Michael Kors.
There you go.
So that's where it all came from.
The more you know, that's where his money came from. I didn't know if he just
I wouldn't have guessed
fallen
that.
into it, like so many billionaires do, or millionaires do. Inherited it. Let's not get into that conversation. Not the way of the world at the moment.
When
Anyway.
I started looking, I just thought it's going to be oil, isn't it?
Yeah.
Surprising, pleasant surprise that it wasn't.
Brill cream. Why not? Old Spice. Yeah. Oh, there you go. The more we know, the more you know. Good to know. I don't know why, but I didn't know if that, like, if he'd been involved in motoring before F1. That would then mean, no, if that was what made him his millions, that would be the reason why he might stick around rather than just sell up. Because I think he did buy the team ultimately to give his son a seat, but I think he did also buy it because he saw an opportunity, because he could get it a little bit on the cheap. And he maybe, I don't know, he couldn't have predicted the way F1 would go with Drive to Survive and the increased viewership and that, but he must have known there was money to be made, otherwise he wouldn't have done it. So I think there is still an element of him being there. Because, yes, he's a racer maybe, but also largely because of the business side, which is what F1 is, let's face it. It's not just a sport, is it? Some would say it's not even a sport, it's a series.
Niels has just mentioned, because it's on the wiki, he was in motorsport before, because in 2014 he bought Prema. And apparently blocked Russell from racing for them in Formula Renault 2.0, and vetoed the move of Lando Norris to the team for Formula 2 in 2018.
So he's crap at decisions then.
Yeah, it's like, why are you going to stop two drivers coming into your team who are going to make you loads of money by, well, at least get you more fame by winning races for your son? And what did his son do?
Nothing.
Turned into, just ran Giovinazzi off the track in Monza and had a frigging cartwheel of an accident at one of the worst races of all time.
I will defend Lawrence Stroll on one point. Had he not bought Force India, we'd have been stuck with the Mazepins.
Yeah.
So there is that.
Completely. Yeah.
Worth saying there.
But that whole scenario is why I will staunchly remain a defender of Perez.
Yep. Checo.
Yeah. That whole thing was wild because of the legality around it. It was absolutely insane. He has to make the moves and look like the arsehole.
Because nobody else would.
Right, no, he's the one pulling the plug, putting all these jobs at risk, blah, 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 because he wants his money out. And then because of the legal bindings in how the contracts work, he had to sit there for something like 4 or 5 weeks.
With everyone slagging him off.
Yeah, until it could be fully revealed that that was the only thing that could force the team into being sold and saving everyone's job. Like, wow. Ballsy move. Really ballsy move.
Sighted Canvas says, isn't Stroll slightly Russian too? Just to be clear, my issue with the Mazepins is not their nationality, it's the fact they're pricks. it's no more to it than that.
Yeah,
that's it. It's nothing to do with anything else. I just don't like them. I don't care where they're from. They could be from Lincoln, all I care. I'm not bothered. But I think
they're pricks and other specific people from where they're from that they have close ties with.
Aren't all the teams valued at close to 1 billion at least? Says Marin. I think they are around there, aren't they? So yeah. So why?
Well, think about it this way: when Bernie sold F1 in, what was it now? 2014. Was it a bit later?
No, Liberty came in 17, didn't they?
17.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So they started. I think he started 16.
And that deal was it 4 point something billion
for the whole sport?
I think it was 4.2 or something like that.
I can't remember if that figure's correct. That's wild.
And then 5 years later, it was valued at 20.1.
Wow. I can't wait for it to be owned by Saudi Arabia.
At least quadrupled its value in 5 years.
Fucking hell.
So you can probably take that up to 23, 24 now.
Oh, not quite as ambitious.
So there's, in general, 2 billion per team, plus a couple of billion left over.
I'm not going to read that. We'll roll on. Let's do another spin of the wheel. We've got quite a few questions to power through. Keep yours coming in, chat. We'll keep coming to you.
Yellow flag before you do that.
I've spun it, but I'll leave the question until you get back. Oh, there you go. We'll put that there for a second. I'll just hide it, but I will come back to it. Just so you can see the driver tracker. I've still got the question up, don't worry. Stroll was born in 1959 in Canada, says Letox. They got more money than the bank, says Cited Canvas. Yeah, 8 billion was the deal to buy the sport, according to RC. It was 20. I thought it was 2017. Did they launch the logo, the new logo at Abu Dhabi 2017, or was it 2018? I can't remember. It's not, since doing the YouTubes, every season seems to merge together. It gets a little bit frustrating, I'm not going to lie. It really does. But we get there. That's the main thing. I was just going to check something super quick. There we go. It's all working. Have you seen the F2004 Lego set, says Josh Potts? Yes, I have, mate. I have asked for it for my birthday, where I am not 40. I've decided to stay 39 for another year, if that's okay. I think, is that okay? Yeah? We're good with that. I asked for that for my for my birthday because I'm a child, really. Mary says it was 2017. I thought it was, yeah. But I do want the F2004 Lego set for sure. Right, John.
Is it a big one?
Yeah.
Is it one of the big sets?
It is, yeah. Proper like that.
The set one. Yeah. Because the set I would sell my soul for is the 9X8. The Peugeot 9X8 hypercar.
Yeah.
It's huge and it's awesome.
So, Stewie Webb's question was, my question is, do you think this will be a season of reliability and consistency more than outright pace, as it looks like there might be at least 3 teams that could be contenders? Yes. and that's yes to all of it, because obviously speed is still going to be important. You're not going to do much in a quick car, in a slow car. But I think, actually, no, yes, a few weeks ago about reliability. These cars don't seem as unreliable as we feared, but consistency is going to be important because, as Oscar Piastri said, as Stuart was discussing this morning, the fact is that because of these regulations, the pecking order, or not necessarily pecking order, but things are going to change circuit to circuit, and how the cars harvest energy on those circuits and how the drivers adapt to those circuits and how they do all of that, that's going to change every week. So that's going to leave the season potentially wide open. So if somebody can consistently pick up, and I'm thinking, for example, a Max Verstappen, lots of second and third places early on and pick up a few wins, keep doing that while other people are tripping over themselves and whatever, then he's going to be in a great spot to win the title. But I think these cars are more reliable than we worried about. So I don't know whether the reliability side is the concern that it was a month ago.
I'm really hoping that it ends up being a game of flexibility. Because it looks like there's quite a wild variation between the teams on what their car is good at. There's some that are really quick through the slow corners, some that are really quick down the straights, some are good off the start, others not so good. And I really, really hope that we get that shown in the races as we go to different tracks. I really want a team that's, comes to what's the first really high speed place we got to? Australia, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's a fairly flat out track. Now, we see two or three teams out the front in Australia, and then suddenly we go somewhere a bit more twisty, like China with the crazy turns 1, 2, 3. and be in the middle of the pack and someone else up front. That's what I'm hoping for. And there's a suggestion that might happen because you've also got all this talk about using the lower gears, keeping the revs high through corners in order to keep that regeneration up. You know, if some can pull that off better than others, it's kind of a similar thing to with the blown diffusers. Off throttle power, just for a different reason. You know, off throttle revs through the corners, just for that other reason.
Yeah,
keep the turbos pulled up. It could all be really interesting, but I don't think reliability, as in the sense of cars breaking down, will be the problem. I think it might be reliability of. Well, no, that's not reliability. Practicality, I suppose. How easy the cars are to drive, how well they can regen.
Yeah.
Deployment's not a problem, but the regen is.
I've got to try to think if we've got anything to argue on that. I don't think I think you're right. I think, yeah. And that flexibility
Again, a lot
will come.
It's just what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. It's something that if it changes circuit to circuit, that's where the flexibility argument comes in, isn't it? Because everyone's got to be flexible because no 2 weekends are going to be the same. Plus, the development war on top of everything else. So it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be very predictable. I think it could easily be that the fastest car at the start of the season isn't the fastest at the end. I see people talk about Max winning a fifth, for example, in chat, and I'll always say this: if Max has got a car that is quick enough to win races, he will win races in it. If he's got a car that is almost quick enough to win races, he'll probably win races in it because that's what he does. But I'm not going to start getting excited about a Max fifth this year, but because I'll be honest, I don't believe half of what's coming out of testing at the minute with the quotes and that.
No.
Oh, we're not sandbagging. Oh, we're not quick enough. Oh, Red Bull are the team to beat. I just don't believe it. Even more so this year than usual. So.
Yeah,
it's good, but that's good because I'd rather not have I don't mind guessing at a pecking order, but I'd rather it be a complete guess than actually know who's going to be fastest, who'll be slowest. I want to keep it as open as possible, and then if it could change for China and then change again for Japan, fantastic. What starts the season as we cut to that Stroll locking up at turn 10 and off he goes. But all right, Carlos Sainz in the garage, by the way, and they're working on the car. Don't need to be rushing about too much, so. Is that the name of the eyes then on the monitor they've got? That Claude, or is that a sponsor? Oh, it must be a sponsor, yeah.
I'm assuming it's a sponsor, and they just named the eyes that because it fits.
Maybe. It's just such a random thing to do.
It's a bit of fun.
Random.
Yeah, silly little random bit of fun, and there should always be something like that.
What's this Williams thing? I see it everywhere. I know it's they're saying Williams, but in a funny way. Is there what happened to make people say like go Williams? I'm asking Murray in chat.
Lollipop Man.
It's what?
Lollipop Man, I believe.
Oh, of course it
Williams
is.
came
Yeah.
from something else.
I love their cartoons.
Yeah, it's just
yeah.
He's just done cutesy variations on the real names.
It's a hamster meme, apparently.
Meme. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember it now.
Nothing cool,
yeah,
then.
And the Lollipop Man's used that for the name in his cartoons. Along with Fedful and...
Oh, no.
Blimey.
I've got the hamster dance song in my head now. Oh, don't.
That one.
Yeah. Thanks, chat, for mentioning hamsters. I did ask, to be fair. Do you think the needed flexibility will be a chance for rookies, or will it ruin them? I think, as a broader point, Valentine, I think this season, rookies are better placed, and by rookies I mean Arvid Lindblad, than they would have been if they joined last year or next year, because this is a complete reset for everybody. So they're on a much more level or let's just say Lindblad, is on a much more level playing field than he would have been if he'd come in a year later or a year earlier. Still tough. and a tough environment to get it done in, but I think he comes in with a better shot than some rookies have in the past. But on the actual point itself, flexibility might be where the rookies trip up. But again, I think we'll see some very experienced drivers slip up this season as well, quite a bit. Getting used to all of this, it's a lot of change, even for the most seasoned of F1 drivers. Looking at you, Fernando, people are going to make mistakes, aren't they, regardless of experience? I just hope it's not too bad.
In official sporting statistics, Colapinto is still a rookie.
But much like Liam Lawson in our heads, he's not.
Yeah.
Not having it. Claude is an AI company, no? Asks Max. Probably everything is nowadays. Even I'm AI. I'm not really here. Imagine that. AI decided to make this.
Dean Kane just subscribed. Hi, Superman.
Not Superman.
If that's actually the real one now, that would be ridiculous. Of course it won't be. You imagine.
So, like, building on that last point, actually, not the Superman thing. Lee says, at what race in the season do you think it will be clear what the pecking order is? Round 1 Australia, round 4 Bahrain, round 7 Canada, etc. I'm going to use my usual one. I always say Barcelona, but I think
that
Bahrain
was the traditional
is probably
B-spec venue.
Yeah, but I think Bahrain could be the one because of all the testing we get there now. That's going to go the same way as Barcelona over the years. Too much data, get a bit flat. They know the track, so. But Bahrain round 4 seems a bit early in the season to know a definitive pecking order as well.
I don't think we're going to get a definitive pecking order,
which is good,
until maybe the last 2 or 3 races, because I mean the cars are very different right now.
Yeah.
What we're seeing and hearing about how the power units are working is quite different. I mean, I think these are the most different the cars have looked between each other for a while. So they're all going to be constantly developed as well.
Yeah.
And because they're so different, they'll be developed in different areas. So I think it might flip-flop quite a lot.
Do you know, actually, that's a stream for December. I know we're only in February, but sitting down and doing side-by-sides between what we're seeing today, the cars look like, versus what they look like in Abu Dhabi. Like, literally, we'll do side-by-sides on the doodle board and just look at how much they've evolved from where they start. Because this is going to be such a huge year for development. 2 points quickly, though. We'll come back to the second, John. You need to do the run-through. I forgot. We're 4 minutes late. I think some people, because the stream was lagging for a while, so some people might be behind. So if you want to give your streams a refresh while I just run through the order super quickly. I'll do a proper rundown when we get to the hour, but I will do that now if I'll let Jonty go for a run.
Well, I'm just going to check on my partners.
Okay, no worries. Hey, we'll try that again. I muted me instead of Jonty. Thank you, chat. I'll let you catch up. Piastri, 133.469, 53 laps. Leclerc, 133.739, 70 laps. Russell, 59 laps, 133.748. Norris, 134.052, 54 laps. We're there now. Antonelli, 134.158, 69 laps. Hamilton, 134.299 this morning, 24 laps. Hadjar just moves up to 6th place, actually, on a 134.249 laps. I muted myself, something people wanted to do for years, so there you go. Then that drops Hamilton down to 7th. Sainz 135.1, 40 laps for him. Colapinto 35.2, 46 laps. Gabriel Bortoletto 51 laps, 135.5. Albon 35.6, 55 laps. Liam Lawson 35.7, 41 laps. Pierre Gasly 61 laps to 135.898. Ocon did a 136.4, 65 laps, and a 136.5 for Alonso on 28 laps. Stroll, who has been in the gravel today, is still running those 16 laps in total so far this afternoon. 136.6. Nico Hulkenberg stalled twice this morning doing practice starts at the end of the pit lane. 136.7 at 49 laps for him. A 136.7 for Lindblad as well, 75 laps. 31 laps for Bearman, 36.7. 24 laps for Perez, 38.1. And Valtteri Bottas this afternoon, 140.5, 18 laps. Only Max Verstappen not on track today. He's in the Red Bull tomorrow. Please do drop a like and subscribe if you are new. Lots to come this season. And also, don't forget you can support the channel through Super Chats, through Patreon, through Buy Me a Coffee, all of those things. And, of course, through channel memberships. All greatly appreciated. Every penny we raise for testing series. I was going to put a goal on screen, but it feels a bit unnecessary this year, but any money that comes in is going to get put in a pot for my new camera, which I'm hoping to get in the spring. So there we go. It's a good job you told me when you did that I was muted, because if I got to the end then I wasn't doing it again. I wasn't going for all that again. So there we go, all sorted. Thank you for your warnings in chat and whatnot there. But yes, very much looking forward to what is to come this week. Live all day tomorrow, 7 a.m. until 4 p.m. Although, yes, it will be 7 a.m. till 4 p.m. And then we'll be live all day on Friday as well, same time. Same people as well. Stuart with me tomorrow morning and Friday morning. Jonty
Can't hear you, Sean.
Tomorrow afternoon and Friday afternoon. I muted myself, Jonty, instead of you. I could hear you leaving, but I just going, I'm not saying it. So there you go.
I would, CPB, you say that. I was going to do one of my stupid predictions. Because those ones where, if it happens, everyone gets a good time. And if it doesn't, it was out there anyway. And I'm going to say 5 teams will win a race in the first 10 races.
Oh, that's bold even for you.
Yeah.
Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes. Ferrari top of the list. McLaren, Mercedes, Red Bull. Well, that's 4, isn't it? No.
Yeah, I'll name them. Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, Red Bull, and Haas.
Haas? Are you crazy? Really?
Yeah.
Wow, Haas. I mean, they look good. They look good. And they reckon that Haas might be in this early stage top of the midfield, so...
No, man, cheeky bicky. In the biscuit questions earlier, there's a choice of biscuit.
Fig roll. Legendary.
Yes.
I love a fig roll. Nothing wrong with a fig roll. Anthony Davison's trackside, if anyone cares. Again, I can't hear any of it, so I don't know what he's saying. I'm sure it's good analysis. It tends to be with him. Stewie says Alpine to win a race. I think that's what you're saying there. Nah, Alpine. Could do.
Mercedes power.
Yeah. It's all going to come back to how good that Mercedes power unit actually is. Again, I'm still not convinced. Still not convinced at all. But hey ho. Well, we're not long to find out, to be fair, what's going to be happening this season. We're only, like I say, 2 weeks away from race week. So that's come around quick. I know we had quite a short winter, but it does feel like it's come around really quick this year. The first race. Although I think
around 8.
Are we a week earlier for the season this year?
No, it's about the same.
About the same.
I was just watching in Cadillac then. Bottas, it was skimming along the ground all the way through 5, 6, 7.
Nearly dropped it at 4 as well.
And then locked up going into 8.
Yeah, right front. Wide he goes.
They do all look so much more skittish.
They look like a handful, and that's good. I want to see them wrestling these cars and working for it.
Oh,
was that the turn 4?
He's wrestling that wheel all the way through that section. There is one thing I've noticed from almost all the onboards I've seen, which could potentially be good. The steering wheels look a lot less complex.
I've not really looked at them, but...
So, seems to be less dials across all of them. They look a lot more like the F2 wheels were just, or IndyCar wheels was just like 3 dials in the center, the screen, and buttons either side of the screen. Do you remember how they got ridiculous where you'd have the wheel and there'd be like 3 different roller switches at the top of where the thumb goes, and then about 10 different dials on the front? That's all been trimmed right down. Now, how much of that is more because there's a lot more just done with the engine automatically in an engine management system, or multi-function dials, or I don't know. But they do look a lot cleaner.
I'll have a look at that tonight. I'll look at some pictures and see what I can see.
Could well be all on-screen menus.
Yeah. Moray says, what race do you think Cadillac will score their first points at? And Latox answered with my answer, which is Monaco with Perez. I'm not necessarily Perez, but definitely Monaco, because don't forget we've got that magnificent 2-stop minimum rule thing again for this year, which means that Bottas or Perez could play the number 2, ironically, and back up the pack like we saw with the stupid games last year that was funny but stupid. So that could be something. Just a thought.
Here's a bold one.
Australia.
I'm going to say Australia.
Wet race. Oh, that'd be good.
No, I just like 4 or 5 cars properly mess up their start. Maybe it doesn't cause carnage, but enough that it ruins their race. And Cadillac just get that chance to nip through for a single point.
Yeah, just one. We're not going to spoil them just yet. Zach says, I overslept, but I'm back. Did anything spicy happen in the last few hours? Testing nonsense, really, mostly just a lot of lappage, but we had Stroll in the gravel, didn't we, at one point, and lots of locking up at turn 8 and turn 10 and running wide mostly, but yeah, just Stroll's spin. He went over the curb on the entry to turn 11, and as his rear wing slammed shut, the car just went round and in the gravel he went. He's still running though, so yeah, King Gannon, thank you very much for your super chat, mate. Appreciate your support, dude. As always, you've been around for a while. Now here, but you're around for a while on the other channel, so appreciate that, mate. It says, morning to both 2 F1 Sensei's. I love you so much. Love from the Low Star State, like always. I feel I fell asleep listening to you, so I've been here just to sleep. So you've been here in spirit. Did you dream about us? Was it weird? You woke up and we were there. Jesus. But thank you very much for super chat, mate. Really appreciate that. Philip says touch screens, possibly, on the steering wheels. That'd be a faff in gloves, wouldn't it?
That'd be tricky.
I mean, they might be able to, but... You know, my hands are so cold, they've gone all wrinkly. Like an old man's hands. Don't say anything, shut up. How random. Anyway, sorry. I kept hearing Jonty and you waffling. That's about right. Yeah, nonsense. Yeah. Enough to send anyone to sleep. And could overtake mode save the Monaco Grand Prix from the 2-stop shenanigans? ? Unlikely, says Neelish. No. And again, it's just the same thing with everything in F1. They got the idea wrong. Fine, mandate 2 stops, but you have to run all 3 compounds of tyre.
Yep.
Ta-da!
I've only been saying it for how long is it now? 9 years?
4 years, 5 years, 6 years, God knows. 9 years. Well, 9 years this June or July.
Yeah.
2017 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, and you were November 2017.
Just a couple of months later. Yeah.
We got chatting. Called each other mate.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was much later when you actually started going live.
First one was Brazil 1 or 2 that year for Race Reaction.
Yeah.
And then we did the rules one, didn't we? And then that was it. Off we went.
Yeah.
And
there's loads of people here. Why?
That January was the year that was the year that I put out that Lewis Hamilton video that's done 1.7 million views.
Huh?
Why?
Very much one where you just don't look at the comments ever.
Yeah. Well, it's not worth it. It's not worth your sanity. You spend 5 seconds in the held for review thing, and you lose all faith in humanity. All compounds or free tyre choice with no restrictions, says Latox, talking about the ideas for making. I just think it's like Qatar.
I mean, yeah, free tyre choice with no restrictions could work.
Yeah.
Even with how important track position is and how difficult it is to pass at Monaco. So people just go, right, hard tyre, I don't have to stop. 3 stops on a soft, you're that much faster where you could get past on start-finish straight or down into Nouvelle Chicane. So it would genuinely be worthwhile having that different strategy choice. But as it is, everyone runs the exact same thing. If you had to run all 3, it becomes a much more difficult choice that will depend on how your race is going.
Was it? I think it happened in Hungary one year, but it happened in Spain for a couple of years where, as we got Williams locking up, where a driver made a stop against what everyone was thinking to put on a softer compound, and they had such a pace advantage that they caught the leader, passed and won. They're the races I like, where somebody goes, no, I'm staying on these tyres, and then somebody else goes, well, if you're doing that, I'm going with these then. I've got nothing to lose, let's go for it.
We've seen quite a few instances of that. We've seen Hamilton do it in Hungary.
Yeah.
We've seen Max do it in Austria. Even if that did end a bit controversially. We have seen it quite a few times. Most frequently, it's Max or Lewis doing it. But they were great races.
Yeah.
Or if you want to go back a bit further, when obviously things were different, but British Grand Prix 1987. Mansell and Piquet.
Yeah. Qualifying lap after qualifying lap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it shouldn't be great to watch. Like one car chasing down the other car from the same team, and that's all you see on the TV. With no timing tower, none of that. But it was captivating because he was catching him so quickly. And then an amazing pass for the lead. It was awesome.
He dummied him, didn't he? He pulled the dummy on him. Yeah, great move. Great move. I try to think which one it was, because I know Connor says 2019 Hungary, and Thomas says the 2021 race in Barcelona. But there was one, it was Hamilton versus Verstappen, unsurprisingly. And I think it might have been one of the races at Hungary, and that might have been 2019, where those two just got out front and their pace was just relentless, that they left the entire rest of the field for dust, and they just squabbled like that all race. That was brilliant. There wasn't a ton of overtaking. There wasn't much side-by-side action, if any, at the front, but just those two, relentless pace all race was incredible to watch. That's the kind of racing I love as well. And it was France 2004 Latox, I believe, for the Schumacher 4 stops. Caught everyone off guard, that one. Everybody. Yeah. I think even members of the team weren't sure it was happening.
When it's unexpected. I feel like there's been so many times when that kind of thing could happen in recent years, but it's been stopped by the must use 2 compounds. Like, if it was must use 3, then you can still mix it up and mess it about because they're going to be at different times. Or use or at least 2 stops on any track that isn't Monaco. Because if it's at least, people are more likely to do the other things. But as it is, they play it safe. They think, right, it's going to be 1. We'll start on the medium, then probably go to the hard. And it's only things happening in the race that can make it change. You don't really get the option for the pace to dictate it.
I was thinking of I was thinking of some examples of, or some ideas as to how we could get, because you want to encourage pit stops because they do add a variable, but the 2 tyre rule, running both those compounds works, But then, like you've just said there, it does also work against some of the great things we've seen. Like we were talking about Hamilton and Verstappen and Mansell and it's not PK. What? Patrese.
Yeah, Mansell and PK.
Oh, was it PK? So yeah, Patrese was his teammate after PK, wasn't he? Because yeah. But I just the Monaco thing frustrates me. I hate that we have to have these stupid mandated stint lengths for Qatar as well. That one's just so stupid. Just stop bloody going there. Exactly. If the track can't handle the tyres or the tyres can't handle the track, we don't go there. It's as simple as that. And I can tell you now, without getting into anything to do with money too much, but if that was happening at a European track, we wouldn't go there anymore.
Yep.
Because they pay a fortune and they're major sponsors for the series, we have to go there. So, although they're supposed to be building another track, aren't they, in Qatar?
Yeah.
That'll be 2 races there.
Garbage for cars.
It's a bike track.
It's fantastic for bikes.
Yeah.
It's genuinely awesome for MotoGP. But for cars, it's just And
just a bike track.
And bike-suited tracks can produce good racing there for one. I thought Mugello was going to be an absolute disaster. Turned out to be a great race, even without the chaos.
It was a disaster and a great race.
Yeah. I totally wasn't expecting that because it is all flowing medium speed corners, which is like, it's great for watching a car on the limit doing a qualifying lap. Doesn't tend to make good racing. But it did. So it can happen, but I think Lascelles just way too much towards bikes.
I definitely need to stop assuming people know things. I should have said this 23 minutes ago. As we do every year on every single testing day, it is the final hour of testing day 1. So we will just answer your questions in chat for the remainder of the stream, and then I'll wrap up at 4, and then that'll be it until tomorrow. I need to stop assuming people know things. They know what to do. It's been a long time since the last one. Okay, Max Verstappen, has been talking to Eric Van Haren and co. Max Verstappen's claim that by far the vast majority of drivers agree with his criticism. 2 camps, ? Well, then it's an easy up tent and the rest in a big tent. I love what he says. And then he says Red Bull driver also confirms when asked that he won't suddenly stop with it after this year, referring to racing in F1. I love that. We can have 2 tents, but they'll all be in one with me. And Luke Smith just confirming the FIA is going to evaluate a new race start lights sequence at the end of today's test running. So worth sticking around until just after 4. There'll be a red flag at 18:50, so not long now. Then cars will complete 2 formation laps before a simulated race start on the grid. Once cars are in place, a new pre-start warning will begin where all panels flash blue for 5 seconds. Then the usual start sequence will begin. The FIA have implemented that in no time. So they can bloody move on safety when they need to.
Just had Russell getting it the wrongest you could possibly can in turn 10. He went so wide he had to turn 360 degrees the opposite way to carry on going.
I'll wait for a replay, but I'm just well worth sticking around for a couple of minutes after the stream just so we can watch the start light sequence. It sounds pretty self-explanatory, but two formation laps. I wonder if that's just a testing thing, and the actual bit we need to watch is the flashing blue lights and the start. But I'd be surprised if we go to 2 formation laps. You're only shaving a lap off the race, aren't you? Or you put an extra lap of fuel in to account for that, or whatever, or an amount of fuel to account for that. They'll just knock a lap off the race, won't they? If they did 2 formation laps, but is 5 seconds enough? Well, it'll have to be. That's what they're trying. So, if that's what it is, it's what it is. But
I suppose it's they can try that, but then that length of time can just be adjusted.
Yeah,
by literally changing one number in a program.
If they only need 4. It'll be 4. If they need 8, it'll be 8. Yeah.
Ferrari plastering the flow on the front this time.
Yeah. They've got a lot of parts on that car. I'm hoping one to have the energy to go through some of the tech stuff tonight. It depends how I feel when I've finished. I usually just fall asleep on a sofa. Been up since 5 to 5. I was supposed to get up at 5, but then the dog was licking my head, so I was like, fine, I'll get up. I get it, you need to pee.
The one thing, it's very, very rare, but there are the odd occasions when you just get a little puff of smoke or something coming out the exhaust of the Ferrari, and you can see it shooting straight up in the air.
Oil burning. There you go. Yeah, it does it there. Yeah, I see it.
You know, deflecting from that little plate.
Good.
Like almost when it's not quite wet, but enough to throw some spray up. You know what I mean?
Good spot from Latox there. Audi now with the fastest fastest speed in the speed trap. 332 kilometers an hour, Bortoletto. And the closest to him is, I believe, 327, which is Carlos Sainz.
Wait, I thought Leclerc did like 336 last week.
Oh no, fastest this week. Sorry, on the timing today. Yeah, no, Leclerc, I think you're right, was quicker last week. Last week was a bit more of a blur because we only did a shorter stream, so we didn't get to watch as much, did we? But that's because there wasn't a lot to watch because it wasn't televised. But Russell's on one here. Purple first sector, personal best in the middle. I'm going to watch him here. I haven't got the sound on, so I can't say if he lifts off at all. Twitchy out the final corner, but then everyone's twitchy everywhere. Final sector, yellow. Goes fastest 33
of course
459 100th quicker than Piastri, but 2/10 quicker in the final sector, to be fair.
Backing off. Yeah, but still not as quick as he could go. I don't think anyone has done a full chat final sector yet.
No
one.
Yes, Neelish, the drones keep catching me off as well, or catching me out. It's bizarre, but you know, it looks cool, so it's all right. Just hope that they don't get it wrong and we end up with drone parts all over the track. Russell was on. Oh no, I think I read that one. Russell on average fastest time, but had to take the escape route in sector 2. Yeah, Jonty covered that one, didn't you, Jonty? Kimi Antonelli on screen for you there. That is Kimi Antonelli. I don't understand how Hungary Monaco without the walls manages to produce such interesting races so consistently. Says Neelish. It's much better now than it used to be. Used to be a snooze fest.
Made? I can't remember what it is.
They slightly reprofiled turn 1, didn't they? To what it was.
And the last few corners, I think.
Yeah. And it did improve it. Big lock up for Liam Lawson, by the way.
I think they might have just made it wider.
It might just be because they've reprogrammed, but it doesn't feel the first corner like they dropped down as much as they did in the 90s.
Yeah, they may have smoothed out the descent.
It's not flat, but it definitely doesn't. It's not. It doesn't seem to happen all at once. I've got the vivid memory of Damon Hill overtaking Michael Schumacher into that corner in '97 in the Arrows. It just seemed like quite a bit more. It might be wrong, but it might just be the way it looks because of the reprofile. But yeah, because that was a much tighter corner, wasn't it? I'll go back a while now. The brain does not function. Odd things like that. I'm going to spin the wheel again because we can. We've got enough on there to keep us going, that's for sure. Question from... it's from Isack. Isack Cummings. It'll come up in a second. Oh, God, that was not one for the last hour of day one. I might close that and come back to that later. Maybe at an earlier point in the day tomorrow, because that's not one for the final hour of today. If all the drivers are transported back in time to the year 2000 and stayed in the same team as they are currently, who would win the most championships in the following 10-year period up to and including 2009? That's not too bad, actually. I thought it was a different question. So if all the drivers transported back into 2000... stayed in the same team as they are currently, in or nearest equivalent, who would win the most championships in the following 10-year period up to... That's going to be a Ferrari, isn't it?
It's going to be Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah. It could be Charles Leclerc.
Lewis Hamilton in the Schumacher dominant Ferrari.
Or Leclerc.
That's a no-brainer.
Or Leclerc.
Keep saying all Leclerc all you want.
Well, I'm just looking at last year's championship table when they were teammates. I'm just saying it's possible.
Yeah.
But it says the most championships. So I think Leclerc, if you had a 10-year period, you'd maybe get Leclerc a couple.
He would definitely
but I think,
take one.
Yeah, I think Hamilton would probably come out. But is it Hamilton of now, or are we talking about drivers in their peak? In their peak, it's not even worth a conversation. But
you see what would happen? Lewis would win the same 5 as Schumacher, 2000 to 2004, then leave. Leclerc would get his chance, and then Alonso would move to the Renault.
Neelish just say, to be fair, Hamilton will be in the car race he's suited for, so there is that.
That's literally what would happen to Leclerc. That he's going to have that kind of career where it comes around to his chance with the really good team, the really good car, and then someone else is quicker.
Nah, Charles Leclerc will be a 3-time world champion for Ferrari.
And it's going to be unfair. It's not unfair, but unfortunate. He is absolutely world champion quality. But it's just not going to line up for him.
I hope you are wrong in every way. And I think you probably hope you're wrong as well.
I do.
With Charles at all.
I mean, I got... So far this year, it's leaning me away from thinking that Russell would be the same. Because Merc look to have something. This is going to be George's best chance.
What this is totally hype. What does it do to Russell's stock if they are the team to beat and Antonelli wins it? Because Antonelli is highly
nothing
rated.
Good. Nothing good.
Yeah, but Antonelli's not. It's not like a dog turd second driver, is he? He's got a lot of potential and a lot of speed. So
yeah,
but Russell is far more experienced, so it doesn't look good, does it? No.
What did 2007 do to Alonso's stock?
Well, if you listen to his own cult, because every fan base has a cult for some reason, nothing. He's still the greatest of all time, apparently, but...
Zach. Really underrating Lance Stroll and that Jordan. 2000's Jordan, I can see an Alonso winning a race. Comfortably. And 2001.
Really? I don't think they're that quick.
No, maybe 2003, certainly.
Why
2003 had a bit of Well, they won a race in 2003. Admittedly, a chaotic race. But it's still because it was a solid platform. The engine just wasn't that great.
Yeah, but if... counterpoint, if Alonso's driving that Jordan, does he still run into Mark Webber's tyre? Or wheel? And have the same crash at that race in Brazil?
Well, who would be in Webber's seat at that point?
Oh, at that point, it'd be Verstappen or... No,
it would be Hadjar.
Yeah. Who was number one?
No. Webber was number one.
Yeah, so it'd be Verstappen.
The Yutzi was in the second car. But yeah, as Two Left Feet says, Max wins the 2009 title in that Red Bull.
Well, Vettel would have won the 2009 title in that Red Bull if Christian Horner spent less time in court and more time just building a double diffuser. Yeah. Not him personally.
Max would have won it anyway. Which is unabashed lover of Sebastian Vettel. Max is a better driver. We're talking margins here, but he could have done that little bit more to take it all the way.
Yeah. He's a talent, isn't he? I think. Hang on, let me get I'll tell you what, very quickly. Let me just get what year? 2000, he said, didn't he?
It was the 2000s, so I'm looking at all the different seasons of what could go on.
So 2000 season. So McLaren was Hakkinen and Coulthard, so that would be Norris and Piastri. Ferrari was Schumacher, Barrichello, so that's Hamilton and Leclerc. Jordan is the Silverstone team, so that would be Alonso and Stroll. Jaguar was actually Irvine, Bertie, and Herbert, which is Red Bull. That would be Verstappen and Hadjar. Williams.
Bertie was interrupted with nasty accidents twice.
Williams is Williams, Ralph and Button, which would be Sainz and Albon. Benetton is no. Benetton isn't Mercedes. Benetton's
what year?
Alpine.
2000?
Yeah.
Is it 2000?
Yeah.
So Benetton in 2000 is...
Oh, come on, this is easy.
Herbert Verstappen?
Physical Averts.
Physical Averts.
Yeah. In that lovely blue livery, actually. Hang on, where are we? Who's at Alpine? Gasly and Colapinto. Who's Prost?
Prost is no one.
So they've gone. They don't count. Sauber is Hulkenberg and Bortoletto. Arrows became Super Aguri, but I think they just folded, didn't they? Because Minardi's Toro Rosso and BAR is Mercedes. And that would be... Yeah,
because Super Aguri was the remnants of bits of Toyota.
Yeah. And Arrows, because they took the Arrows car, didn't they?
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking of with, Super Aguri. They took the Arrows car. Yeah. Good year, 2000, by the way.
Well, no, I'm looking at other years. Like, think about 2005. If the driver moves and everything play out the same, you've got Gasly versus Leclerc or Hamilton. Same with 2006. That's a very different fight than you were expecting.
Try to think, why Gasly? I'm trying to think.
Renault, Enstone.
Oh yeah,
it's not
sorry,
Colapinto, is it?
No, yeah.
It's certainly not going to be Colapinto doing the title fight.
Gingerfest says, what team does Haas change to? They wouldn't, because they don't exist, but we could give them like either the Arrows or
we'll give them Prost.
Prost, yeah. Caddy can have the other one.
It could be Toyota for some other years in that period.
Of course, yeah. They've got TGR, haven't they now? So, or GR, or whatever they are now. I don't know. If it's not TGR anymore, is it? Haas are, but the team isn't.
And it's not TRD either.
We're watching Bortoletto. So I was just watching there because I don't know if it was on the car last week, but they seem to have put a white outline around the Revolut sponsor on the side pod. And it looks like the sort of thing I would do to make a word stand out in a thumbnail. That might have been there last week, but it just caught me off a little bit there when I was looking at it. Yeah, and they have got that rear wing, the Alpine style one.
Yeah.
I'll watch it again now. Does it? Yeah, it just dropped down, doesn't it? Yeah, so that's interesting. Has that changed since last week? I know their rear wing was a little bit different to everybody else's last week, but I don't recall it dropping down last week. I could be wrong. Chat will let me know, I'm sure. But yeah, we're watching in the garage now. That's Jonathan Wheatley. Another one who left Red Bull last year. And Red Bull still managed to have a pretty decent season with Max. So, yeah. While we're watching Haas, we've got a Bearman to watch for some reason. I'm guessing, he's weaving to let Racing Bulls through for some reason. We're going to get a lock-up then. We didn't. Just trying to see what's happening on track. But we have got Bortoletto, Russell, Bottas, Hamilton, Lawson, Hadjar and Bearman out there. But it's very, very, apart from a Stroll spin and a few lockups, pretty uneventful. But I think that's just basically testing, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Always expect more to happen. I say that, Lawson just having to go off the track to avoid the back of the McLaren there at the final corner, but he was pissing anyway. Did he get out and punch him? No, it's fine. Air temperature 1 hour before P1 equals 23 degrees, according to the official messaging service from the FIA, race control. Yeah, cool. P1's a few weeks away yet. That's we got Hadjar coming on to straight now, his rear wing open and his front wing down. Front wing down, that has to be. I think we agreed last week we still call it DRS, didn't we? Because
I'm wondering if the front wing also has the same options for where it can be hinged.
So you could open rather than flatten.
Yeah, or just twist in situ. I'm not sure. I know they've got choice on how it's actuated. Like it can either be hydraulic or electric motors or linear actuators, what have you. How each team's gone, I don't know. Or even if that's changed, but I think it was Scarbs talking about that a few weeks ago. Okay, I've seen one thing I hate about the Cadillac.
Go on then.
Just spotted it then. With the livery. Because the one side's the pale and the other side's black. When you're looking head on as it comes to the end of the straight, you see the rear wing closed and you see half the front wing closed.
Yep.
You can't see if the other side's shut or not. That's really, really annoying.
We spotted it this morning. It looks broken, doesn't it? Looks like we've lost it, the main plane.
Yeah.
Sorry, I mean it's Skittle again.
Yeah, don't like that. Which is a shame because overall, really like that livery. That's Sam Collins.
Yeah.
Talking about in the chat. Yeah, he's fantastic.
Sorry.
Skittles be like that. Just nom, nom, nom.
They're so juicy that it's just you can't help but chomp them. So I just had to mute my mic for a minute because it was disgusting.
Yeah.
Is there a particular reason Hadjar has done so few laps for being in for the whole day, says Sam? Yeah, Sam, this morning he had a pressure issue with his car. So he only did 13 laps in the morning session. So although not great, to be on 62 laps, actually, considering he only did 13, isn't too bad at all. So he has recovered well this afternoon. Stroll's car is in the garage up on the Jackson. I don't think he's going to be moving anytime soon. Aston Martin today, by the way, only completing, what is that, 54 laps? 26 plus
The thing that's
28?
Yeah. The only thing that's bothering me about Aston, like you can see it in the shot where they're showing it in the garage now. We know that you get the games played by drivers, team principals during media calls and press quotes and this, that, and the other. They're all part of the fun and games with the sandbagging. You know, oh, we're slower than these guys. They're faster than us here. Problems with this, that, and the other. And it's all lies.
Yeah.
Just complete obfuscation to hide that they've got something quick. You can't hide the faces of the entire team.
No.
Every single person in that garage looks depressed, dejected, fed up, just down generally. And that is what's worrying more than anything else anything that they say. That I hadn't noticed it until just then. And there was like 5 or 6 guys standing there looking at the car, and they're all like, "What?
It's
the F?"
It's good if we believe what we're hearing. It's going to be a long first half of the season for them, at least. The fact Adrian Newey's already held a meeting to kind of alleviate concerns at the team and tell them, you know, this is where we're going, this is what we want to do. That's a worry. But I said this with Stuart this morning. I worry that we haven't put, as we watch Hadjar overtake Lewis Hamilton. Is this a genuine testing overtake, not a real one? Has he overtaken him? I thought he was going to overtake him. Maybe not. Maybe not then. He didn't get through. How much we've underestimated the difference of Adrian Newey and Aston, because when he was at Red Bull, he was engineering. When he was at McLaren, engineering. At Aston Martin, he's shareholder, team principal, and engineer. That's a lot more thinly spread. So how much he will have had an impact on this, and like Stuart said, he was quite late to the party last year, so that's part of it as well. But how much of this is he's having his input, but he's having to put a lot more on the team that maybe he hasn't been able to build around him yet, so he's working with people that maybe he wouldn't necessarily work with elsewhere in the nicest possible way. I don't know. We have to remember he's not just, designer, engineer now. He is team principal as well, so he's got a lot to do. And that's got to have an impact somewhere this season.
Yeah, it has.
But then it wouldn't have done last season as much, would it? Because he wasn't team principal then. So, I don't know. I do worry for Aston, but
yeah,
it was going to go one of two ways, wasn't it? And it's gone this
all
way.
All we can do is go off what we can see and hear. And me personally, I'm reading a lot more into the body language of what I can see, and the facial expressions. Even the drivers can look dejected and concerned during interviews, but there can still always be an element of, are they really that concerned?
Yeah.
Are they trying to ham it up a bit? Have they been told to ham it up a bit? I don't know.
They know the camera's on them as well. Mechanics necessarily don't necessarily know.
Yeah. But that was a very telling shot.
Well, just to Monday Club, Lance Stroll's face in his interview last week did speak volumes, but to be fair, so did what he said. I mean, 4.5 seconds off the pace. You sort of go, what? You can't be 4.5 seconds off the pace. That's crazy. We'll find out in a couple of weeks' time when we go qualifying in Australia. And knowing, look, it'll be a wet bloody session, so we still don't get an answer. That's the way it tends to go. But it was,
See, and that's why you have to, and you can see here, live right now why you have to take those kind of things with a pinch of salt. Because if it was that bad, if it was so bad that they're 4.5 seconds off the pace, there's no way in hell they've made up 2 full seconds in less than a week.
No. So somebody's fibbing somewhere.
Yeah.
CPB says, does Alonso retire this year or does he stick around? I was thinking about this yesterday, funnily enough. He said, didn't he, that if they don't have a competitive car this year, he's more likely to stick around than if he wins the World Championship because he'll want to help turn the team around. I'm not convinced that's entirely true. No. If he's driving around with a GP2 engine like he was at McLaren, I don't see him seeing out the season, let alone finishing the season. See you later, Flying Tiger. Take care, mate. Have a good one. Hope to see you tomorrow.
That's Flying Tiger?
Yes, that's Flying Tiger.
Right, okay.
Britain,
because I don't see that.
Britain Y8.
Britain-Y8W.
Yeah. It's catchy. It'll never catch on. But yeah, no, I'll see. I don't think Alonso sticks around if it's a terrible car. And Neelish says, didn't they say they haven't played with setups last week? I think that's the low-hanging fruit they were talking about. They've got areas that can make marginal gains in pace, but nothing that's going to fix their problems. So setups and things like that will have been a part of that for sure. So I wouldn't blame Alonso.
But again, like I just mentioned, 2 seconds isn't a marginal gain.
No.
That's a huge gain.
So Russell's got another second in him, at least. At least.
Even being conservative, all of these times we've got a second and a half in them. At least.
If not, I'd say if not more. Russell getting ready to come out
last year?
Pole last year. It should be on the screen. Let me find it. Virtual safety
129.8
deployed. Yes. Oh, so we're a little bit off. Will we be slow? We should be slower this year, but not by 4 seconds. Oh, it might be, but
29.348 was the fastest time from testing last year.
Yeah.
I do think we're going to be slower, but we're not going to be 4 seconds slower.
Stewie says Alonso did say he has faith in Newey, so maybe he will say. I was just going to say, he did have faith in Newey when he said that. Does he still have faith in Newey now he's seen this first car? Don't forget as well, Fernando is 806. So, he's not going to be around forever. So he's not going to hang about waiting for them to get the car right. But then Newey's not much younger, is he? So Poor Fernando.
I think we'll probably get to low 32s by the end of Friday.
Hope so.
Maybe mid 32s.
Some soft running would be nice.
Yeah, it's only a second away from what we're on now. Look, let's say a high 31. We did this another year. We tried to guess what the time would be, what the fastest time would be. Wrote it down. You got a pen?
Oh, what's a pen?
You can get one off.
Yes.
You can get one off. You can get one off Stuart in the morning.
What, a pen?
No, a time.
I've got
or
a
you
pen.
can just message him. Yes, now you need to think. Did I just get a pen? I've got all these things right here.
I've got the tag off a t-shirt. That'll do. JT, go on there, Jonty. 1, I assume.
31 721.
31 721. I'll go 131 722. I won't. 131 2 4 8. I'll ask Stuart in the morning.
Half second quicker.
Yeah.
Okay, we've moved on to the bits of testing things that the FIA are doing now. We're on a red flag with 7 minutes to go.
And then don't forget, we're going to have all of this, and then we get to see a new start procedure. Whoa! I'm excited. I think.
Well, I don't think there's anything to be excited about because it's still for extra 5 seconds with a different colour light flashing.
Hey, I like a flashing blue light. Nothing wrong with that. So you've got to do 2 formation. That's when they.
There is if it's coming towards you.
Make it sound like I misbehave. I'm not having it. Yeah, so we're waiting really for they're going to go back out again now, aren't they? And then they'll come back in because they'll do the second red flag test, or they might do a rolling start test. Then they'll do 2 formation laps. Then they'll do their start procedure, I assume. So let's see what happens. Did anyone have a guess in chat for the fastest time this week? I won't write them down, but we'll try and remember them. Somebody might keep track, and you'll know what you've guessed yourself anyway. So. But I'll ask Stuart, or I'll text him tonight and ask him for one. But yeah, I won't tell him what hours are because that's cheating.
Here's a question: with them saying that light panels will flash blue, I wonder if the wing mirror of hazards will change to blue.
Oh, that's exciting! That Ferrari's still smoking, by the way, in the pits, just sat there. Very 2019. Both went there at the same time. Can't they just use ghost mode for the first lap? That would be fair. Unless I'm thinking of something else, in which case, no. Max. Oh, the flashes, camera flashes. Caught me off there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars out there. So
need to watch that back. Need to see that back a bit closer later on.
So they're doing a standing start.
If there's anyone who's actually watching the coverage, when you look, I'm going to need to look at the bloody picture again.
Yeah, they're doing a standing start, so I don't know if they're going to do a second. I assume they'll go for a second formation lap after this, is the plan here. So we're not red anymore, by the way. We
tricks on me from the angle, but I swear that was a different bit on the back that Ferrari's got. It could have just been the angle, but it looked like there was a little extra housing on top of the crash structure with the light.
Different to what we were talking about earlier.
Well, it just looked as if that smoke was actually coming out of where the light is, not the exhaust, which is like a foot further forward.
Oh, I assume that's what you meant. I noticed that earlier from the side angle. That was one that I noticed earlier, yeah. We'll wait and see. They might do some sort of replay. Might stay on the start finish straight actually if they do a side shot. So they're coming around. They're weaving to do a normal start procedure. They may be. I don't know what they're doing if they're going to do a second formation or what. But people seem quite
based on last
in this.
year. Yeah, based on last year, it is a normal start procedure because there's about 30 car lengths between them.
Yeah.
As they were last season, just crawling around.
No, this is a proper start. They are doing this
since last week.
So they're gonna. I can't remember what Luke Smith said. Now they're gonna abort this start and then go for a second formation. I want to keep an eye on it because I'm not. 18th. Then cars will complete 2 formation laps before simulated race start on the grid, and they've done 1. Good lord, this second
so surely they're testing the aborted start
and then
procedure.
go round. Yeah, that's what I assume. That's usually what happens. I wonder if those hazards are going to flash at the actual race starts, because it does look interesting, but it's also quite irritating and distracting. So she's going to press the button now. Yep.
Ferraris aren't on.
Nothing's flashing. Yeah, so that extra formation. There we go. So is this what they're thinking for Australia? Stop on the grid, do an extra formation lap. If so, these new regulations
this doesn't
really
solve
need
the
to be
problem.
tweaked.
Well, I don't think this solves the problem. Because they still come round and sit there again, so the turbo spools down.
This might be the only way they can do it in testing, because they have to test the aborted start, don't they?
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming this is.
Yeah.
For it being just an aborted start procedure.
This all got very exciting all of a sudden. We get to see them driving around even more slowly than they normally do in testing for a second time. But yeah, the gaps are huge between them. I'm just not sure how they can get there, because they need to form up on the grid more quickly. Would help everybody. It shouldn't be taking nearly a minute. Really.
Let's talk. I'd take that.
Closing. Yeah. Someone winning who has not won for a while or never before.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Leclerc. Well, Antonelli would be nice for a win. Or Hadjar. I like Hadjar. Really like Hadjar.
Yeah.
Prost, but a bit more punchy, and Prost was pretty punchy. He's still young now. He might calm down a bit. J Webb says not the best lap counter by Aston today, but at least looks a bit quicker. Yeah, only not many laps at all really, but they're still in the garage as well, so it's not been the best day, but they've got the laps in. And Sighted Canvas is back just in time. Sighted Canvas. Oh, what fun we're having. Sorry, we're watching this new start procedure they're trialing for Australia.
I'm kind of sad that they didn't get that. Yeah, I'm kind of sad they didn't mess that up just so we could have the message of like aborted start procedure aborted. That would have been brilliant.
Here we go then. 12 seconds to go in the afternoon session. We're going to watch this practice start procedure. There's a shake of the head there from race control up there in the box. So I don't know what that means. So we might yet get an aborted race start aborted. There is a checkered flag. So now we just need to get through these practice starts. So let's see what happens. So they formed up on the grid. Almost. Nearly. Perhaps. There's a Haas stopping. There we go. They've stopped. The blue lights are flashing. I can see them flashing on a reflection in the background. Now they've stopped, and then the lights come on. Go on. All crash into each other.
Yeah, someone do the stall that we've been worried about.
They're so slow away. Maybe it was a camera angle. And it might just because it's testing, so they're not pushing everything, but that looked slow. What they've done to our sport.
Lights out.
Pretty much, yeah. No, it is that. That's it. They're still pulling away. Yeah, they're doing flag testing now, so that's it.
I mean,
that's the session over.
Yeah, they're not going to go nuts with it.
No.
There was probably teams screaming on the radio to their drivers, don't fully go for it. You don't want to be throwing clutches in the bin at this stage, but expected a little bit more.
Yeah, there's that, but also, again, you don't want to give away if you're, say, Ferrari, that you've optimised your race start procedure, do you, as well? There'll even be games to be played at that point, but...
And maybe there was a set sort of revs or something that they had to go to in order to provide the feedback of how the starts are. Because that's the first, actual proper practice start. With the lights and everything, isn't it? Or did they do one last week?
They did one last week, but not. It wasn't like a. Yeah, no, that was the first one. No, you're right. That is the first one. Or the first one we saw. Day one, they did cut away as soon as they hit 4 p.m. because they weren't allowed to run over. Thomas says it's lights out and away we slow. Thank you very much for your super chat, Thomas, mate. Appreciate that as always. But yeah, no. If they get away, I mean, look, there's gamesmanship going on. I think the camera angle played a part in it because it was a long angle, and no one's gonna be going fully for it. But if they're that slow in Australia off the line, well, I'm not doing a watch along, but I wish that I had, because that could be hilarious. Watching you lot in chat going absolutely bonkers for it. Let me... While I know he can still hear me, but while he's just walked off, I'll quickly run through the times from the day, and then we'll have a final word from Jonty, and then we'll wrap up. So I'll mute Jonty this time and not me. I think that's the best idea. George Russell ended the day fastest on a 1:33.459. He completed 76 laps, and he did his fastest time on the C3. Oscar Piastri was second in the M, 1:33.469. 100 further back, 70 laps for him, and he did his time on the C3. And the tyres that are on Leclerc and Norris, apparently, which I mean undetermined or whatever. 1:33.7 for Leclerc, 70 laps, and 1:34.0 for Norris on 54 laps. Antonelli did 69 laps, a 1:34.158. He was on the C3. The C4 for Hadjar, by the way, 1:34.260, 66 laps. Lewis Hamilton in 7th, did 44 laps. Nice. 1:34.299. That was on the U as well. I don't know what the U stands for. I'm guessing C1. Or maybe they have got a test tyre there. I don't know. I need to check that out after the stream. Sainz 1:35.1. 55 laps, nice race number as well. He was on the C4. Colapinto on the U at 1:35.254, 60 laps. Bortoletto 71 laps, 1:35.263. He was on the C3. Albon was on that funny tyre again, 1:35.690, 55 laps. 61 laps for Liam Lawson, 1:35.753. He was on, if I've done this right, I should be able to tell you in just a second. I probably haven't done it right. Lawson was on the C3. There we go. Bearman at 1:35.7. He was on the C3, 42 laps. Gasly 1:35.8, 61 laps. He was on the C3, as was Lance Stroll, who did a 1:35.9 and 26 laps. Ocon at 1:36.4, 65 laps. He was on the C3. Alonso was on the C3 as well, 1:36.5 and... Yeah, on the C3. C2 for Hulkenberg, 1:36.7, 49 laps. Lindblad did 1:36.7, 75 laps. He was on the C3. C3 for Bottas as well, 36.798, 35 laps. And Sergio Perez, last one on the timing screens, 1:38.1, 24 laps, and his fastest time was set on the C1, I think I've got in my head for Perez, for the C whatever. I can't find no C2. Sorry, for Perez. He did run a C1 at one point, so that is your fast time. Big talking points. Really, we got a start procedure thing towards the end, which was exciting. We also got Lance Stroll in the gravel, some pressure problems for Hadjar in the morning, hence his low total, and I think there was something else, wasn't there, Jonty, that happened? What am I thinking? Hulkenberg. Right at the start of the day, 2 stalled starts at the end of the pit lane, which was epic. Ironically, quicker than what we just watched. I guess final word on the day from you, Jonty, before we sign off, or I'll let you go and then I sign off. But look, it's testing, so take the word exciting with a real pinch of salt, but not really a particularly exciting or dramatic day. And I'm hoping, I don't know about you, that we might get some quicker laps towards the end of the week.
Yeah, I hope we at least get onto some softer compounds of tyre. Well, we have at least had some developments of the cars that's been seen today. Whatever Ferrari's little flap is up to, or duct, or whatever. Audi switching to the drop flap for the rear wing. There are things changing. And I'm sure we'll see something else before the end of the week.
I hope so.
And then everyone have at least 2 things different by the time we get to Australia.
It's unlikely, but what I give for us to be watching testing tomorrow and we just see something like DAS and it just blows our minds. It's unlikely with 2 days left to go. We'd have seen it by now, I think, but you never know what these teams have up their sleeves. But yeah. I think we'll wrap it up there then, Jonty. I do need to shoot straight off after the stream, so I won't be able to hang around and chat, but I think given that we've got 4 hours tomorrow and Friday, we'll be fine. We'll catch up again. But yeah, really appreciate your company this afternoon, mate. It's been a pleasure. And thank you to you and to Stuart for giving up 4 hours, 4, 8, 12 hours of your week to sit and talk bollocks with me.
Yeah, you might have to shoot off. I'm going to see you at 12 o'clock tomorrow anyway.
Yeah.
All right, take care, chat.
I'm terrible at saying bye.
See you tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow, Jonty.
See you, which makes a change for this year. Bye.
Bye, Jonty. Lovely stuff. Thank you very much to Jonty and, of course, to Stuart. Make sure I'm not muted myself again. And to Stuart this morning. Been a lovely day. Thank you so much for your company throughout the day. Don't forget, we are live again tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT all the way through till 4 p.m. Stuart with me 8 till 12 and Jonty with me 12 till 4. Very much like today. Same on Friday. Lots more talk, lots to look forward to. So before you go, please do drop a like on the stream. That would be greatly appreciated. And subscribe as well if you are new. Like I say, lots to come this week, lots to come this season. And thank you again to everyone who's followed over from the F1 Word. Really appreciate your support and all your kind words as well. Greatly appreciated. And thanks for your super chats and everything today as well. But I'll be back tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. GMT, which isn't all that far away. But as ever, thank you for watching. I've been Formula Sean, and until next time, goodbye.